The story begins with the smoke and fire of war filling the sky, the world seemingly darkened by the chaos of battle. At that time, in the 20th year of the Tianqi era on the Qiyu continent, the vassal states were all-powerful, and Nianyu of northern Qi rose to prominence. A young man who joined the army, he wielded troops like a god, won 100 battles, and led northern Qi to conquer the Fudong region, fought on the southern border to establish a new emperor on the throne. He eventually destroyed the 5 states, dividing the world with western Liang, and was honored as the eastern Wu god of war. This person was truly a formidable figure, with a will that few could match. That evening, at the Western Wu Garden, voices rang out. A woman, she's actually a woman. Kill her, kill her. A chorus of voices cried out, demanding the death of a girl who looked lonely and undefended. Meanwhile, in her heart, she silently thought, so what if they hate me enough to want me dead? For so many years, I, Nianyu, have been nothing more than a chess piece. Zhao Yan, she thought, what about you? Do you want to kill me? Nianyu, her face gaunt and emaciated, looked up at the sky with bitterness. That year, it was Zhao Yan who had tenderly told her, the throne has never been important to me. In this life, I only wish to be a carefree prince, growing old together with you. Can you win one more battle for me? Please. At that time, his mouth was full of sweet honey as he made promises to her. But the result was that after she won the battle, he himself declared the criminal Nian Yu's verdict, disguising herself as a man to deceive the monarch and the country, and slaughtering everywhere. In the winter of the Rinqiu year, during the final battle, she disregarded the lives of 5,000 soldiers, totaling 72 crimes, unforgivable, sentenced to immediate death. The moment he announced the death sentence, his eyes held not a trace of mercy, as if he had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. This made Nianyu furious, and she repeatedly questioned him. Zhao Yan, didn't you know long ago that I was a woman? 2 years ago, when I was 6 months pregnant, you sent me into battle. Have you forgotten that the battlefield took away our unborn child? Nianyu screamed as she resentfully accused him. She had never thought that one day she would be treated so cruelly. As for Zhao Yan's inner thoughts, back then, he had constantly comforted her. I love you. We will have many children. Returning to the present, not wanting to waste any more time, he immediately ordered someone serve the wine. Then, the moment Nianyu saw the flask of poison wine right in front of her, her eyes went dead as she repeatedly screamed the name. Zhao Yan. As a result, the woman standing beside him, without a moment's hesitation, walked straight over and gave her a slap, along with a warning. Insolent. How dare you call the emperor by his name? Little sister do you think you're still the great General Nian? And this vicious woman, who was relentlessly mocking her, was none other than Nianlan. As she spoke, her heart was as excited as if at a festival, and she continuously ordered, hurry up and obediently drink the wine. This is fine wine that the emperor personally prepared. For you. But Nianyu still couldn't believe her eyes. Isn't that broken heart? Impossible. I clearly destroyed the formula. So, Nianlan once again confirmed to her, this is a fine item you personally researched and created. How could the emperor bear to destroy it? In the Battle of Jueching that year, your 5,000 soldiers were trapped in Jueching. Do you really think reinforcements never arrived? Haha, the emperor never sent any reinforcements. No, actually he did, but the only reinforcement sent was me. As Nianlan spoke, she moved menacingly close behind Nianyu, as if for emphasis. She couldn't help but feel smug, thinking a drug as powerful as broken heart, yet you wouldn't use it. How could the emperor be willing to let it go? The moment she heard these words, Nianyu finally understood and immediately exclaimed, it was you who made my 5,000 soldiers use broken heart. Broken heart is a drug I accidentally developed. For a short time, it can stimulate potential, making a person invincible. Once the drug wears off, the user's body will shrivel up and they will die from complete exhaustion. Broken heart. It consumes a person's life force. But that year in the laboratory, she had clearly expressed her apprehension and suggested to Zhao Yan, the current emperor, and I must destroy this drug. It's a terrifying substance. It shouldn't exist. Zhao Yan had then immediately pulled her into an embrace, unable to contain his joy and excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, that's wonderful. In truth, at that time, she had no idea that hidden behind that warm embrace was the demonic face of the Dog Emperor. Although he verbally supported all her decisions, deep down, he was secretly overjoyed and excited, because this was a miracle drug that could help him achieve his goals. Returning to the present, Nian Ilan continuously twisted the knife in her wound. The general's 5,000 soldiers killed 100,000 enemy troops. You should thank me. If it weren't for me, how could you have turned the Battle of Jueching into a legend? It's a pity that battle cost you your legs. The Qiyu god of war who lost her legs has long been a discarded chess piece to the emperor. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? She then spoke as she slowly walked over, grabbed her hair, yanked it hard, and continued her psychological attack. At 15, I knew this face of yours would become a threat to me. In this world, there can absolutely be no one more beautiful than me. So, when you were in a coma, I personally carved this scar on your face. The Emperor and I are about to be married. Now I can make you disappear forever. As a result, as soon as she finished speaking, Nianyu forcefully slapped her filthy hand away. Then, while cursing, she downed a cup of poison wine in one go. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. And in those final moments of her life, images of the past flashed before Nianyu's eyes. On their wedding day, Zhao Yan had clearly sworn while drinking the ceremonial wine, in this life, I will not fail you. Then at the Battle of Jueching, standing on the tall, majestic city wall, soldiers, this general will live and die with all of you. Kill. And so, after reminiscing about the past, Nianyu threw the poison cup to the ground and screamed in despair. Even if I die, I will die by my own hand. At this moment, streams of fresh red blood began to pour from her mouth. Nian couldn't help but admire this fierce, worthy of the Qiyu god of war. This is a fitting death for you. Little sister you are, before your strength is depleted by the waning drug in the menagerie of the Western Wu Garden. Fight to the end with these beasts. As soon as the words were spoken, their subordinates immediately released several ferocious beasts to surround her. Nianyu couldn't help but feel, given the vileness of this dog couple, a silent resentment in her heart. Broken heart shatters the heart of you. With my blood, I forge a pact with the next life. Zhao Yan, Nian, if there's a next life, I, Nianyu, will drag you and this entire Qiyu world down with me, unforgiven even in death. After a long time had passed, after the curse was cast, after a long, deep sleep, the moment Nianyu slowly opened her eyes, she saw another woman in front of her, repeatedly kicking her. Kicking and shouting, "Bitch, get the hell out from me." Nianyu carefully observed her surroundings. That's Nan Gongyu's voice. This is the old layout of the Nian residence. But didn't I already die? It hurts so much. My legs, I can feel them. As Nianyu's thoughts raced, she tried to stand up on her own 2 feet. This isn't right. Am I alive again? At this moment, the middle-aged woman in front of her continued to berate her. This half-dead, half-alive look of yours is an eyesore. Suddenly, as she finished speaking, another man rushed in from the door, repeatedly pleading for help. Mother, help me. What do I do? It's on fire. The woman immediately turned to question him. What's on fire? Don't panic, son. Explain clearly first. And so that foppish young master immediately began to beg his mother. Princess Ingxue of Prince Jin's mansion. It was her, she seduced me, so I... Mother, hearing this, Nianyu slowly began to remember. So this was when the pavilion of Prince Jin's mansion burned down, and Princess Ingxue was assaulted. This was the incident in the summer of the 20th year of the Tianqi era. Have I been reborn back to the year I turned 15? At this moment, the woman seemed to remember something and continued to drive her out of the room. Are you deaf? You bastard child of a prostitute. Get out of my sight. Upon hearing this, Nianyu immediately stood up and, step by step, walked out the door. At this time, she could only see the mother and son in a fluster, reminding each other. I also knocked over the candlestick. The pavilion is on fire. But I was careless. I barely managed to escape, but Princess Ingxue is still in there. Did anyone see you? Princess Ingxue. I drugged Princess Ingxue. She probably doesn't know it was me. Having heard only this much, Nianyu stepped out of the room. In that moment, under the moonlight, a thought suddenly struck her. That's right, Sister Ingxue really didn't see who assaulted her. But Nian Cheng dropped the Nian family young master's token in the pavilion. That night, the proud Princess Ingxue of Northern Qi lost her chastity, and her face was also burned by the Great Fire. It was precisely because of that token that Prince Jin's mansion filed a complaint. Nan Gongyu will, just like before, make me take the blame. From then on, I began a long life in prison, followed by exile to the military barracks. Does it all start tomorrow? Reborn in this life, I absolutely cannot walk that path of misery again. Over here, at the pavilion where the fire was raging, the people outside were frantically urging each other to put out the fire. Meanwhile, the princess's parents were continuously crying and screaming orders to their servants. Someone, quickly save my Aunt Tuette. She's the only daughter I have. I can't let her die. Just as the Prince of Jin and his wife were at their most desperate, an announcement was suddenly heard. The Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Su Qing, has arrived on His Majesty's orders to assist. May I ask if your esteemed daughter is still trapped in the building? A tall, sturdy, and majestically imposing male figure appeared in time to rescue Princess Aunt Tuette. It turned out to be none other than the Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Su Qing. Following behind him was an entourage of guards. The Prince of Jin and his wife quickly rushed over to plead for his help. Yes, Lord Commissioner, please think of a way to save my daughter. The fire is too large. No one can get inside. As soon as he finished speaking, the commissioner immediately looked over at the burning hall when he suddenly saw a figure hastily dashing by. At that moment, he casually voiced a few words of doubt. Is that so? I'm not so sure about that. Upon hearing this, the princess consort of Jean replied in astonishment. What? Then, the commissioner immediately leaped off his horse, dashing like the wind through the flames to assess the situation inside. At that moment, inside, Princess Antuette's breath was shallow as she weakly uttered a few words. Help me. Beside her was a maid who was already dead. And at that very moment, Nienyu had skillfully moved to where she was, gasping for air to assess the situation. After thinking it over for a moment, she immediately dropped the Nien family's jade pendant beside the princess. She thought to herself, just dropping this should be enough. I have to get Princess Antuette out first. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly sensed someone was about to attack her. But with the nimble skills honed from years of combat training on the practice grounds, how could this pose a challenge for Nienyu? And the commissioner, seeing the opponent's nimble skills, couldn't help but feel suspicious. This youth actually managed to dodge a palm strike. A mine. After that, they immediately clashed for a moment. After a few moves, Nienyu was stunned as she suddenly remembered. Oh no, both her legs went soft. I forgot this is the body from before. And as it happened, she had accidentally knocked the commissioner's mask to the ground. When his face was fully revealed, Nienyu was shocked to discover that this was Su Qing, son of the great general, was a young and talented man with superior martial arts, once hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy. It was said that at the age of 13, his face was ruined in a great fire, and from then on, he used a mask to represent his identity. But it turned out it was all a lie. Why would one want to hide his face from the world? To think that such a frail youth could have such nimble skills. And over here, with his mask fallen and his identity exposed, Su Qing had no choice but to draw his sword and slowly step toward her, intending to eliminate the witness. The situation was urgent and there was no other way. Staying meant certain death. Therefore, Nienyu immediately found a way to escape. Before jumping out, she left a final instruction for her opponent. My apologies, I'll leave Princess Antuette to you. This person's killing intent is truly terrifying. After jumping, she immediately went straight out through an opening in the roof that had been burned by the fire. And down below, Su Qing silently followed the young youth's figure with his eyes, wondering to himself, I've been seen. Who on earth is this youth? Then he just so happened to see the Nien family's jade pendant that had been dropped on the ground, and then slowly bent down to pick it up. After observing it carefully for a moment, suddenly Princess Antuette, who seemed to have stopped breathing, tried to use her last bit of strength to move towards him, struggling to plead for help. Help me. He, too, not wanting to delay any longer, quickly walked over, picked her up, and ran out with her. On one early morning, the coming-of-age ceremony of Northern Qi was usually held on the 8th day of the 5th lunar month every year. On this day, young men and women turning 15 would undergo the capping ceremony of adulthood. As for the young masters and misses from noble families, they would be invited to the Sifong Pavilion on this day to be personally anointed by the emperor and empress. As for the Nien family's coming-of-age members, besides Nienyu, there was also the eldest young miss of the Nien family, Nien Elan. At this time, the streets everywhere were filled with the bustling and festive atmosphere of the coming-of-age ceremony. The young masters and misses of noble families were all excitedly welcoming this festival. And at the same time in the Nien residence, for the eldest young miss, look, this is Xingyun's silk. There are only 3 pieces in the entire city. The old madam told the embroideress to work hard to make it into a garment within a month. This is the ruby personally bestowed by the emperor upon our cousin. Our cousin drew the design himself, then had someone make it into this pair of orchid earrings. Today, at the coming-of-age ceremony, the eldest young miss will surely be the most beautiful. The maid beside her kept speaking flattering words to Nien Elan, trying to please her as she looked at herself in the mirror in a jade-green garment with bright and radiant makeup. Her head was also full of precious jewelry. Then, she stared at herself in the mirror for a moment before turning to ask her personal maid, "Where's mother? Why isn't she here yet?" At this point, the maid politely informed her, "The madam left early this morning. It seems she had business at the Nangong residence." Suddenly hearing the words, Nangong residence, a hint of suspicion arose in Nien Elan's heart. Nangong residence? Today is the coming-of-age ceremony. Mother is supposed to go to the Sifong Pavilion with me. What is she doing at the Nangong residence? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a bit angry, but had to let it go. Then she continued to order her maid, "Fang He, quickly take this and come with me to the servants' quarters." At this, the maid Fang He felt puzzled and immediately asked her a few questions. "The servants' quarters? The master had someone prepare these clothes for you. Young miss, you want to..." Before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off by Nien Elan's harsh warning. "Today is the coming-of-age ceremony. As an older sister, I must prepare things on behalf of my younger sister." These 2 words, prepare, sounded very suspicious coming from her mouth. And sure enough, just a few minutes later, while Nienyu was lying on the bed with her arm over her forehead, constantly thinking things over, it was so hard to be reborn. If I don't avenge my past life, life. I, Nianyu, swear I am not human. My body is weak now. My martial arts can't be used well. I must quickly restore my martial arts skills. Just as she was thinking this, Nian Ilan immediately barged right in to cause trouble for her. As soon as she called out Sister Yurik a few times, Nianyu was instantly on high alert, jumping out of bed and lunging towards her, holding a shard of glass to her neck threateningly, which scared her sister out of her wits. Sweat poured down like a stream as she continuously explained, "Sister, where are you? What's wrong with you?" "It's me, Ilan." The more Nianyu heard this name, the more disgusted she felt. Nian Ilan? This name made all the memories of her past life quickly resurface in her mind. It was when she forced her to her death. Therefore, this glass shard moved closer and closer to her skin. And this scene was witnessed by her maid, Fang He. Fang He quickly screamed, "How audacious, Nianyu! You're crazy! How dare you harm the eldest young miss? The madam will definitely skin you alive." At this, Nianyu had to temporarily take a step back, quickly retracting her weapon and then casually explaining, "Older sister, I'm sorry. I just had a nightmare." "What are you doing here?" Nian Ilan immediately put on a show of false sympathy, stating her purpose for coming. "Today is the coming-of-age ceremony. I came to bring you your attire." In fact, in her heart, she already felt extremely disgusted with Nianyu. Is this Nianyu secretly practicing martial arts? I have to tell Mother. Then she continued to play the part of a good person, advising her younger sister. "Although you always dress like a boy, you're a girl after all. Don't worry, I will definitely persuade Father and Mother to find a way for you to return to being a woman." But these hypocritical words made Nianyu even more disgusted, and she couldn't help but feel nauseous, telling herself, "Such a good older sister. If I hadn't been reborn, I probably would have believed you." So she immediately spoke up in response to her sister. "There's no need. It's rare for older sister to give me such fine clothes. I will definitely store them carefully." But this refusal made Nian Ilan feel disappointed, as if she'd been struck, and she questioned her that you're not going to wear them. Nianyu, of course, couldn't possibly not have anticipated her trick, so she quickly took the set of clothes and nodded in agreement. In truth, she wanted to see what she was plotting. Wear them? Of course I'll wear them, but not now. Older sister, let's go quickly. I heard His Highness Prince Mu has returned to the capital. He might even attend this year's coming-of-age ceremony. We can't be late. As she spoke, she continuously pulled her sister's hand and started to run. As soon as Nian Ilan heard the 4 words, His Highness Prince Mu, she couldn't help but start having fanciful daydreams. Prince Mu, if he's there, will he like my dress and makeup? It turned out she had long been infatuated with His Highness Prince Mu. A while later at the Sifang Pavilion, the 2 sisters finally appeared. In the moment the eldest young Miss Nian Ilan stepped out of the carriage, there were continuous shouts of praise and admiration. "Look, that's the #1 beauty, Nian Ilan. With a daughter like that in the Nian family, I'm afraid the line of suitors will be long in the future." So what? The Nian family has Nian Ilan, but they also have Nianyu. That's right. 3 years ago, he raped a poor family's daughter. The year before, he burned down the granary of the rice merchant in the west of the city. And last year, he even broke someone's leg. Let's not even mention it. He does countless bad things on a daily basis. A bad person like Nian, you should be beaten to death. Why is he still here defiling the sanctity of the Sifang Pavilion? That's right. They're from the same family. How can the young master and young miss be so different? And of course, Nianyu heard all of this gossip and slander. So, this great older sister, Nian Ilan, pretended to show deep sisterly affection, gently taking her hand to comfort and encourage her in front of everyone. "Sister Yue, don't be sad. I know you didn't do any of those things." Hearing her hypocritical words, Nianyu felt in her heart that she had to become even stronger and tougher to be able to protect herself. She told herself, "That's right, I didn't do any of those things. Since the day I was born, I have always taken the blame for others. In my past life, I was powerless to resist, but in this life..." Thinking of this, Nianyu didn't hesitate to put on a play with her. She quickly took her sister's hand and nodded reassuringly. "It's all right, older sister." Before the sentence could be finished, the good show was ruined by Prince Mu, Zhao Yi. He walked in, flicking the hem of his robe and waving a fan, continuously exclaiming at the lively atmosphere in this 4 Directions Inn. "You all are certainly having a lively chat." And so, upon seeing the figure of His Highness Prince Mu, the entire Nian family immediately bowed in unison to salute him. "We pay our respects to your Highness, Prince Mu." Only then did he give a satisfied command, "All of you, rise. Today is your big day. No need to mind this prince." This prince was just bored and decided to take a random stroll. Then, the moment he passed by where the 2 Nian sisters were standing, Zhao, he suddenly stopped in front of them to ask a few questions. And this action made Nian Ilan blush with shyness. "Are you the Nianyu they were talking about?" Nianyu immediately nodded in confirmation. "Reporting to your Highness, Prince Mu, that is indeed I." After hearing this, Zhao, he suddenly fell into contemplative thought for a moment. It seemed he was recalling some memory in his mind, and then muttered to himself, Is it him? It seems a lot has happened in the capital during the 4 years I've been away. Then, he immediately showed his enthusiasm, running over to put an arm around her shoulder and chatting animatedly, as if they were two men. Look at this small body of yours. You haven't even fully grown, yet you can already rape a young lady. This prince finds it hard to believe. This sudden, intimate action made Nianyu unable to adjust, and she immediately showed her discomfort, repeatedly reminding him, Your Highness, Your Highness. And this situation was even more unacceptable to Nian, her face clearly showing her displeasure. She wondered to herself, what on earth is going on? Why is His Highness Prince Mu so close to Nian? You like that? Suddenly, at this moment, the four directions and became even more lively with the appearance of Privy Council envoy Su Qing, whom Nianyu had just encountered during the previous fire. As soon as Zhao Yi saw him, he immediately called out excitedly, Hey, Ziran, can you believe it? It turns out Ziran is Su Qing's real name. Hearing this, Su Qing immediately took the jade pendant he had picked up at the fire and held in his hand, intentionally letting Nianyu see it. While holding up the jade pendant, he replied to Prince Mu, One cannot judge a person by their appearance. In the moment Nianyu saw this jade pendant, she couldn't help but freeze, feeling uneasy and telling herself, That's the jade pendant I left at Prince Jin's manor last night. How did it end up in his hands? Could it be? At this moment, Su Qing's expression seemed to be telling her, Don't speak carelessly. Of course, someone as smart as Nianyu understood his intention at a glance. Su Qing is warning me not to speak carelessly about what I saw last night. After a moment of probing each other's intentions, Su Qing could also confirm that this jade pendant seemed very important to that young man. As for His Highness Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at this moment and casually complain a bit. After not being back for a few years, Ziran's privileges have really grown. This prince doesn't even dare to ride a horse inside. Everyone says Imperial Father loves this prince the most, but I think the one Imperial Father dotes on the most is Ziran. This prince has been carrying an empty title. As soon as the words were out, Privy Council envoy Su Qing quickly walked over and gave him a rap on the head with a reminder, Stop looking for trouble. Prince Mu, having been rapped on the head, couldn't help but yell in annoyance, Hey, that hurts. As for Nianyu, she couldn't help but find his earlier words ridiculous. Doted on? The son of the great general. At such a young age, the emperor handed over the Privy Council for him to manage. All military secrets were concentrated in his hands. In her previous life, the emperor even broke protocol to make him a prince. Unfortunately, the night before his investiture, on his way back to the capital from the southern border, Su Qing was ambushed and killed. The exceptionally talented young man died young, becoming just a grave mound, and accidentally catching her gaze fixed on him. Su Qing couldn't help but feel puzzled and wonder, Is this young man pitying me? How interesting. After this thought, he immediately turned and left without a word, causing Zhao Yi to complain in annoyance. This kid just left without a word. Nianyu, tell me, is this prince pathetic or not? As a result, as soon as he finished speaking and turned his head to look, Nianyu is also gone, leaving only Nian, her eyes filled with infatuation, continuously following him closely. This gave Prince Mu a terrified startle. After a while, Nianyu was busy scheming. She moved through the crowd of handsome young men and beautiful women, constantly calculating in her mind. The jade pendant I dropped last night is now in Su Qing's hands. I don't know what his intentions are, but today's plan cannot have any mishaps. If I remember correctly, the time is about right. Sure enough, just as she thought of this detail, a piercing scream came from the lakeside. Help! Everything was going according to her calculations. At this moment, the servants attending to the royal family were frantically crying for help. Someone, the eldest princess has fallen into the water. Our princess had such a difficult time getting pregnant. Someone. As a result, in just a few short seconds, Nianyu quickly dove straight into the lake, plunging into the cold water to save the person. The eldest princess was nearly in despair, only able to pray in her heart, Save me, save my child. The moment she was about to close her eyes and give up hope, she vaguely saw the figure of Nianyu rushing towards her, reaching out an arm to grab her hand. Therefore, although she couldn't speak, in her heart, the eldest princess was incredibly grateful, feeling endless appreciation. After successfully saving her, the eldest princess was finally temporarily out of danger. The imperial physician sitting beside her, after taking her pulse, quickly announced the good news to the royal family. Your Highness, the fetus is fine. Thankfully, she was rescued in time. Although the summer water is not too cold, the fetus cannot withstand the cold air entering the body. This subject will prescribe a pregnancy-stabilizing medicine for your Highness to take, and she will be fine. The eldest princess then slowly sat up, recalling the situation conception. Thankfully, we had this young man. This princess is already over 40 years old. Being able to get pregnant is truly not easy. If not for him. Speaking to this point, she turned to ask Nienyu, "You saved this princess and my child. Tell me, what reward do you desire?" As a result, just as the eldest princess finished asking, Nienyu immediately summoned all her courage to mention the death exemption token. Northern Shi has a one-of-a-kind pardon token. A single token can grant exemption from any capital crime. Only after it is used is it reclaimed by the emperor to be granted to the next person. And the late emperor once gave this pardon token to the eldest princess. As she spoke, she knelt to the ground and boldly requested. Nienyu brazenly asked the eldest princess to grant Nienyu this pardon token. This request, made in front of the imperial physician and the royal serving maids, was truly something no one could have expected. As a result, as soon as the words were spoken, the eldest princess, extremely surprised, questioned Nienyu, "You are truly audacious. Do you know what that pardon token means to this princess? It is not just a token. It was a dowry gift from the late emperor to this princess, and it is the only thing this princess has to remember my imperial brother. The child in this princess's womb is also one of a kind." As soon as she finished speaking, Nienyu, her body completely soaked, quickly clasped her hands in a salute and replied to the eldest princess. The kind and benevolent late emperor, if his spirit is watching from the heavens, would not blame the eldest princess. To be able to say such words showed that Nienyu's nerve was not small, and just then, seeing her completely soaked and shivering uncontrollably body, the eldest princess was finally moved. Therefore, she agreed to take the death exemption token from her sleeve and grant it to her, not forgetting to express her thanks. "You saved the lives of this princess and my child. This princess keeps her word. This pardon token is granted to you." After achieving her goal, Nienyu immediately bowed her head to thank the eldest princess. Many thanks to the eldest princess for the reward. Then, the eldest princess, feeling pity, quickly instructed Nienyu, "Although it is summer, the cold can still seep into your body. You should quickly change out of those soaked clothes. Chitao, go find a suitable set of clothes for young master." Nienyu then immediately declined the eldest princess's offer. "Thank you for the eldest princess's kind intentions." Nienyu is close. "Could I trouble sister Chitao to go to the Nien family's carriage and bring my bundle over?" Nienyu had also prepared a set of clothes for herself. It seemed this was not just a simple refusal, but that Nienyu had already planned something in mind. At this very moment in the imperial palace, Prince and Princess Consort Jean were repeatedly kowtowing and pleading for justice for their daughter, Princess Yingxue. "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for Yingxue. My dear daughter's chastity was defiled by someone from the Nian family." That Nian Sheng even set fire to the pavilion. Although Yingxue's life was saved, her face was ruined. How can Yingxue continue to live like this? As a result, just as Princess Consort Jean finished her trembling plea, the Nian mother and son flatly denied the accusation. "Princess Consort Jean, you keep saying my son Nian Cheng did it. Do you have any proof?" These words completely enraged Prince Jean. He immediately threw a golden jade pendant engraved with the character Nian on the ground before His Majesty to expose the crime. "Proof? This was found in Yingxue's room, and you still say it's not proof?" Lady Nian was still being stubborn at this point, continuously retorting. "Prince Jean, you can't take advantage of my husband's absence from the capital to bully my son and me. My son's pendant is right here on his person. How could that pendant of yours be my son's?" As soon as she finished speaking, as prearranged, her son Yin Cheng quickly took out a fake jade pendant in an attempt to escape guilt, reporting to Your Majesty, "This humble subject's pendant has always been with me." And so, upon seeing this pendant, Prince Jean couldn't help but be enraged. He quickly took it to observe it closely, unable to accept the truth and repeatedly shaking his head. "Impossible. How can this be?" However, the situation before him left him devastated. Seeing the situation turning to her advantage, Lady Yin quickly resorted to crying and acting weak, continuously pleading her case. "Prince Jean, my son injured his leg in a fall as a child and has always had difficulty walking. How could he have set a fire and then escape? Besides, in our Nian family, it's not just my son who has a pendant." Meanwhile, the Prince of Jean, clutching the jade pendant in his hand, couldn't help but demand in a low, furious voice, "If this pendant doesn't belong to Nian Sheng, then does it belong to the other young master of the Nian family?" Nienyu. Suddenly, Su Qing, who had been observing from a corner, immediately recalled the situation from that day. It was Nienyu who had tossed a sentence at him. "Sorry, Princess Yingxue is in your hands now." Privy Councilor Su Qing thought carefully for a moment before concluding, if he was the one who set the fire, then Princess Yingxue should have died in the sea of flames. Meanwhile, Lady Nian was kowtowing repeatedly, crying and acting frail to protect her son. "Your Majesty, Nienyu is a boy in our family who lost his mother at a young age. The master, pitying him for being motherless, spoiled him with a bit too much affection. If he has done these things, it is all because I have failed in my teachings." As a result, the emperor believed her lamentations. He immediately ordered the eunuch beside him. Someone summon Yin at once. Yes, at that very moment, Su Qing spoke up, interrupting the argument for a moment. Your Majesty, your subject has a piece of evidence here. As he spoke, he slowly took out of his sleeve pocket a certain something. This caused the Yin mother and son to become visibly agitated. Their hearts pounded with anxiety. How can there be evidence? Su Qing then presented the jade green pendant in his hand and explained, I found this last night in the burnt pavilion. Found. As soon as he finished speaking, the Empress, sitting beside them, started in surprise. She suddenly remembered something and chimed in, I remember this. This jade pendant was a 100-day gift from our mansion of Prince-Da to the Nyin family's eldest son, Nyin Sheng, the year the Nyin family had their son. Now everything is clear. The Empress's words added more certainty to the matter. Upon hearing this, Nyin Sheng immediately froze, breaking out in a cold sweat as he pleaded, No, it wasn't me. However, his resistance at this moment was futile. He was immediately pressured to confess. Nyin Sheng, confess your crime to His Majesty at once. The Empress. As for his mother, Lady Nyin, even with 100 mouths, she could no longer defend her son. She could only whisper resentfully under her breath, You couldn't even take care of such a precious item, letting some lowly wretch steal it. Hearing his mother's words, Nyin Sheng seemed to find a final glimmer of hope. He feigned a sudden recollection and spoke up to clear his name. Right, my jade pendant was stolen by Nyenyu. It was Nyenyu, your Majesty. Nyenyu has always had a habit of stealing. As soon as he finished, His Highness Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, who happened to be present, chimed in for fun, still with that elegant and suave demeanor, waving his fan. Zhao Yi casually added a few words. So, in the end, it's still Nyenyu's fault. Who knows if the eldest young Master Nyen's jade pendant was really stolen or not? Hearing this, Lady Nyen was rendered speechless and could not refute him, able only to endure in silence. And within just a few short minutes, Nyenyu was quickly summoned. Upon entering the grand hall, everyone present was stunned to see Nyenyu appear in the guise of a woman, dressed in a graceful and lovely purple garment. With long, silky hair like a clear stream, she left both Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, and Privy Councillor Su Qing staring in astonishment for a few seconds. After approaching the Emperor and Empress, Nyenyu quickly bowed in greeting. Nyenyu pays respects to your Majesty, and to Her Majesty the Empress. The Emperor, seeing her, was utterly astonished and asked again to be sure, You are Nyenyu? She immediately dropped to her knees and quickly confessed her guilt that I, Nyenyu, am guilty. I have been stubborn since childhood and often wore men's clothing, which is why everyone thought Nyenyu was a man. Today is my coming of age ceremony, and knowing I could no longer deceive your Majesty, I changed into women's attire to come and apologize to you. As a result, no sooner had she confessed than the Emperor, startled and furious, berated her, a woman, and we knew nothing of it. How dare a subject of ours be so bold? At this, Lady Nyen quickly went along with the situation, kowtowing and admitting, Your Majesty, my husband and I also did not know about this. When Nyenyu was born, her birth mother said she was a boy, and we never suspected a thing. We believe Nyenyu's birth mother deceived us, wanting to use her child to gain wealth and status. Nyenyu then also quickly put on a frail appearance to win the Emperor's trust. She frowned slightly, looking aggrieved as she admitted her fault. My stepmother and father truly did not know. I ask for your Majesty's clear judgment. It is all Nyenyu's fault alone. Upon hearing this, the Emperor became even more enraged and immediately shouted, Humph, your fault alone? Do you know you have committed the crime of deceiving the monarch? Even if it is your fault alone, we could still exterminate 9 generations of your family. Nyenyu immediately knelt down once more, took out an item, and continued, Your Majesty, I have this item and ask your Majesty to look at it. The moment the Emperor saw the immunity token in her hand, he became astonished and demanded, How did an immunity token end up in her hands? Hearing this, Lady Nyen and her son quickly chimed in to sling mud at Nyenyu. Impossible. She must have stolen it. That's right. She definitely stole it. Suddenly, just as the argument in the hall was raging, the eldest princess appeared at the perfect moment to rescue Nyenyu. The eldest princess was dressed in a noble black and gold robe. As she entered, she spoke out in defense. Who says she stole it? This princess gave it to you. Upon seeing the eldest princess enter the grand hall, the Emperor immediately stood up, showing concerned care as he reminded her, Imperial sister, you are with child and should not be walking around freely. Someone, bring a seat. The eldest princess thus followed the order and sat down. Then she continued to coordinate with Nyenyu to finish acting out this play. Don't be afraid. Quickly tell the Emperor who you want to use this immunity token for. And at that very moment, the Nyen mother and son, Lady Nyen and Nyen Cheng, were already so terrified they were trembling and could barely stand. Trembling Kneeling, they paid their respects, greetings to the eldest princess, while their minds raced in panic, scheming how to deal with this. The immunity token was a gift from the eldest princess. The eldest princess has always lived alone. When did Nianyu win her favor? Moreover, the eldest princess and the emperor share a deep sibling bond. With the eldest princess speaking up for Nianyu, this is a huge problem. But right then, not giving the mother and son a chance to recover, Nianyu herself took the initiative to speak and accept the blame first, reporting to your majesty. Nianyu knows she has made a great mistake. If the Nian family is implicated because of this, Nian, you could not escape guilt even in death. Therefore, with this token, I beg your majesty to pardon the Nian family for the crime of deceiving the monarch. As a result, upon hearing this, the emperor immediately sighed and shook his head, uttering a few words, "Let it go, let it go." Then, he made a decision in front of everyone. Since you have brought the immunity token here, we will not pursue this crime of deceiving the monarch any further. As soon as he finished speaking, Nianyu quickly and profusely expressed her gratitude for the special favor. "Thank you, your majesty." At this moment, His Highness Prince Mu Zhao Yi, who had been silently observing until now, suddenly chimed in with a few amusing remarks. Interesting, truly interesting. I heard that the young master of the Nian family also violated a maiden. What a grand rumor. How could a woman violate another's chastity? How could she defile Princess Xinxue? These mocking words were clearly aimed at the family's eldest young master, Nian Cheng, the one who was always hiding and evading responsibility. As soon as he said that, the princess consort of Jin became furious, stood up, and bluntly accused the Nian family's eldest young master, Nian Cheng. It was Nian Cheng. Nian, you got some nerve. It was clearly your son who committed the crime, yet you framed someone else. Nianyu is a woman. How could she do that to Xinxue? It's absurd. Having reached this point, they obviously had no way to deny it anymore. In desperation, Lady Nian still tried to use her feeble strength to justify her son's crime. There must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps that token and the jade pendant were both stolen by someone else. The emperor could not bear to listen any longer and immediately questioned the mother and son. The evidence is clear, and you still dare to deny it. And at the moment she heard the words jade pendant mentioned, a suspicion arose in Nianyu's heart, and she wondered, could it be that Su Qing presented the jade pendant? Is he helping me? At the moment, she turned her head to look at the privy counselor. Su Qing, it was as if only the two of them existed in the Grand Hall. And Su Qing seemed to give her a secret, sweet, and gentle smile. Returning to the story, after all the evidence was exposed, the princess consort of Jin, as if a thorn had been removed from her side, repeatedly kowtowed and begged the emperor, "Your Majesty, the matter is already clear. It was Nian Cheng who harmed Xinxue. I implore your Majesty to punish Nian Cheng and bring justice for Xinxue." Meanwhile, over here, the mischievous Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, immediately turned to call out softly to Nian Cheng and teased him in a mocking tone, hey, you're dead meat now. As a result, upon hearing this, Nian Cheng's face darkened, and he began to scream frantically, denying his guilt, even trying to run out of the Grand Hall while shouting, "Oh no, don't kill me. I don't want to die." This scene made the emperor even more thunderously furious, and he immediately ordered the guards beside him, guilty of wrongdoing and now trying to escape. Someone seize Nian Cheng and throw him in prison. Investigate this matter thoroughly, and a decision will be made later. Nian Cheng was, of course, caught and screamed frantically in desperation. Let me go, let me go. Mother, save me, mother, save me. Of course, even 10 Lady Nians could not wash away the sins of this degenerate. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as her son was dragged off to prison, muttering, "Cho, my son." But in her heart, a hatred had already risen, and she silently cursed Nianyu. And Nianyu, of course, would no longer let Lady Nian oppress her as she had in the past. Her eyes blazed with killing intent, as if to affirm to all of them, in my past life, I was a puppet in your hands, stepping into the traps you painstakingly laid, one by one. I was the one who went to prison, while you were the one who beat the drums and gongs, turning truth into lies. Did you think I couldn't see the vicious face you hid? In this life, the wicked will surely face retribution. Thus, this moment could be considered one part of the revenge for the hidden enmity in Nianyu's heart. The eldest princess immediately clapped her hands a few times and made a decision. All right, let's put this matter to rest. While everyone is still here, I have an announcement to make. The eldest princess slowly walked over to help Nianyu up as she explained, earlier, I was drowning. It was you who, disregarding the danger to her own life, saved me and the unborn child in my womb. This is a great fated connection, and I have decided to adopt Nianyu as my goddaughter. This was a situation that even she herself had never expected. Meanwhile, that wicked, vile Lady Nien wore a look of disbelief, questioning inwardly. The eldest princess wants to adopt her as a goddaughter? How can this possibly be true? At this very same moment, both royal princes, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, and the commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Su Qing, simultaneously found this matter to be quite interesting. When the imperial family adopts a godson or goddaughter, they must be entered into the imperial household registry, making them considered semi-royalty. For the eldest princess to do this, it seems she intends to take Nianyu under her wing. Even Nianyu herself was stunned, frozen for a few seconds before she remembered that she had to express her gratitude to the other party. Thus, she quickly bowed in salute. "Thank you, eldest princess, for your favor." The emperor, feeling that everything was settled, immediately commanded them, "Today's matters are concluded, and we are tired. All of you may withdraw." Yes. Then, the moment the emperor, empress, and eldest princess had all departed first, only 3 people remained in the great hall, Nianyu and the 2 princes. As she brushed past Su Qing, Nianyu softly uttered 2 words to him, "Thank you." But perhaps she didn't know that this simple phrase had caused him to smile secretly. A truly warm smile, after which he left immediately. The events of the day made Nianyu feel even more heartwarmed. Her troubles were resolved, and she had also gained the eldest princess's deep affection. The days ahead would alter her fate. This rebirth, it seemed, now held some hope. That afternoon, as dusk began to fall, inside the emperor's great hall, he was playing chess with the eldest princess while reflecting on the matters that had occurred that day. The emperor constantly furrowed his brow and sighed. The Nien family's affair is truly troublesome. Prince Jin is of the imperial clan. The Nangong family's power is also not insignificant. A single action has many repercussions. This Nien Sheng is difficult to deal with. As soon as he finished, the eldest princess immediately offered a suggestion. Since those 2 have already engaged in a marital affair, why don't you, imperial brother, take charge and decree a marriage between the 2 families? Nien Sheng was supposed to suffer, but a marriage decree could save his life. Princess Anthuyet's face is ruined, and she has lost her chastity. It will be difficult for her to ever marry. Just let Nien Sheng take responsibility. Sure enough, these concise and direct words hit the very core of what the emperor was contemplating. Thus, he immediately nodded in agreement and made his decision. A marriage between the 2 families is indeed a perfect solution for both sides. This way, we can turn conflict into silk. Let me decided so. Over at the Nien residence, the moment Nien you stepped into the estate, as usual, the household servants surprisingly adopted a completely different attitude. They bowed respectfully one after another. "Greetings, Second Mississippi." This servant greets the Second Mississippi. This made Nianyu feel all the more nauseated. In her eyes, these people were all demons and monsters. These servants used to ignore me on sight. Now that I've been adopted as the eldest princess's goddaughter, everyone wants to bask in my glory. Suddenly, while she was lost in thought, Nien Alan appeared from nowhere, affectionately calling her little sister, then asked with concern, "You're back? Little sister, have you restored your identity as a woman now?" Although on the surface Nien Alan was all affection and warm greetings, in reality, she was secretly feeling annoyed. This wench actually has some looks when dressed in women's clothes. And just as she finished speaking, Nianyu, no longer as submissive as before, immediately shot back with a sarcastic taunt. "My dear older sister, didn't you say you wanted to help me reclaim my female identity? What's the matter? Are you afraid I'll steal your fame?" Hit right on the mark, Nien Alan immediately became flustered and repeatedly denied it. How? How could that be? "Little sister, you do like to joke. Of course, I'm happy. I just wanted to say." At this point, she suddenly changed her expression, smiling brightly as she praised her. "This outfit will surely look very beautiful on you, little sister." Upon hearing this, Nianyu immediately put her guard up, silently observing to see what they were up to. Shui Wenhu, her 3rd aunt, chimed in, "Yuer is still more beautiful in women's clothes. This face, you look so much like your mother." At these words, Nianyu was immediately startled and hurriedly scrutinized her. "3rd aunt, you've met Yuer's mother? This didn't seem right. As far as I can remember, I only know that my mother passed away not long after I was born. Anything about my mother has always been a taboo topic. How could she have met her?" However, Shui Wenhu was very firm and insisted, "Of course I have. When I entered the residence that year, your mother was still here." Suddenly, before she could finish, a harsh voice abruptly came from behind Nianyu. It was Lady Nien. She even raised her hand, intending to slap her a few times to vent her anger, but Nianyu, who was already on high alert, thwarted this insane act. Her mouth spewed vile curses about the events in the Great Hall that day. "You bitch. You bitch. You harmed my Chang'er and sent him to prison, and you still dare to defy me." Suddenly, she startled, a thought striking her. Did this wench have such strength and guts before? At that, Nianyu showed no more mercy, immediately firing back a provocation. "Why don't you think of a way to save your precious son?" And sure enough, just as she finished speaking, A voice from outside the residence gate announced the arrival of an imperial edict. Lady Nian, upon hearing imperial edict, immediately became suspicious. An imperial edict? Could it be related to Cheng? Thus, she immediately ran out to receive it, waiting to hear news about her son. On the other hand, third aunt remained evasive about her mother's matter. Before leaving, she just threw out a sentence. The lotuses at Xingfang Courtyard have bloomed. If Yue has time, you can go and admire them. Hearing this, Nianyu of course realized there was something hidden within is third and inviting me. She must know something about my mother, Nangongyu. My current situation is likely also related to my mother. Returning to the present, the entire family dared not delay and immediately ran to the gate to receive the imperial edict. The Nian family received the edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the house of Prince Jin and the Nian residents are of equal standing. Young master Nian Cheng and Princess Anthuyet are a talented man and a beautiful woman. We bestow upon these two a joyous union. A date shall be chosen for the wedding. Thus we command. Lady Nian, upon hearing this, saw a small glimmer of hope and immediately, eagerly questioned the eunuch. So, when will my Chenger be released? Of course, she understood in her heart that while the emperor's decree of marriage meant the grudge with the house of Prince Jin would be difficult to resolve, it would at least save Chenger's life. The eunuch, while handing the edict to her, kindly explained, "Congratulations, Lady Nian. The emperor has ordered that on the wedding day of young master Nian Cheng and Princess Anthuyet, he will certainly be released from prison." And so she immediately hugged Nian Alon, crying with relief, "He's saved. My Chenger is saved." As for Nianyu, she suddenly thought, the emperor's marriage decree, while a rare and perfect solution for both sides, I just wonder if the house of Prince Jin will be able to swallow this insult. The result was not unexpected. That very night, a huge uproar truly erupted at the house of Prince Jin. Prince Jin was in a constant, mad rage, screaming and cursing. The Nian family's son shamed my daughter's innocence, and now she has to enter their household. This is bullying beyond measure. My lord, please calm down. Bullying beyond measure. I will go see the emperor and risk this old life of mine. I am determined not to let Anthuyet marry that animal. Your Highness, please reconsider. Defying an edict is a capital crime that will cost you your head. Perhaps they did not expect that the imperial edict arriving today would drive Princess Anthuyet to complete despair and thoughts of suicide. She hung a white sash, her frail and weak body covered in burns, slowly stepped onto a stool and gradually embraced death. Her despair had reached its peak, and my chastity was shamed. My face was ruined, and now I've even dragged the entire prince's residence into this humiliation. To me, this world is a hell. It would be better to just die. As a result, just as the princess was on the verge of death, a dart suddenly shot through the window, slicing through the hanging rope and causing Princess Anthuyet to fall from a height, still unable to die. And just as she lay on the ground in pain, trying to sit up, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared before her, admonishing her, dying just like that? Wouldn't that be betraying the life-saving grace of Lord Su Qing? Death is indeed a relief, but if you die, you will be defying an edict and the prince's residence will be implicated. The emperor, concerned about the Nangong family's power, will ensure Nian Cheng remains unharmed. In the end, you will still be the one sacrificed. These words seemed to clear the princess's mind to some extent. She suddenly thought, it was him, Lord Su Qing, who saved my life. Thus, she immediately spoke up and began to question the mysterious figure. Who are you? However, the figure left immediately before revealing their identity. Before departing, they did not forget to leave her with a few words. Only by living on is there hope for revenge, a chance to make the person who harmed you live a life worse than death. Choose to kill yourself because of this injustice, or endure the humiliation to seek revenge. You must choose for yourself. Having said that, the shadow shot straight out the window, passing through the branches and vanished. The princess immediately leaned out the window to survey the scene. Suddenly, she felt that those words were not without reason. This person is right. I will live on. I want Nian Cheng and the Nian family to pay the price. She trembled with indignation as she thought, if I die so easily, the wicked will never be aware of their crimes. After successfully saving Princess Anthuyet's life, Nianyu was on her way back when a dart suddenly flew from nowhere, embedding itself in a brick right in front of her. However, Nianyu's expression did not show the slightest bit of fear. The commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Su Qing, immediately appeared, exposing her, Second Miss Nian, unafraid of death, with eyes as cold as frost. You're truly not simple. Su Qing appeared in a striking red robe, a mask covering half his face, which only added to his extraordinary aura. Nianyu, however, was exceedingly calm. She casually pulled the dart from the wall and replied with a serious expression, Lord Commissioner, to what do I owe the pleasure of you waiting for me so late at night? Upon hearing this, Su Kuyan immediately let out a laugh and continued to expose her plan. Using Grand Princess Qinghe's pardon token, restoring her female identity, and escaping Wu An's frame-up, Second Miss Nian is truly unpredictable. Nianyu returned the dagger to him while smiling and nodding. In return, she said, Lord Privy Council Envoy, there's no need to beat around the bush. During the fire that night, your mask fell, but Nianyu saw nothing, just as the Lord Privy Council Envoy saw nothing of Nianyu. As it turned out, Su Kuyan was still unwilling to let her go. He immediately feigned suspicion and questioned, but no one has ever known this secret. How can you tell me to be at ease? Therefore, he immediately and slowly drew the sword at his side, wanting to intimidate her a little. He believed that only the dead could keep a secret forever. Who would have thought that second Miss Nian was not only unafraid, but also stepped closer and closer to the tip of the sword, not forgetting to provoke him as she moved. Nianyu is merely a weak woman, so who would believe what I say? If I were to die, then what Nianyu wrote yesterday would soon be proclaimed to the world. That would not have a good impact on the Lord Privy Council Envoy. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword pointed directly at Nianyu's throat had to be withdrawn, and Su Kuyan had not expected this woman to be so audacious. He immediately walked over, gently lifted her chin, and silently observed this delicate, lovely face, then casually remarked, "Are you threatening me?" In that moment, the two of them locked eyes under the moonlight in the night sky, at a distance that could not be any closer. It could be said that they were vying for the upper hand, a game of wits between two scheming and calculating people. After a moment of silence, Nianyu immediately turned and escaped the Privy Council envoy's hold, then softly denied, Nianyu wouldn't dare. Nianyu only wants to live well. It is already very difficult for a woman like me to be on my own, and I have even less energy to worry about other people's business. But these sharp words made Su Kuyan feel even more intrigued. He let out a laugh and casually added, "As far as I know, the young master of the Yin family has never studied skills with anyone. Could your abilities be another crime of deceiving the emperor?" However, Nianyu just remained silent and did not reply. Then she left immediately, leaving Su Kuyan with a warning. "Remember, I will always be watching you." The next morning, 2 days before the wedding ceremony, the master of the Yin family, Nian Du, and old Madame Yin were busy preparing for the wedding. To prevent the old matriarch from worrying, the Yin residents did not mention Yin Cheng's crime. At this time, in the guest room of the Yin household, old Madame Yin and Nian Du, the master of the Yin residence, were present. Old Madame Yin seemed extremely happy with this marriage, continuously talking and laughing cheerfully. "I told you Chang'er is truly blessed. Princess Yingxue has such beauty and is the top lady of Shuntian Prefecture. To be allied with the imperial family by marriage, this wedding cannot be delayed any longer." But Madame Yin felt even more ashamed after hearing these words. Although she nodded in agreement on the surface. Yes, of course, that's right. She was actually feeling anxious and worried inside, telling herself, Chang'er is still in prison right now. I can't let old Madame know. On this side, as soon as old Madame Yin saw Nian Weilan politely pouring tea for her, she couldn't help but happily ask about her legitimate grandchild. "We haven't seen each other in 2 years, and Weilan has become so sharp and graceful. Some time ago, when I was in Yoguan City, I met the Empress Dowager. Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, even specifically mentioned you. From her tone, it seems she has taken a liking to you and wants to match you with His Highness, Princely." Although Nian Weilan was very pleased in her heart, on the surface, she still had to pretend to be calm, as if she didn't want to contend for these things. She hurriedly denied it. "Grandmother, Weilan still wants to be filial to you for a few more years. Weilan doesn't want to get married so early. In fact, she had long had a plan in her heart. What is Princely? He's just the son of the former emperor, an idle prince. If I, Nian Weilan, am to marry, I must marry the heir to the throne. It can only be Prince Mu." However, the old matriarch Nian probably couldn't have imagined that the legitimate grandchild she doted on had such deep thoughts. She still thought, "This girl is truly a sweet talker. Just for this filial piety of yours, I must also find you a good marriage." Upon hearing this, she immediately became overjoyed and threw herself into the other's arms, endlessly grateful. "Thank you, grandmother." However, in that moment, in a dark corner that few noticed, Nianyu couldn't help but feel nauseated by this hypocrisy. In her past life, Nian Weilan only wanted Prince Mu. Later, when Princely achieved great merits, she shamelessly wanted to get close to him. Suddenly, while lost in her wandering thoughts, Nianyu let out a small laugh that caught her grandmother's attention, who couldn't help but wonder, who is this girl? And why does her appearance look so similar? The old matriarch had long since seen that Nianyu's appearance was a spitting image of her deceased mother. Then, the second aunt, Lu Xiaorong, happened to appear to join the fun. As soon as she appeared, she immediately started talking and laughing cheerfully without thinking before she spoke. My old madam, this is Nianyu. Back then, Sister Yin." As it turned out, before she could finish her sentence, Nianju cut her off by clearing his throat with a few coughs. She immediately stopped. "Haha, look at this mouth of mine, so thoughtless. I deserve to be slapped. I deserve to be slapped." At this moment, Nianyu also felt that she could no longer hide. She immediately let out a sigh and walked step by step to stand before the old matriarch to pay her respects. Nianyu pays her respects to grandmother. But unexpectedly, as soon as she saw her, she seemed to show displeasure. She immediately turned to Nian Wailan and said, "I'm tired. Wailan, come to my room and help me massage these old bones." "Yes, grandmother." And so, the two of them, grandmother and granddaughter, left immediately, leaving Nianyu alone, not yet understanding what had just happened. And just at this moment, Nianyu suddenly flew into a rage, slammed the table, and ordered his subordinate, "Someone, bring the family discipline rod for Nianyu." It seems she is about to face another storm. Nianyu, of course, would not accept being unjustly punished and immediately spoke up to clarify the situation. "May I ask, Father, what is this about family discipline?" Nianyu immediately stood up, pointed his finger straight at her face, and scolded, "Without my permission, who allowed you to restore your female identity?" Just then, a house servant also quickly brought the family discipline rod before him, as requested. The third aunt then immediately spoke up to persuade him with a few words. "You were fell into the water to save the Grand Princess and couldn't hide her identity. Moreover, because of this, the Grand Princess not only granted a pardon, but is also preparing to adopt you as her goddaughter. Perhaps we should forego the family discipline." Who knew that Madame Yin would be even more unreasonable? She immediately let out a sneer and spoke with taunting provocation. "Is third concubine's heart aching? If it's aching so much, will third concubine take the punishment for her? That's right, you're familiar with the feeling of being beaten." As soon as third concubine heard this, she couldn't help but tremble all over, perhaps because of the bitter memory of a painful past. And so, Nianyu, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately spoke up for her with a few words. "Third aunt's child was lost because of a beating. Even if I am to be punished today, why should third aunt suffer for me? You were thanks third aunt." As it turned out, as soon as she finished speaking, Nianyu immediately grabbed the family discipline rod in his hand, preparing to strike her. "I'll beat this daughter to death." Before he could finish his sentence, Nianyu was preparing to use her swift agility and honed martial arts skills to deal with this caning. As it turned out, before she could even act, she was stopped by a man who entered from the door. That person spoke. "The Grand Princess's goddaughter cannot be beaten casually. All of you think again." Nianyu immediately questioned the other party. "You are?" He then took out the token in his hand to introduce his identity. "I am Mo Shu. His Highness, Prince Li, is outside the residence. He has sent me to invite the second Miss Nian out." It seems Nianyu's life was saved. However, she was a little surprised to see this Qilin token. At this time, Old Master Nian was still unwilling to comply. He continuously retorted, "Is His Highness so idle that he manages my family's affairs?" In fact, in his heart, he was already extremely contemptuous. The Qilin token belongs to a son of the Northern Qi imperial family, that a prince without a title will have a Qilin carved on his token. A prince who has been granted a title will have a dragon. And among the emperor's 4 sons, only the third son, Zhao Yi, was ennobled as Prince Mu. So that's why he despised and ignored the order of His Highness, Prince Li. He then immediately spoke to send the guard Mo Shu away. "Please relay to His Highness, Prince Li, my Nian family is handling a matter. Please do not disturb us." Mo Shu, at this point, did not want to say any more and immediately directly mentioned the Grand Princess to display his authority that I wouldn't dare. Prince Li is only following the Grand Princess's order to summon the second Miss Nian. Sure enough, upon hearing the esteemed name of the Grand Princess, everyone in the Nian family, from top to bottom, felt terrified. Nianju's face changed instantly. "It's the Grand Princess? We can make anyone wait, but not Grand Princess Qinghe." And so, Mo Shu immediately replied, "Thank you, Old Master Nian. Second miss, please." And everyone in the Nian family was now extremely anxious, a stark contrast to their majestic and powerful demeanor from before. They continuously urged her, "Quickly, quickly, Nianyu, what are you spacing out for? Get up and go with His Highness, Prince Li." When Nianyu saw Nianju's cheerful face, she couldn't help but find his face truly nauseating. So this was the extent of their father-daughter bond. She then directly walked step by step out of the Nian residence's door. Madame Yin felt worried and continuously turned to question her husband. "Master, this is Nianyu, she? How can we just let her go like that?" Nianju immediately scolded her with a few words. "Enough. Who do you think Princess Qinghe is? Is the person she wants to see someone that you and I can discipline? In 2 days, Chang'er will be married. If you have free time, go see your son." Hearing this, she could only obey, nodding her head and agreeing softly. As for Nianyu, after preparing to leave the Nian residence, she couldn't help but feel a sense of indignation about the meeting she was about to have. She thought to herself, "After being reborn, I've thought of countless ways we would meet. I never expected that the first meeting of this life would be under such circumstances. With your status as a prince, how could you act as a messenger? The person you want to see, is it really the second Miss Nian or the Grand Princess's goddaughter? Zhao Yin, every night when I close my eyes, it is your image, is the sight of you pronouncing my death sentence." Zhao Yin, thinking of this, this, Nianyu couldn't help but feel. Feeling a pang of pain, her hands clenched into fists. She silently cursed that bastard. You pushed her to the deepest abyss of suffering in her past life. And so, after a moment, Shu led her to Prince Li's carriage. Your Highness, the second miss is here. Prince Li was already waiting for her in the carriage. Beneath the rustling fallen leaves, his face slowly appeared, so familiar in Nianyu's eyes. He called out gently a few times, "Second Mississippi." This demeanor was exactly the same as in her past life. Every time he gently called her Ewer, he would then suddenly gesture for her to come closer to him. Nianyu, without any hesitation, immediately stepped into the wooden carriage and sat opposite him. At this moment, Prince Li also felt that her attitude seemed extremely hostile, so he couldn't help but curiously speak up directly. "You don't seem to have a good impression of me. Is there some misunderstanding between us?" Nianyu thought for a long time, with eyes full of killing intent. Then, she changed to a bright and radiant demeanor, smiling as she replied, "Your Highness Prince Li must be joking. How would Nianyu dare to misunderstand you?" In reality, her heart desperately wanted to say, "What misunderstanding? It's clearly a deep-seated hatred." And so, hearing her reply, he didn't overthink it anymore. He immediately introduced himself cheerfully. "You don't need to call me Your Highness Prince Li, just call me Zhao Yan. The royal title is merely an empty name." Upon hearing this, Nianyu immediately put on the appearance of a shy, blushing maiden, letting out a light laugh. Nianyu wouldn't dare. In reality, she couldn't help but feel nauseated, telling herself, "An empty name? To you, the royal title is of course an empty name. What Your Highness Prince Li is eyeing is the imperial throne, isn't it?" And so, after a few minutes passed, the carriage finally brought them to their destination. Shu immediately announced, "Your Highness, second miss, we have arrived. Please disembark." Nianyu stepped outside to take a look. However, this place seemed to be Sangyu Pavilion. The moment she recognized this familiar place, fragments of memories from her past life suddenly flooded back. That year, Nianyu had lived happily with him day after day. He had brought her to this place, making Nianyu endlessly curious as she kept probing. "Your Highness, what exactly do you want to give me?" "What?" Prince Li held her hand and walked for a while before suddenly stopping. He suddenly spoke up, "We're here." This made Nianyu widen her eyes in surprise, carefully observing the place. Then she continued to ask, "Isn't this Sangyu Pavilion that His Majesty the Emperor bestowed upon you?" Prince Li back then had spoken to her with gentle affection. "Although I like jade, I already have the most beautiful jade." This infatuated gaze, this warm embrace, had of course successfully moved the young Nianyu's heart. The beautiful jade of the Tsang Pavilion. "This Sangyu Pavilion is a perfect match for you." As Prince Li spoke, he gently kissed her warm, soft hands as a firm affirmation. Nianyu had, of course, placed her complete trust in this man. But returning to the present, Nianyu, having seen through the ways of the world, couldn't help but purse her lips in disgust and question him. "Your Highness Prince Li, didn't you want to go to the Grand Princess's mansion?" Seeing that she had found out, he now confessed honestly, "If I didn't say that, how could they have let you go? I am an idle prince, but I don't have the ability to get you out based on my identity alone." Nianyu now also coordinated smoothly with him to see this act through. Therefore, she slowly walked step by step in front of him, using her most seductive gaze to stare at Prince Li, while emphasizing Nianyu is just a concubine's daughter of the Nian residence, with no power or influence. Why must Your Highness go to such lengths? It was clear that the current her was extremely clear-headed, not easily deceived by his sweet words from back then. Deceived. After hearing this, Prince Li immediately replied, "It was just a convenient opportunity to help. No need to overthink it. Since we're already here, why not sit with this prince for a while?" And so, within a few minutes, the situation forced Nianyu to go inside and have tea with him. Now, in the main room, every inch of the floor, every part of the wall was very familiar to her, especially the relaxed figure of the man in front of her, which suddenly made Nianyu recall that it was always like this before. That corner was where she and he had shared their hearts and chatted in their past life. Now, she truly didn't dare to think back on it. And just then, Nianyu happened to catch sight of Prince Li's charming demeanor, along with a very light smirk. And so, she asked herself in her heart, "Are you smiling? It seems I've only understood after living 2 lives. I've seen this smile many times. When I was young and infatuated, you always smiled at me like that. Zhao Yan, I let down my guard. I trusted you. I thought that others might betray me, but you would never betray me." Thinking of this, Nianyu's eyes were soon filled with nothing but the fire of anger. Thus, she could no longer bear it. She immediately stood up and made an excuse to take her leave. It's getting late. If there is nothing else, Nianyu asked for permission to leave. As soon as Prince Li, Zhao Yan, heard this, he immediately ran over to take her hand, intending to, from beginning to end, his goal was to quickly get close and win her complete trust exactly as it happened in their past life. "It's all right. This this prince will see you out. Nianyu quickly turned her head to refuse. I wouldn't dare trouble your highness princely. Nianyu already owes you a debt of gratitude. If I were to add another one, I'm afraid, Nian, you wouldn't be able to repay it, even in death. Hearing this, Zhao Yin felt she was being too suspicious and immediately spoke softly to explain. It was just a small favor. It's not that serious. This prince only wants to be friends with you. No need to overthink it. But of course, Nianyu could see through his intentions with every word he spoke. In her heart, she naturally understood, I am just the insignificant daughter of a concubine. How could I dare to make princely expend so much effort? It seems the prestige of Grand Princess Qinghe is truly great indeed. The moment I became the Grand Princess's goddaughter, Zhao Yin could no longer hold back and has been trying to approach me repeatedly. Thinking of this made her feel a pang of pain, and she immediately turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yin persistently lingered and held her back, then suddenly presented her with a flower hairpin and expressed, this prince just made this hairpin today. As aloof as a plum blossom, it suits you very well. Indeed, with Nianyu's stunning beauty after revealing her female identity, this hairpin further enhanced her charm. It's just that, if the giver had been someone else, this gift would surely have been much more meaningful. At this thought, Nianyu suddenly remembered and quickly took off the hairpin to refuse the gift. She replied to him, Nianyu is not worthy of his highness's favor. Seeing her repeatedly refuse his gift, Zhao Yin had no choice but to bring up the recent debt of gratitude. You seem to owe me a debt of gratitude. Hurry up and put it on. However, after thinking it over, Nianyu still refused. Thus, she immediately bowed in courtesy and made an excuse to leave right away. Thank you, your highness, for helping me out of trouble today. Farewell. Afterwards, his highness princely, Zhao Yin, could only regretfully watch her figure as it gradually disappeared from Sanyu Pavilion. Then he suddenly ordered his capable right-hand man, Mo Shu, go investigate this second Miss Nian. Mo Shu dared not delay and immediately nodded in obedience before leaving at once. Understood. Meanwhile, on her way back from that dark and cold Sanyu Pavilion, Nianyu continuously cursed that hypocritical prince S.O. that I would remember his favor. Is that it? Saying this, she directly hid the hairpin in her sleeve, vowing she would never wear it on her head, not even in death. Time flew by, and in a flash, it was the day of the bridal procession at Prince Jin's mansion. At this time, the common people on the streets were all buzzing with discussion that on this grand wedding day, why hasn't Prince Jin's mansion hung up? Red lanterns. Meanwhile, Madame Yin couldn't help but be furious, constantly scolding. What is the meaning of this? Standing behind her was her son, Yin Cheng, in a groom's wedding attire, waiting for the bridal procession. In reality, he was silently cursing in his heart that I originally thought Prince Jin's mansion would actively oppose this marriage, but I didn't expect them to go along with it. Zhao Yingxue. This dog begged his majesty to have the secret envoy escort me. What kind of trick is this? As a result, while he was still lost in idle thoughts, the gates of Prince Jin's mansion finally opened. However, the moment the bride stepped out, it made everyone gasp in astonishment. What? She's in white robes? Princess Yingxue's resolute act of not wearing the wedding attire made everyone feel utterly shocked and fearful, because in Chinese tradition, one wears red for marriage and white for funerals. The princess's action was dealing a fatal blow to the Nian family, and so the surrounding crowd had another opportunity to gossip about the marriage between the two families. Why wear white on a joyous wedding day? Isn't this a slap in the face to the Nian family and the Nangong mansion? Looks like there's a good show to watch. Madame Nian, feeling humiliated, ran forward, pointed straight at the princess's face, and berated her in front of everyone. Zhao Yingxue, what do you mean by wearing white on your wedding day? As soon as her words fell, the princess's personal maid immediately ran up to block her and questioned Madame Yin. How audacious. How dare you use the princess's personal name? Madame Yin, realizing she had overstepped her bounds, immediately stopped her frantic actions. And Princess Yingxue, of course, could not remain silent and endure it forever. She immediately stepped forward and lowered the arm of Pinger, her personal maid beside her. She herself slowly advanced, each step filled with killing intent, towards the Nian family to exact her revenge. Each of her steps questioned the piled-up resentment. In her heart, she silently cursed them that a grand wedding day? This is all you're doing. The moment she arrived in front of Madame Yin, the bandage on her face was removed, leaving everyone astonished. Princess Yingxue's face was covered in burns. She was completely disfigured. She immediately, with a bold and righteous air, declared before the public, today is not a wedding. Today is a funeral for me, Zhao Yingxue. As a result, her groom, terrified upon seeing that face, fell directly from his horse to the ground, screaming and trembling continuously. And oh, you can't do this. This is a marriage bestowed by His Majesty, he said, while frantically running to hide behind his mother like a turtle retreating into its shell. At this moment, Privy Envoy Su Qing, who was standing in a corner tasked with protecting the grand wedding, couldn't help but find it amusing. Nian Cheng, Nan Gongyu, the two of them were truly the laughingstock of the world. Suddenly, before he could think much further, Princess Antoinette immediately walked towards him, curtsied gracefully, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your escort, Lord Privy Envoy. Antoette's gratitude is endless." Su Qing also politely returned the gesture at once. Escorting the princess is Su Qing's duty. There is no need for the princess to be so courteous. Then, he immediately ordered his subordinates to hurry. "Up the sedan chair. Let's go. Don't miss the auspicious hour." And so, want it or not, the ceremony had to be held. As the bridal procession passed through the streets under Su Qing's escort, Princess Antoette, sitting inside the sedan chair, couldn't help but wonder curiously to herself, "Lord Su Qing, among the talents of Northern Qi today, you are the one His Majesty values most. Lord Su Qing, I heard your face was also burned. Lord Su Qing, does it hurt under your mask just like me?" Some time passed. At the same time as the bridal procession, the Nian residence was also bustling with people coming to offer their blessings. The servants, high and low, were all busy preparing to receive. The guests, hang a few more lanterns over there, remember to refill the tea in the guest hall, and be quick on your feet. Today is the Nian residence's day of great joy. Don't let others ridicule us. At the same time, in the guest hall where the esteemed guests were being received, many lords from other families had come to congratulate Old Master Nian's son. "Congratulations, Old Master Nian. Young Master Nian and the princess are a talented man and a beautiful woman, truly a match made in heaven." Hearing these words, Old Master Nian was naturally overjoyed, his mouth constantly uttering words of thanks. Thank you, everyone." Of course, His Highness Prince Mu heard all of these false words. He couldn't help but feel nauseated. A talented man and a beautiful woman, really. If the people from Prince Jin's residence heard this, wouldn't they turn on you? Royal father only knows how to give orders. He sent me here to represent the royal family, and this place full of flattery is about to make me sick to my stomach. Just as he was about to faint from boredom, he happened to see the second miss of the Nian family, Nian Yu, approaching from somewhere, though he didn't know where she was going. So, he conveniently pulled her over to chat with him to pass the time. "Second Miss Nian, we meet again." Startled by him, Nian Yu was taken aback and immediately tried to stop him, then explained, Your Highness, Prince Mu. Your Highness, it is improper for a man and a woman to be so close. If people see us, it will be difficult to explain." So, he immediately took her hand and pulled her to another location, constantly reassuring her as they walked. "If that's the case, then let's go somewhere with fewer people. This is an order from this prince. You are not to disobey." Within just a few minutes, they were together at a small pavilion by the lake chatting. Nian Yu, looking a little unhappy, immediately got straight to the point and asked him, "Your Highness, why did you bring me here?" Prince Mu let out a long sigh, lazily resting his head on the railing, and then replied, "This wedding is absurd, and all the guests are fake. This prince didn't want to be in there, and I saw you standing there looking quite bored, so I pulled you out for a walk." He said this while smiling and facing her directly, mainly wanted to cheer her up. Nian Yu thought for a moment, then seemed to remember something. She immediately smiled and hurriedly tried to find an excuse to leave. "On my brother's day of great joy, Nian Yu cannot." And so, before she could finish her sentence, he poked her on the forehead, chiding her. "Stop." Then she casually let Prince Mu do whatever he wanted, making funny faces at her. Nian Yu's cheeks felt like they were about to be stretched out. After teasing her to his heart's content for a while, Prince Mu suddenly burst out laughing and praised her. "Your expression just now was like this." This sentence made her stare blankly for a few seconds. Then she burst into hearty laughter at his adorable naivety. It seemed His Highness Prince Mu's annoyance with Nian Yu was not just that, but his purity was still the same as in her past life. Indeed, even though other people could change their hearts and scheme endlessly, this Prince Mu would always be such an upright youth, unconcerned with worldly affairs, whether in the past life or this one. Just then, in a deserted corner, the third miss was constantly adjusting her appearance, hoping to attract Prince Mu's attention. She kept asking her male cousin, standing beside her, "I must let His Highness Prince Mu see me today. Cousin, what do you think? Will His Highness like my appearance today?" And her cousin was none other than Nangong Ji, the eldest young master of the Nangong family. Although he verbally kept praising and encouraging his little cousin to boost her confidence, of course, a cousin as beautiful as you, anyone who sees you will. Like you, in reality, his heart was filled with some unwillingness and jealousy. Is Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, the only one in your heart? And just then, she happened to catch sight of Nian Yu strolling by the lake with Prince Mu. Immediately, a feeling of jealous displeasure welled up in her heart. His Highness Prince Mu with Nian Yu? When did that bitch seduce Prince Mu? Just thinking about it, the jealousy in her heart made her clench her hands into fists, not even feeling the pain of her nails digging into her flesh, only resentment. A few minutes later, the auspicious hour had arrived. The wedding finally began after a resounding drumbeat. The bride slowly arrived. The moment the bridal carriage entered the residence, the guests present went from one surprise to another. They immediately broke into a clamor of lively discussion. She's here. She's here. The bride has arrived. Princess Antoinette is getting married in white. What kind of decency is this? The Nien residence has completely lost face this time. However, at that moment, only Nien couldn't help but admire her. She silently exclaimed in her heart, Princess Antoinette is indeed an extraordinary person. As for her jealous and envious younger sister, this naturally did not make her happy at all. Her face completely darkened as she thought to herself, Zhao Antoinette dares to disgrace our Nien residence like this. Once you step through our doors, you're a person of the Nien family. Let's see how I'll deal with you. Thinking this, she realized she had to do something, so she immediately called her personal maid to take action. Asi, come here. Third miss, what are your orders? You go to the kitchen and do this and this. Understood. It seemed she was about to cause some trouble again. However, unfortunately for her, this entire scene was accidentally witnessed by Nien Yu. Speaking of the wedding atmosphere today, red lanterns were hung everywhere in the Nien residence, creating a festive mood, along with the sound of whispers and gossip about the ongoing ceremony. Entering the gate in white is inauspicious. This Nien residence is going to be very lively from now on. The princess wants to go against the Nien residence. Nothing to be done. That boy Nien, Cheng, don't say anymore. These whispers and gossip made Madame Yin and her daughter feel extremely ashamed. They thought it would be a joyous day, but who knew they would have to endure such heavy criticism? And at that moment, the maid AC, who had just been given orders, was struggling to carry a bowl of chicken blood under the third Mrs. direction, aiming straight for Princess Antoinette as she ran. The princess, of course, also sensed that something bad was about to happen and immediately turned her head to look at the person running towards her. Nien Alon's dark eyes fanatically watched, waiting for the good show to start. In her heart, she silently urged, just like that, splash it. Even Privy Envoy Su Qing immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He secretly drew his blade, preparing to act. Suddenly, a stone flew out of nowhere, aimed straight at Asi's leg, and knocked her to the ground. The bowl of chicken blood then went flying as well. All that was left was Asi's piercing scream, while the bowl of blood, by a great coincidence, landed right on Nien Alon's head. Nien Alon was naturally so frightened she stood frozen for a long moment. When she came to her senses, she immediately roared in a furious rage. Asi, are you trying to die? Asi immediately began to tremble like a leaf, facing her miss who was covered in fresh chicken blood and looked utterly miserable and frantically begged, Miss, spare my life. Then, just as Nien Alon was about to raise her hand to give Asi a resounding slap, she was stopped by Nien Yu, who had quickly run over and saved her life. Elder sister, calm down. Elder sister, many people are watching. Don't be angry. Besides, Prince Mu is over here. As expected, as soon as Nien Alon heard the two words Prince Mu, she was startled back to her senses. Thinking of the graceful, jade-like image she had cultivated for so long, she had no choice but to swallow her anger and let the matter go. Moreover, she was forced to act out the scene of a benevolent mistress who treats her servants well, walking over to help Asi up. Then she put on a fake smile to reassure her, Asi, why were you so careless? Here, get up quickly. This face-changing act was enough to make one nauseous. She was truly formidable, so skilled at changing faces. Meanwhile, over here, Privy Envoy Su Qing couldn't help but remark as he turned to speak with Madame Yin. Madame Yin, I didn't expect the princess's wedding procession to be so lively. This made her feel a bit embarrassed, and she immediately explained it was a servant in the residence who was careless. We will discipline them behind closed doors when we return. Let's not delay the joyous occasion. There's nothing to see. Continue the singing, continue the dancing. After that, Nien Yu also quickly helped Nien Alon inside, constantly consoling her and playing out the complete drama of the Nien family's deep sisterly bond with her. Elder sister, hurry and go change your clothes. All right. This act seemed to have been seen through by Su Qing. He inadvertently realized that Nien Yu had done it for another purpose, but he tacitly understood her intentions and then quickly left, returning the auspicious hour to the joyous event. After that, the wedding ended without any further incidents. Not long after, to celebrate Nien Yu and the royal family, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, paid a special visit to Nien Yu's residence to congratulate her. This news naturally reached the ears of quite a few people. Upon hearing this news, everyone had different thoughts. It was hard to think. And so, that evening, Nien Yu finally managed to return to the Nien residence, feeling a splitting headache as she walked. She couldn't help but feel a sense of regret in her heart. In her past life, she could drink for 3 days and 3 nights with the generals and soldiers in the army without any problem. This body is truly too weak. I must find a way to restore it first. Suddenly, she sensed a figure secretly and stealthily following her. Her body immediately went on high alert as she seriously observed her surroundings. Time passed until that evening. Nienyu sat by the window under the flickering candlelight. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. Something was wrong. Her head ached. That person who was following me disappeared the moment I entered the gates. Based on my experience, yet I couldn't detect even a hint of their presence. In Northern Qi, how many people possess such skills? Just as she was lost in thought, Nian Ilan suddenly burst into her room, affectionately calling out, "Dear Sister Yu." Nienyu was startled back to reality and softly called Sister. Her visit was certainly not with good intentions, nor would she naturally be so chummy as sisters. As expected, Nian Ilan, holding a bowl of hangover soup, got straight to the point. "I heard you returned from the banquet at Prince Mu's manor a little drunk, little sister. I specially brewed a bowl of hangover soup for you. Drink it while it's hot and get some sleep." Nienyu took the bowl of soup and bowed to her. "Thank you for your trouble, sister." After that, Nian Ilan truly couldn't contain her curiosity and immediately asked, "That is, what did you do at Prince Mu's manor today? His Highness's previous banquets always invited me, our Nian family, and the Nangong family. Why this time?" Who knew she would be so evasive? Not even giving Nienyu a chance to say a word. Nian Ilan herself became embarrassed and awkwardly explained, "Little sister, don't misunderstand. It's nothing. Sister is just purely curious." Hearing these words, Nienyu naturally understood the issue. She immediately gave a contemptuous smile, thinking to herself, "No wonder she came here." Then she immediately gave her sister an answer. "It was nothing. Because the Grand Princess wants to accept me as her goddaughter. His Highness Prince Mu was congratulating a cousin like me, just congratulating me in advance, and conveniently introducing me to many royal nobles. Today was very tiring." These words were intentionally emphasized by Nienyu, causing the word jealousy to be written all over Nian Ilan's face. Though she still smiled and nodded in congratulations, Is that so? Oh, right. Hurry and drink the soup." She repeatedly urged Nienyu to quickly drink the bowl of hangover soup she had brought. The moment she saw Nienyu staring at the bowl of soup, Nian Ilan's heart couldn't help but pound in anticipation of the result. It seemed she had tampered with this bowl of soup, and so Nienyu once again brought the bowl to her lips, only to stop abruptly. Then, she drank it all in one go under the watchful eyes of her scheming sister. Nian Ilan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly left, instructing her sister, "Then I won't disturb you anymore. You should sleep." Nienyu also replied, "Thank you, sister. You should also rest early." As soon as the words were spoken, the door to the private chamber closed shut, and the two sisters were secretly probing each other, separated only by a door. Then, on the way back to her own private chamber, Nian Ilan couldn't help but feel indignant and jealous, constantly scolding. "Nienyu, don't blame me." This brings us to the story of 12 years ago. At that time, Nian Ilan was still a child of only a few years old and was constantly forced to practice the grace and gentleness expected of an eldest. Miss, her mother, Madame Nian, stood beside her with a whip in hand, constantly threatening her daughter, forcing her to walk more steadily. "You are the eldest miss of the Nian family. You must master this basic etiquette." This made a child like Nian Ilan feel pressured and exhausted. Looking up at the kite flying freely and unrestrainedly in the sky, she naturally couldn't help but complain in her heart. Why must I bear all these things? If I could, I would also want to be like that kite, free and without a care. Suddenly, the string of the kite in the sky unintentionally snapped, causing the bowl of water on her head to fall to the ground and shatter. Her mother, Nan Gongyu, naturally flew into a rage, looking at her daughter with disappointed eyes, frantically whipping the little girl while madly cursing, "Useless thing, useless thing. You can't even do such a small thing right. How can you still be considered a daughter of the Nian family? Are you still a descendant of the Nangong family?" This pain made the child of only a few years old cry hopelessly, repeatedly apologizing. "These things are clearly not what I chose, much less what I wanted. Why must I live bearing your expectations?" At the moment that seemed most desperate, a shout successfully interrupted Nan Gong-yu's anger. "Stop! Don't hit her!" It was a young boy, and that boy was the present-day Prince Mu, Zhao Yi. In Prince Mu's hand was the very kite Nian Ilan had seen earlier. Immediately, the mother and daughter, Nan Gongyu, quickly bowed in salute to Zhao Yi. But the young Zhao Yi walked straight to Nian Ilan and gently wiped away her tears. Perhaps it was this very moment that destined Nian Ilan's heart to have only one person. Seeing this, Nan Gongyu hurriedly made an excuse, wanted to take her daughter away first. "But my young Mrs. Morning Lesson is not yet." Before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off coldly by Prince Mu. "This is my command. Let's fly the kite." The young boy spoke as he tightly grasped Nian Ilan's small hand and pulled her away. This was the freedom Nian Ilan wanted. A tender youth, my deep affection for His Highness Prince Mu is second to none. The me of today also cannot help but bear the honor and disgrace of two families. For His Highness Prince Mu, for the Nien family, the Nangong family. Nianyu, from beginning to end, you are a threat. At this moment, she was already holding a pair of scissors, perhaps just waiting for the opportune moment to act. At the same time, Nianyu was also secretly hiding behind the door of her private chamber, carefully observing every move of Nien Ilan. After waiting a long time, she finally left. Nien, you could finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, not daring to delay another second, she quickly tried to press an acupoint on her lower abdomen, violently vomiting out all of the hangover soup Nien Ilan had given her earlier. It seems drugging me is not so easy for Nien Ilan. I can tell what's in this hangover soup just by smelling it. Dachira flowers, almonds, the ingredients were all correct. It's just that the dosage was too high, enough to make one sleep to their death. An ordinary person might not notice. But in my previous life, Nien Ilan, oh Nien Ilan, this trick of yours is truly too unprofessional. As she was lost in thought, she quickly took the bowl of medicine outside the window and poured it all out. Otherwise, she would surely be suspected. Suddenly, at the moment the bowl of medicine was disposed of, everything before Nian Yu's eyes seemed to turn dark. The world spun. What on earth is happening? Why am I so dizzy? Nian Yu quickly turned her head back to observe the entire room, then suddenly looked at the candle on the table. Could it be? Her body trembled more and more. The dizziness grew more intense. It seems I was right. In the end, Nian Yu could no longer hold on and fell directly to the ground, fainting. And this seemed to be completely within Nien Ilan's calculations. It turned out she hadn't completely left, but had been secretly observing the situation inside the room. Because of this, Nien Ilan slowly pushed open the door and entered the room without permission, walking step by step towards Nien Yu with the sharp scissors in her hand. I didn't expect to use the medicine my cousin brought me last time so soon. I heard from Mother that Nien Yu has been very strange since she woke up. I can't be too careful. Now, prepare to accept your fate. As the words in her heart were spoken aloud, Nien Ilan quickly raised the scissors, preparing to aim straight for the unconscious Nien Yu without a shred of mercy. However, the unexpected thing was that Nien Yu was not unconscious at all. On the contrary, it was this older sister who was being schemed against by her. Nien Yu already had a needle ready in her hand for self-defense. And so, at the moment both sisters swung their hands to act, a strong gust of wind suddenly rose outside the window, causing dry leaves to rustle into the room. Nien Ilan was a little panicked and asked herself, what's happening? Nien Yu then immediately seized the opportunity to softly say a few words. So noisy, just those two short words scared the eldest miss of the Nien family, leaving her petrified as if she'd seen a ghost. Does she's awake? I have to run. Therefore, she immediately scrambled out the door without daring to look back, and the room became quiet again, just as it was before. Nien Yu, having been reborn, was indeed not simple. She had to think through everything carefully. After waiting for her dear older sister to leave completely, she casually uttered a sentence. You've finally shown yourself, haven't you? And this sentence was referring to the chief of the Privy Council, Sua Qing. It turned out he had been standing outside the window all this time. Hearing her mention him, Sua Qing didn't beat around the bush or hide any longer and directly replied, Second Miss Nien is indeed no ordinary person. As a result, just as the words were spoken, Nien Yu staggered as if about to fall. Sua Qing thus quickly jumped through the window, rushed into the room to help her sit up, and then gently reminded her, you've been affected by the unconsciousness-inducing incense. Don't move. It seems she is still conscious, which means she didn't inhale a large amount. But at this moment, Nien Yu used her remaining strength to attack Sua Qing defensively, which greatly surprised and astonished him. Then, sensing the unfavorable situation for herself, Nien Yu quickly held a blade to his neck and questioned him, Chief of the Privy Council, what is the meaning of this late-night visit? Hearing this, Sua Qing's ice-cold face immediately reminded her, is this how Second Miss Nien repays a life-saving grace? Upon hearing this, although Nien Yu was half believing, half doubting, she still couldn't let down her guard. So, with one hand holding the blade to his neck, she continued to question him, were you the one following me earlier as well? Sua Qing immediately advised her, Second Miss Nien, stop playing dumb. You've known of my existence since you left Prince Mu's manor. As Sua Qing replied, he tightly gripped the wrist holding the blade to his neck to control her. Nien Yu then only felt a sharp pain. That's why I used the lure the tiger out of the mountain trick to divert Chu Qing. Your Excellency, what are your intentions in following a weak woman like me? Upon hearing the words, weak woman, Chu Qing showed a disdainful expression. He immediately and bluntly exposed her true face. Second Miss Nien, hiding inside the bed just now, didn't look weak at all. Nien Yu felt he knew too much. Thus, She confirmed that he had indeed seen everything. Then, Chu Qing continued to move closer and closer to her, examining her ambiguously. I was afraid a weak woman like second Miss Nien would be in danger after drinking, so I followed behind you just now. Now, I foiled eldest Miss Nien's murder plot and saved your life. Do you still want to fight? Nien, you suddenly felt a bit confused and immediately interrupted, afraid I'd be in danger after drinking? Your Excellency, the Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs, if you truly had such thoughts. At this point, Nian Yu, taking advantage of his lowered guard, conveniently slashed his palm. She then put herself in a defensive stance and explained, some favors are just poison added to candy. How would I know if everything you did wasn't part of a premeditated scheme, or if you have other schemes? She said this because the image of her sworn enemy, whom she had once loved dearly in her past life, was involuntarily evoked in her mind. Therefore, reborn in this life, she couldn't help but raise her guard. After hearing this, the Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs just coldly let out an "oh," then couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Her guard is quite high. He then continued with a probing suggestion. If that's the case, the dagger in your hand, will you use it to seek revenge on her, or will you strike at an intruder like me? It's all up to you. It seemed both of them were alike, intelligent and discerning people. Nian Yu immediately remembered that at this time in her previous life, it was when Nian Elan had injured her face. Now, she wanted to take her life. After thinking, Nian Yu raised the dagger in front of her without any hesitation. Then, to Chu Qing's astonishment, she bluntly made a moderate cut on her own arm. Blood then dripped down, one drop after another. It seems the outcome has changed. I have also changed. I have been reborn. Nian Yu seemed extremely satisfied with her recent action, despite the slight pain. However, in return, Chu Qing was extremely pleased and immediately clapped a few times in praise of her, using pain to make yourself clear-headed. Second Miss Nian, you truly surprised me. Nian Yu naturally understood. Being drugged was something I didn't expect. Although I've lived through a past life, I still thought Nian Elan was too simple. Although I don't understand Chu Qing's intentions, there is some good in this. This time, he and I coordinated from the inside and outside to scare Nian Elan into running away. She will definitely think this failure was an accident. I also don't want to expose myself. She is the most important pawn of the Nian and Nangong families. If I recklessly take revenge, if anything happens to her, it will surely cause the two great families and even the imperial court to investigate. At that time, I won't be able to retreat unscathed. Now is not the time to be impulsive. Thinking this, Nian Yu immediately returned the dagger to Chu Qing with words of thanks. Thank you for the dagger, Your Excellency. I am much more clear-headed now. If there is nothing else, Nian Yu won't keep Your Excellency any longer. Chu Qing quickly took the dagger from her hand. Then, he didn't forget to add a reminder. This dagger becomes very sharp when it tastes blood. Just as sharp as second Miss Nian. In that case, I'll give it to you. However, these words not only failed to move Nian Yu, but on the contrary, made her feel like she was about to choke. Noticing the situation was a bit off, Chu Qing immediately took a medicinal pill from his sleeve and quickly requested she open her mouth and take the medicine. However, seeing that Nian Yu was still not completely at ease, he kindly added a few words of reassurance. Rest assured, if I wanted to harm you, you would have died 1,000 times already. Besides, you are not worthy of me making a move. A few minutes later, after the pill was taken, he also left quickly. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct. Second Miss Nian, get some rest. Tomorrow is the day you officially join the imperial family. The important day you pay respects to the Grand Princess as your adoptive mother. Before that, I have the responsibility to protect you and ensure your safety. Then he left quickly, without leaving a single trace. Outside, under the bright moonlight and the brilliant canopies of peach blossom trees, Chu Qing did not hurry back, but stood guard quietly alone outside the window. Inside the room, Nian Yu was a little surprised and wondered to herself, he still hasn't left? Then, she tried to circulate her internal energy to force all the intoxicating incense she had inhaled out of her body. Just then, Chu Qing's subordinate quickly ran over to persuade him. Your Excellency, she is just a young lady of the Nian family. Let this subordinate stand watch here. You should go and rest. But the Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs resolutely instructed his subordinate. It's fine. You may leave. Understood. The reason he personally stood guard over her was because she knows my most important secret. My secret, of course, is for me to protect. And so, one man and one woman watched over and protected each other throughout the long night. At the crack of dawn the next day, which was also the day Nian Yu would officially join the imperial family, dressed in a mystical purple outfit, she leaned quietly by the window, lost in idle thoughts. She suddenly stared intently at the dagger Chu Qing had given her. It seemed Nian Yu had a lot on her mind today. Meanwhile, on this side, Nian Elan couldn't help but feel anxious and worried about yesterday's failed assassination plan. She probably doesn't know about last night, right? Then, after a long while, Nian Yu had finished dressing and preparing. She wore a jade green outfit, brilliant and splendid, befitting the status of the adoptive daughter of the Grand Princess, and came to pay respects to her father and grandmother. Master Nien instructed his daughter first. Today is the official ceremony to join the imperial family, the day you serve tea to the Grand Princess. The honor and hope of the Nien family rest on your shoulders. You must cherish it and not bring shame upon our Nien family. Nien heard this and immediately bowed her head to pay her respects and replied, Yue remembers. Then she looked towards her eldest sister with a murderous gaze. Indeed, just one look was enough to make Nien Ilan startle, trembling with fear in her heart. She repeatedly told herself in a panic. Could it be that she has found out? To answer her eldest sister's anxiety, Nien Yu simply turned to thank her. Thanks to the sobering tea that elder sister brewed last night, Yue is able to have high spirits and abundant energy today. Yue thanks elder sister. The moment Nien Ilan heard about the bowl of sobering soup, her eyes widened. However, to not reveal any flaws, on the surface, she still had to smile and return her younger sister's courtesy. You're being too polite. It's a small matter, younger sister, no need to mind it. So, Nien Yu just smiled to herself upon hearing this. As for Nien Ilan, seeing her second younger sister's not so unusual attitude, she could finally let down her guard. It seemed she could confirm it. So last night was truly just a random incident. Nien Yu, she doesn't know what happened. Then, not wanting to delay, Nien Yu quickly performed the farewell courtesy. Then, Yue will take her leave. Old Master Nien immediately reminded her again. Be careful on your own. After that, the ceremonial rite was originally to be held at the Imperial Ancestral Temple. But Emperor Yuanda, considering that Grand Princess Qinghe was pregnant, specially assigned the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rites to arrange the ceremony process within the Grand Princess's residence. More than 20 years ago, when Grand Princess Qinghe reached the age of marriage, she did not choose a young master from a noble family, but fell in love with a poor, unknown scholar. The late emperor was furious and did not agree to be with the poor scholar. The Grand Princess threatened with her own life, and only then did she get her wish. Afterwards, the poor scholar entered officialdom, revealed his talent, and step by step rose to the position of prime minister, becoming a beautiful tale of a beauty and a scholar. Then, a eunuch's announcement was heard in the residence. Second miss of the Nien family, Nien Yu, has arrived. Nien Yu then entered the residence step by step to pay her respects to the Grand Princess. Inside the room, the Grand Princess, in an elegant and noble purple outfit, was pregnant and quietly waiting for her. Standing beside her was Ji Tao, the Grand Princess's personal maid. Suddenly, she glanced over and saw the eldest young master of the Nangong family, Nangongji. Nien Yu immediately realized the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rites is organizing this ceremony. Then, before she could think much, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, enthusiastically ran over, calling out to her, little cousin Yer. Standing beside him was her sworn enemy, Zhao Yan. This debauched and dissolute appearance was truly disgusting. The moment Nien Yu saw him, she was so disgusted she didn't even want to look at him, immediately turning her head away. She wondered to herself, Zhao Yan, did you come on purpose to see what a valuable chess piece I've become? Just then, Nangongji suddenly spoke up, interrupting the train of thought in Nien Yu's head. He ordered her according to palace rules. Second miss, bow your head and serve tea to the Grand Princess. Nien Yu then quickly followed the rules of this place, offering the tea to the Grand Princess. After taking a few steps, she suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. She looked towards Nangongji again, and then she understood. So that's how it is. One must indeed be cautious, taking it one step at a time. But one must not panic. It seems Nien Yu had already prepared in advance. And the Grand Princess, seeing her silent, immediately urged her. Yue, come forward. After serving the tea, we will be one family. Nien Yu was about to obey the Grand Princess. Suddenly, after taking a few steps, she stumbled, slipped, and fell. The teacup thus fell and spilled all over the ground. Ji Tao, standing beside the Grand Princess, came forward to help her up. Zhao Yan, who was watching the good show, quickly folded the fan in his hand. As for Nangongji, he immediately criticized her. How audacious, Nien Yu, to be so clumsy in such an elegant place, disrespecting the imperial family, disrespecting the Grand Princess. What should be your punishment? Nien Yu hurriedly knelt down and sincerely admitted her fault. In a weak manner, she stammered an explanation. What could Nien Yu do, Nien Yu? Nien Yu was nervous, so my hand slipped, startling the Grand Princess. I asked the Grand Princess to mete out punishment. Then, His Highness Prince Mu also ran over to her rescue, not letting the others continue to give her a hard time. Aunt Cousin Yue was probably just what a situation. Someone, pour Miss Nien another cup of tea to serve again. At this moment, the eldest princess's expression suddenly darkened, completely. After thinking for a moment, she waved her hand and signaled, forget it. Then she stood up directly and left the room. Before leaving, she did not forget to give an order. This second Miss Nien is to kneel outside my chambers. And kneel. And in a dark corner, Zhao Yan also seemed a bit regretful that the plan had not succeeded. Perhaps he and Nangongji had long been colluding with each other. Prince Mu was worried and continuously asked her, Sister Yue, are you hurt? What should we do? do? Aunt seems truly angry. Sister Yue, wait for me. I will go talk to Aunt. And Zhao Yan, after witnessing his plan fail, also left quickly and directly without a trace. At this moment, he could understand clearly. It seemed this was a piece of jade that could not be polished. And a moment later, as for Nianyu, she began to follow her adoptive mother's command and went outside her room to kneel in punishment. During the time she knelt, Nianyu endured no small amount of gossip from the palace staff. This second Miss Nian has truly fallen from heaven to hell. She already had one foot in the royal family, and yet this mistake could still happen. The eldest princess is truly angry. She's punished her kneel here for 3 shurchin. Second Miss Nian is as good as ruined. Indeed, she had knelt to the point of near exhaustion, until the maid Ji Tao directly opened the door and called her inside. Only then did Nian shakily stand up and step by step enter the bedchamber for an audience with the eldest princess. The room inside was exquisitely and beautifully decorated, exuding the orderliness of the royal family. And the eldest princess at this time was pensively standing with her back to the window. As soon as Nianyu entered, she directly collapsed to the ground. The eldest princess immediately ran over and gently helped her up. This action moved Nianyu a little, and she spontaneously uttered a few words, "Eldest princess." But the other party now treated her with complete gentleness, without a trace of anger, and chuckled as she suggested to her, "Still calling me eldest princess? Hurry up and call me adoptive mother." Nianyu was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this. Then she came back to her senses and quickly got straight to the point. "Does adoptive mother believe you err?" The eldest princess immediately helped her sit on a chair. Then she kindly explained, "Of course I believe you. You were able to save me and be pardoned. You could also calmly restore your female identity in front of the emperor. How could I believe that you would spill the tea today out of nervousness?" Indeed, the situation had long been seen through by the eldest princess. It's true that there was oleander in that teacup. Nianyu quickly pointed out the situation at that time to her adoptive mother. As a result, upon hearing it, the eldest princess was stunned into a daze. Ji Tao, standing beside her, was startled and added a few sentences. "Oleander? That thing is poisonous, especially for pregnant women. You can't even touch it." Only then did the eldest princess fully realize the seriousness of the matter. So she immediately went to the window and recounted the events in order. First falling into the water at the Sifang Inn, and today being poisoned in the tea. "It seems someone really wants to harm me and the child in my womb, and conveniently frame you." Indeed, Nianyu had also thought of this, thinking to herself, the person who poisoned the tea today, the most likely suspect is the Minister of Rites, Nangong Ji, who was in charge of pouring the tea. But that would be too obvious and would make people suspicious. It doesn't seem like their method. This also doesn't account for the other powers wary of the authority in adoptive mother's hands. There are too many suspects, but what's noteworthy is that the assassination attempt was carried out after adoptive mother became pregnant. Just then, seeing her adoptive mother also deep in thought, Nianyu then directly asked her a question. Who would least want to see the eldest princess's child be born? If we think from this motive, I'm afraid the culprit is by our side. The maid Ji Tao, upon hearing this, also immediately thought of those words by our side. Suddenly, everyone realized something at the same time. Ji Tao immediately realized she was the biggest suspect. To prevent the eldest princess from getting angry, she quickly questioned Nianyu. "Miss you can't speak nonsense." Nianyu then spoke up to explain further. Yue doesn't dare to make random accusations. The incident of falling into the water last time was the same. Both are related to the life and death of adoptive mother and the fetus. Yue is just boldly voicing her own suspicions. After hearing these well-founded speculations, even the eldest princess had to nod in satisfaction and praise her. "Your thinking is cautious. Adoptive mother must also praise you for this. Since we already address each other as mother and daughter, let's be frank with each other. Yue, we are both in the same chess game. Adoptive mother wants to hear what you think we should do." After hearing this, Nianyu had to let out a sigh and then continued to advise the eldest princess. "The person who wants to harm you will probably continue to harm adoptive mother. This golden hairpin was specially made by Yue and can be used to test for poison. From now on, for adoptive mother's food and drink, I'll have to trouble sister Ji Tao to be more vigilant." After receiving the pouch with the poison testing hairpin, the maid Ji Tao felt extremely happy. So she quickly bowed her head to thank the other. "Ji Tao, thanks Miss Yue." Nianyu also replied politely, "This is what Yue should do." Then she continued to turn and suggest to her adoptive mother, "Adoptive mother, we must continue to act in this play. Things have not progressed as planned, so the enemy will reveal a flaw. Just leave the matter of the oleander for Yue to investigate." The eldest princess now trusted Nianyu immensely, so she also quickly nodded in agreement. After that, this story gradually began to spread outside. Because although the palace walls are high, they are not sealed, and of course, such a fast spread was. Not without Nianyu's help. A few days later, at the Nian residence, Nianyu is still constantly preoccupied with the story of someone assassinating her adoptive mother. She seriously researched oleander. Oleander has slender leaves leaves like a willow and pink flowers like a peach blossom. It's called the false peach blossom and is also commonly seen to have certain uses. But careless use will cause poisoning. The news that I have been given the cold shoulder by the eldest princess has spread outside. Will someone react? After being reborn, my actions are completely the opposite of my previous life. Reversing fate has also caused deviations, but this time I must still be cautious with every step. Any difference will lead to many difficulties. A storm is brewing, leading to the gate of death. The tea-serving incident seems to cast the most suspicion on the Nangong family. But what is the Nangong family's purpose in wanting to harm the eldest princess and her fetus? In my previous life, Zhao Yin and the Prime Minister had a close relationship. This time, he was also at the Prime Minister's residence. Could there be some connection to him? Where should I start investigating? These tangled thoughts continuously occupied Nian Yu's mind these past few days. Suddenly, just as she was thinking this, a group of young ladies from noble families ran over to bully her. And the ringleader was none other than Nangong Yi, the young lady of the Nangong family. Also Nian Yu's older cousin. The young ladies following behind her laughed mockingly. That's Nian Yu. After restoring her female identity, she has some looks. Haha, a pity they're useless. Nangong Yi immediately joined them in taunting her, after offending the eldest princess, who in the capital will want to pay attention to her anymore. For the first few seconds, Nian Yu was a little surprised, asking herself, Nangong Yi, why is she here? I was just wondering where to start. It seems spreading the news wasn't a waste of effort. There's already some response. Then, Nangong Yi continuously spewed harsh words to pick a fight with her dada. Isn't this Nian Yu who wanted to climb high on an eldest princess Qinghe, but fell into a pile of dung instead? How do you still have the face to go out? After hearing these words, Nian Yu couldn't help but find it a bit ridiculous. This mouth of Nangong Yi's is all too familiar to someone like me who has been reborn. I was bullied by you for the first half of my life. This time, I will return it all, she thought. Nian Yu couldn't help but find it funny and burst out laughing. Then she continued with a sharp retort to her. I'm afraid there are some who can't even get to the door to climb high, just standing here running their mouth and spreading rumors about the affairs of the royal family. As expected, these words successfully drove Nangong Yi mad. She immediately screamed at her. What did you say? Nian Yu suddenly changed her attitude completely. She gently took Nangong Yi's hand and continued to soothe her. Yuera was just joking. Cousin Yi, don't take it seriously. All who come through the door are guests. Yuera will pour tea for you, sister. And Nangong Yi, seeing someone flatter her like this, was naturally immediately swayed and her anger temporarily subsided. She sat down directly on a chair and warned the other, if you dare to serve, this young lady dares to accept. Everyone is watching. Are you afraid? I'll think you'll poison me. Nian Yu then didn't dare to say much, just pointed a finger at the teacup on the table and introduced a type of tea to her. This is a dried flower tea that Yuera recently made. Drinking it can nourish one's beauty. Inside, there are rose, jasmine, chrysanthemum, and oleander. As expected, the foolish Nangong Yi actually thought this tea was good for her health. So she quickly lifted the teacup to drink while showing an interested attitude and praising her. Oh, you even know how to do these servant chores? This young lady will give it a try. As a result, Nangong Yi actually drank that entire cup of tea, completely unaware of the danger of oleander. And Yin, you didn't say much either, just silently and carefully observed the entire action of this young lady from the Nangong family. After that, Nian Yu continued to approach and asked her with a smiling and caring tone, does cousin want to drink more? This Nangong Yi knew it was oleander and still drank it. She probably really doesn't know about the poisoning. After all, in the previous life, this Miss Nangong was just a fool. But the suspicion on the Nangong family cannot be erased. Whether it was taking the blame for Nian Cheng in the previous life or Nian Ilan attacking me in this life, the Nangong family has wanted me dead from beginning to end. As a result, Nangong Yu was foolish enough to actually think the adoptive daughter of the eldest princess is serving this young lady. Of course, I want to drink more. Then she quickly held out the teacup for Nian Yu to refill. However, she chose to pretend to slip, causing the teacup to fall to the ground and shatter into pieces before the astonished Nangong Yi. She angrily stood up quickly, pointed a finger at her face and scolded, you did that on purpose. Nian Yu immediately put on a wronged and weak appearance. With tears welling in her eyes, she continuously explained, Cousin Yi has wrongly accused Yuera. Sister, you must have heard, when Yuera paid respects to the eldest princess, my hand was unsteady, which is why I spilled the tea. But Nangong Yu was stunned after hearing this and questioned her. Weren't you said to have fallen? And that's why. Nian Yu immediately smirked at her. Nangong Yi only then realized what was happening. She became furious out of embarrassment and immediately shouted, are you messing with me? Are you looking to die? Then, while the matter was still unresolved, a servant suddenly ran in to inform Nian Yu, second young miss, here is a letter that the Lord Privy Envoy sent someone to deliver. It is for you. 1 second. Nangong Yi was still fuming at Nian Yu. The next, upon hearing the 3 words, Privy Envoy, her eyes immediately lit up. With a covetous look, she quickly asked, is it the Lord Privy envoy, Chu Qing, and so she immediately snatched the letter addressed to Nianyu. Then, she didn't forget to warn her smugly, "Ha, I heard that ever since you resumed your identity as a woman, many nobles have sent gifts to the residence, but you've angered the eldest princess. The gate of the Nian residence is deserted, with no one sending gifts anymore. And now only this plain letter is left. Let this young lady read it for you." Nianyu, having reached her limit, decided not to tolerate it any longer and immediately warned Nan Gongyi in a low, threatening voice, "Give me the letter." However, she was stubborn as ever and directly opened the envelope to see what was inside, even advising her, "Don't be so stingy. Or is there something between you and the Lord Privy Envoy that cannot be known to others?" As it turned out, once the letter was opened, the inside was completely blank. There wasn't even half a word. This caused Nan Gongyi and a group of noble young ladies to burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, this is hilarious. There are no words." Do you know what that means? It means there is nothing to say. Just like your father, towards a mother you have never met. Nan Gongyi deliberately leaned close to Nian Yu's ear to utter these contemptuous words. As it happened, just as she finished speaking, she received an excruciatingly painful kick from Nian Yu. This time, Nian Yu decided not to hold back anymore. She had to teach her a proper lesson. Afterward, Nan Gongyi was beaten until she fainted in front of the other officials' daughters. Not a single one of them dared to utter another word. Just then, Nian Yu happened to see a jade pendant fall from Nan Gongyi's sleeve. Searching her memory, she slowly realized, "I remember this is from the Jinxiu courtyard." So it was from this moment. Next, after being utterly humiliated, Nan Gongyi quickly screamed at the weak young ladies who couldn't even trust a chicken. "Why didn't any of you help me?" Those young ladies began to tremble in fear, each and every one of them acting as if they were not involved. "This has nothing to do with us. This is your family's business. We can't conveniently interfere. We only came to drink tea. We didn't think something like this would happen." They were, of course, looking out for themselves. Seeing Nian Yu's formidable martial arts, they weren't foolish enough to stick their noses into this matter. So, furious from the embarrassment, Nan Gongyi turned to criticize her again. "Nian Yu, you bitch, this young lady must cripple you today." Who would have thought, just as she finished her sentence? Nian Yu had already swiftly kicked her shoulder hard, one kick after another, causing Nan Gongyi to break down into loud sobs, her mouth continuously crying out in pain. Then, she quickly ran to pick up the jade pendant and stood squarely in front of Nan Gongyi to declare, "Touching my things without my permission and cursing my mother. This is the result." Also, at this point, she began to grab Nan Gongyi's collar and continued to warn her. After that, what did Nian Yu say to her that made Nan Gongyi's eyes widen in trembling fear? She questioned. "How do you know?" At this moment, Nian Yu's entire body exuded a murderous aura as she gave her a few final words. "From now on, learn to be a proper person for me. Don't be so arrogant. Otherwise, you will certainly not have good end. If you understand, then scram." After speaking, she directly threw the jade pendant onto Nan Gongyi's body and turned to leave, leaving behind a battered body, beaten until her bones were soft, needing the help of the other young ladies to be supported away. Over here, Nian Yu is still racking her brain about Chu Qing's recent letter, a blank letter. What on earth does this Chu Qing mean? "Oh, right, cousin. The tea that you just served you does indeed have a beautifying effect, but besides beautifying, it might have side effects. Cousin should pay attention to your body." These words struck Nan Gongyi like a bolt from the blue. Just then, a few gurgling sounds echoed from her stomach. This time, it was all over. It was too late for regrets as she scrambled on all fours to find a latrine. Because the oleander has slender leaves like a willow and red flowers like a peach blossom, it is called false oleander. It has certain medicinal uses, but the dosage must be controlled. Careless use will create a poison, which is especially dangerous for pregnant women and can lead to miscarriage. A small amount can promote food digestion and stimulate stomach activity. At the same time, on Nian Elan's side, after her personal maid successfully delivered the letter to Nian Yu, she immediately returned to report to her. Nian Elan couldn't help but eagerly ask for the details. Was it really a blank piece of paper? The maid nodded enthusiastically in confirmation that it was really a blank piece of paper. Everyone saw it. At this moment, Nian Elan could also breathe a sigh of relief and focus on her dance practice, casually replying, "That's good too. Without Nian Yu, no one in the entire Shuntian prefecture will be my rival." As soon as she finished speaking, the maid immediately started crying and complaining, rushing in to try and stop her to go and rest. "Don't practice dancing anymore. Eldest young miss, please rest. You practice dancing every day, 2 to 3 hours each day. Sooner or later, you will harm your body." As it turned out, not only did Nian Elan not listen, she even kicked her away with a straight leg. "Get out," because to her, After Nian resumed her female identity, many strange things had happened that I can no longer treat her as the little white rabbit she was at the beginning. In a few days, it will be the Lovers' Festival, and all the Imperial disciples will gather. That will be the time for me, Nian, to bloom. It turned out she had always harbored great ambitions. The passion to marry into a princely residence had always been simmering in her heart, never extinguished. Shifting back to the story of the couple Niancheng and Princess Consort Xue after their marriage. That night, while deep in slumber, as Niancheng was dreaming of his lovemaking with Princess Consort Xue, suddenly, his wife's face gradually became terrifyingly frightening. Niancheng shot up in panic, screaming loudly out of fear. Princess Consort Xue then slowly walked to his side and softly called out twice, "Husband, are you awake?" This tone, along with the princess consort's burn-scarred face, scared Niancheng so much he almost wet his pants. It wasn't until the next morning, while the princess consort was practicing calligraphy in the study, she was suddenly disturbed by Madame Nian and her children. As soon as Madame Nian entered the room, followed by Niancheng and Nianalan, her tone was urgent, constantly pressing, "Zhao, Xue, you come out here." The princess consort did not answer them, just silently continued to focus on her calligraphy. Then Nianalan became talkative and began to warn her, "Sister-in-law, now that you've married into my Nian residence, you are a person of the Nian residence. I advise you to abide by the rules, Little Princess Consort Xue, still looking as calm as ever, immediately replied to them, "Xue is also consciously abiding by the rules. Every day, I do my utmost to serve my husband. Pinger, let us continue." However, the more Niancheng looked at her face full of scars, the more he couldn't help but feel his skin crawl. After that, Madame Nian, being too angry, immediately spoke up to lecture her. "Ever since you married into the Nian residence, you have never come to pay respects to your parents-in-law, and that's fine. But you keep making trouble every day, making it so my Cheng'er cannot live in peace. Zhao Xue, do you even understand what a husband is like heaven and filial piety to parents-in-law mean? Do you understand the way of being a wife?" As it turned out, not only was Princess Consort Xue and not the least bit afraid or willing to back down, on the contrary, her voice became even sharper. While continuing to practice calligraphy, she retorted to this unreasonable group, "The way, since marrying into the Nian residence and leaving the imperial palace, I have forgotten a little. How should this way be spoken of?" The maid Pinger immediately understood her master's intention. Therefore, she quickly nodded and then, like a gust of wind, recited all the regulations about the way that Madame Nian had just mentioned. Yes, if we discuss the 3 cardinal guides and the 5 constant virtues, ruler to ruler, subject to subject, father to father, son to son, husband to husband, wife to wife, before the husband is the guide for the wife, there is still the sovereign is the guide for the subject. And these 4 words, the sovereign is the guide for the subject, completely stunned the shameless group from the Nian family. Then, Princess Consort Xue continued to lecture them. She stood up directly, face to face with her mother-in-law, and questioned, according to this way, what should Madame Nian do when she sees a princess consort? Pinger continued to voice her thoughts for her to why master is, after all, a princess consort of the state. You 3, even if you don't hold official positions and are not relatives of the imperial family, are commoners. When commoners meet the imperial family, according to etiquette, they must kneel and perform obeisance. Pinger even deliberately emphasized these words, as if wanting to slap the faces of the Nian mother and her children. Then, seeing that she was still standing there in a daze, Pinger once again repeated the demand. What, still not kneeling to greet the princess consort? Indeed, hearing the princess consort state her status anew, Nangong, you could finally calm down. She was used to being domineering, relying on the Nangong family. But a princess consort was a member of the imperial family. No matter how great the Nangong family's power was, it could not defeat the imperial family. Therefore, unable to argue against this logic, Nangong you had to kneel down in grievance and pay her respects to the princess consort. And she didn't forget to remind her son and daughter, you too, kneel down quickly as well. As it turned out, Princess Consort Xue went over as if to help her up, while at the same time, it was as if she wanted to press her down to the ground a little to make her remember these rules and be less arrogant. How could Xue let you truly kneel? After all, you're Xue's mother-in-law, even though you don't distinguish right from wrong and reverse black and white. Your son is also no better than an animal, his crimes deserving 10,000 deaths, and your daughter. At this point, Madame Nian's eyes were opened wider than they could possibly be. Suddenly, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, unexpectedly pushed open the door and rushed in, to the astonishment of the princess consort and everyone else. The moment she saw brother Yi, she was immediately overjoyed and quickly rushed into his arms. This was perhaps their first reunion since the wedding ceremony took place. In Zhao Yi's hand was a jug of wine, and so the Nian mother and children quickly stood up and paid their respects to Prince Mu. Greetings, Your Highness, Prince Mu. Zhao Yi then used a gaze as sharp as a knife to question them one by one. Dispense with the formalities. I came here by chance today away, wanting to see little Anshue first. Seeing so many of you here, surely you weren't bullying little Anshue, were you? Princess Anshue was overjoyed to see him and immediately denied it. How could that be? Anshue was just talking with my mother-in-law. But upon hearing this, Nangon Yu became anxious and repeatedly tried to clear her name. Yes, how would we dare to bully the princess? Nienalon then quickly stepped forward to mediate. In reality, she wanted to attract the attention of Prince Mu, Zhao Yi. A harmonious family prospers in all things. Handle everything fairly. Ilan always says so. Your Highness Prince Mu, no need to worry. Ilan and eldest sister-in-law normally have a very good relationship. After hearing this, Zhao Yi didn't want to pursue the matter further and immediately instructed Pinger. It's best if that's true. Pinger, take good care of your lady. The maid Pinger immediately nodded and accepted the order. Pinger understands, but in reality, at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious and restless in her heart. The young lady has really changed. Although she didn't know what had happened, ever since the night the young lady gave up the thought of suicide, she had changed. Just then, Nien Ilan suddenly let out a few soft coughs, breaking the quiet atmosphere. She was deliberately trying every means to curry favor with Prince Mu. So, Your Highness Prince Mu's visit to the Nien residence today is to find. In her heart, she was eagerly hoping that the person Zhao Yi came to find was herself. However, Zhao Yi bluntly and cruelly confirmed it in front of everyone. It was like a slap in the face to Nienalon. That's right, today I came to find my younger cousin, Nienyu. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Nien family was stunned one after another. Even Princess Anshue herself couldn't help but be surprised to find Nienyu. At the same time, on Nienyu's side, she was currently strolling alone on the street in simple clothes that were easy to move in. According to her memories from her past life, before the Cowherd and Weaver Girl Festival, this person would return to Shuntian Prefecture. This time, he will surely rope in a very important figure. Moreover, the whereabouts of my senior brother and master. Just as she was thinking this, a noisy incident occurred on the street. Two men were seen arguing back and forth about something. What was it? Get out, get out, get out. Without the person, Yuan said, I'm talking to Yuan, don't get physical. The surrounding crowd then began to stop and watch the situation, chattering amongst themselves. What's going on? It seems like they're arguing. Then, the two of them continued to argue. My daughter went missing a few months ago near your place. You must have taken her. I think you're tired of living, daring to cause trouble at the Qin residence. Our master is the prefectural governor. Be careful or he'll break your legs. Hearing the argument up to this point, Nienyu finally understood the situation. A lost daughter? Then the old man continued to nod and made a demand. I know. If the prefectural governor has taken a liking to my daughter, just say so. Just give me 50 taels, and that'll be it. Get out, get out, get out. Stop causing trouble here. They kept struggling back and forth, and Nienyu didn't pry into the matter any further. She left directly. This world is truly full of trouble and gossip. But the two men continued to argue with each other. Don't come back, or I'll beat you every time I see you. If I can't find my daughter, I'll come to you for money. Tui, you scoundrel. His mouth is truly vicious. Suddenly, just as the old man was thrown out by the gatekeeper in agony, a mysterious figure's shadow appeared on the ground, walking step by step towards him to ask, You said your daughter went missing near here? The story continues in a small room. In front of the door are many green plants. Inside the room, lying on a sickbed, is a woman who looks quite weak, gaunt and haggard from illness. Sitting by the bed is Ninth Master Su. Perhaps he is her husband. He was extremely worried upon hearing her coughs. Lin Lang, how are you, my wife? Don't be afraid. We've returned to Shuntian Prefecture. I heard that Zen Master Yaoshan and his first disciple are here. As long as we can find them, your illness will be cured. However, this lady was a bit pessimistic and advised Ninth Master Su, Ninth Master, we've been searching for so long without any clues. How about we stop searching? Lin Lang knows her own health. Lin Lang only hopes to spend her final days with Ninth Master. But before she could finish her sentence, she was quickly refuted by Ninth Master Su. No, don't say such unlucky things. On our wedding day, we vowed to grow old together and be with each other for a lifetime. We are not yet old. I won't let you go first. Just then, their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Nienyu. As soon as she entered, she immediately asked directly, Are you two looking for Zen Master Yaoshan? Upon hearing this, Ninth Master Su was startled and hurriedly wiped away his tears. Then he quickly turned around to observe the newcomer. Nienyu then quickly affirmed, I can treat your wife's illness. However, Ninth Master Su seemed a bit disbelieving. He immediately retorted, I heard that the disciple Zen Master Yaoshan accepted 10 years ago was a 15-year-old boy. Young lady, if you've come to join the fun, please go back. I've heard that many young women have gone missing recently. Young lady, don't run around. However, Nienyu quickly took out a case of acupuncture needles from her sleeve and explained to him, based on Ninth Master's financial resources and family business, I'm afraid you've already sought out all the famous doctors in Shuntian Prefecture. Right now, you have no clue about the rumored Zen Master Yaoshan. Compared to letting your wife's condition worsen, why not let me give a try? Ninth Master Su was silent for a long while. Then his gaze gradually turned sharp as he warned her beforehand. From this moment on, the doctor and patient share the same fate. If anything happens to my wife, I, Sue, guarantee that you will not be able to walk out of this door. It turned out that outside in the courtyard, hidden in the treetops, were masters waiting. If Nianyu's medical skills proved to be a sham, they would immediately take her life. Yet, not only was Nianyu not the least bit afraid, but on the contrary, she was extremely confident and smugly affirmed with two words, "I can." Then, in just a few short minutes, she quickly treated Ninth Master Sue to a display of her superb medical skills. At this moment, doubt began to rise in his mind. This young lady is so young, yet she possesses such superb techniques. Could she really be the disciple of Zen Master Yaoshan? As it turned out, after a while of acupuncture, the lady suddenly vomited blood. Ninth Master Sue was furious and shouted, "What have you done?" His subordinates outside in the courtyard were also about to move in and act on their master's voice. However, miraculously, the lady suddenly grabbed his sleeve and stopped him. "Ninth Master, I feel much better." It turned out that although she was just a young lady, her medical skills were truly far more superb than he had imagined. So, after a long while, the couple thanked Nianyu in unison for saving their lives. "Lin Lang thanks you, young lady." "Thank you, young lady, for your help, for your great kindness." Nianyu didn't dare to delay and immediately advised them, "I will remember Ninth Master's words. These few needles of mine can only provide temporary relief, not a complete cure. As long as you spread the news that Zen Master Yaoshan's disciple treated you, the real disciple of Zen Master Yaoshan will definitely come to the door to investigate the situation." She said this because she knew that senior brother of hers cared a lot about the reputation of Zen Master Yaoshan and himself. So if he heard someone was impersonating him, he would surely be unable to sit still. Ninth Master Sue, grateful, had to follow her suggestion. "So that's how it is, I, Sue, understand. The person we need to find is also the person she wants to meet. Her helping me was surely to use my connections to spread the news to find someone, while conveniently doing me a life-saving favor. This young lady is truly rare." That night at the general's residence, while Su Qing was soaking in a bathtub strewn with rose petals, being served by a beautiful and charming woman, her hands suddenly trembled. Taking advantage of Su Qing's inattention, she wanted to pull down the mask covering his face. As a result, this action was completely caught by Su Qing. He gripped her small hand tightly while questioning her in a harsh voice. "What are you trying to do?" It turned out this charming and alluring woman was Su Changjun, Su Qing's younger sister. Accidentally caught by her brother, she began to explain, "Xiren, I want to see your face. Ever since I can remember, you've worn a mask. I'm your biological sister, yet I've never even seen what you look like. Facing a cold mask all day is truly too boring." Suddenly, just as she finished speaking, the Commissioner of Military Affairs, Su Qing, unexpectedly uttered two words, "Don't go," which left Su Changjun a bit flustered and unsure what to do. Then the subordinates standing outside the bathroom door began to report in detail, "Your Highness, there's a lead in the investigation." After that, Su Qing continued to order his sister to turn to the other side. He then immediately stood up and stepped out of the steamy bathtub. His hand quickly grabbed a robe and threw it on, his movements extremely decisive and swift. Then, he gave an order to his subordinate, "Let's go." "Yes." And at that moment, in a dark prison, Nianyu, the second young lady of the Nian family, slowly woke up from a long sleep. She groggily opened her eyes to observe her surroundings, but this feeling was a bit strange. Where's this? Why am I here? Moreover, around her were many women with skeletal bodies and haggard appearances, covered in many marks from being beaten. These people, I remember now, after leaving Lin Lang's room on the way back to the residence. Thinking up to this point, Nianyu's head ached a little as she recalled the incident. At that time, she had bumped into a woman wearing a veiled hat. Then, the other person accidentally dropped her handkerchief. Nianyu, out of kindness, helped her pick up the handkerchief to return it to its owner. She just called out, "Young lady, you dropped this." As a result, while taking back the dropped handkerchief, the woman accidentally gave Nianyu a small scratch on her index finger. Then that person giggled and thanked her profusely. "Thank you. Ah, young lady, what's wrong with you? Let me take you home." As it turned out, as soon as she finished speaking, Nian, you completely collapsed to the ground. She then fell into a coma and was brought to this prison. Back in the present, Nian, you finally understood. So that's what happened then. It was truly unavoidable. But who on earth was that person and what was their purpose? A few drops of cold sweat began to appear on Nian Yu's forehead, just as a lively discussion was heard from outside the prison cell. "Young master, everything here has been prepared for you. Seventh mistress, you are still the best." As soon as Nian Yu heard the words young master and seventh mistress, she immediately realized that something was wrong. So she quickly quickly continued to feign unconsciousness to avoid being discovered. Next, the character called Seventh Mistress continued to introduce to the young master. She has been poisoned and won't wake up for a while, young master can rest assured. And at this moment, as the remaining women in the prison saw that young master approaching, every single one of them trembled in fear, except for one girl who was the calmest. She immediately shot up and walked towards that lecherous, perverted young master. The result was, before she could even say a word, he gave her a slap along with a harsh curse. "Get aside, I'm tired of playing with you." And Seventh Mistress, standing in a corner watching this scene, said nothing. After that slap, the woman passed out immediately. That young master then continued to walk slowly and leisurely towards where Nienyu was lying. He slowly admired her exquisite face, not forgetting to praise her with a few words. "Second miss of the Nien family. Your disguise as a man was nothing special, but restored to your female identity. You're even more beautiful than Nienalon." As this lecher spoke, he slowly reached out to touch Nienyu's face, causing her to feel an unavoidable sense of disgust and revulsion. He clearly knew she was from the Nien residence, yet still dared to make a move. Could it be that he also has power in the imperial court? Who on earth is this person? So she remained silent, trying to endure with her eyes closed, while the other person kept praising nonstop. "The prey you've arranged this time is not bad. Why not have her try on men's clothes? Perhaps it will bring a new sensation." After hearing this, Seventh Mistress agreed with his thought, so she immediately joined in on the fun. Young master's idea is truly interesting. Seventh Mistress wants to play too. Just then, from another direction, a few soft coughs suddenly cut off the conversation of that despicable pair. That young master was startled and exclaimed, "Ah, you've arrived. Could it be that she's awake?" Nienyu silently observed the situation. The next development. Could it really be the person the pervert mentioned? This voice seems to be muffled by something. It's not the original voice. "So out here," that perverted young master excitedly ordered. "Seventh Mistress's poison is truly potent. Otherwise, how could so many women be captured? Bring her in." And right after this sentence, Nienyu seemed to have almost guessed the identity of the person who was about to arrive. But the mysterious figure outside suddenly stopped coming in. He actually stopped at the door and made a decision for the young master. "This woman is exquisite. You play. In short, don't let her survive until tomorrow." After saying that, he directly turned and left, and that lecherous young master excitedly nodded in agreement immediately. Then quickly turned to Seventh Mistress and ordered, "Understood, Seventh Mistress. Take her upstairs." At this moment, Nienyu's safety was like a fish on a chopping block, just waiting for dawn. Her life would be over. And after Seventh Mistress took her out of the prison cell, she directly picked up a cup of tea and threw it in her face, forcing her to wake up. The result was, as soon as he saw Nienyu's eyes wide open, that young master was overjoyed, standing in front of her and taunting. "Ah, you're finally awake. It's more fun when you're awake. Otherwise, if you're like a dead fish, what's the fun in that?" Seventh Mistress then immediately urged her to sit up quickly so that he could comfortably enjoy himself under the flickering candlelight. That young master looked as if he was about to eat her alive. With a vile and despicable demeanor, he slowly moved closer to her and gloatingly threatened, "Haha, here I come." Just then, Nienyu suddenly drew up one leg, her demeanor becoming more and more flirtatious and wanton as she invited him. "Young master, don't be in such a hurry. If I can't resist, I might as well try to enjoy it." Then, this action made the drool from the corner of his mouth flow even more. And Seventh Mistress, standing to one side observing their every move, contemptuously and immediately criticized her. "Shameless hussy, you're also fit to be a toy, just like the people in this room." After that, Nienyu moved closer to the candle with the secret plan of using it to burn through the rope, tightly binding her hands without revealing any flaw, while casually retorting, "In that case, are you not one as well?" As soon as the words were spoken, that shameless pair immediately clung to each other, using a seductive and suggestive posture to provoke her. Of course she is not. Young Master Chin and I are truly in love, unlike you bitches. After hearing this, Nienyu immediately sneered, her face clearly showing the word contempt. And at this moment, after some effort, the rope on her hands was almost about to break. That young master, surnamed Chin, suddenly pushed Seventh Mistress's hand away and reassured her, "Don't worry, my little treasure, this young master will cherish you." Seeing her seductive and enchanting appearance, young Master Chin was no different from a long-starved wolf just waiting to devour its prey. Nienyu also tried to stimulate his desire, drawing him closer and closer to her, her mouth constantly coaxing, "Young master, don't be hasty. Come a little closer, and this young lady will give it to you." And the moment his filthy hands touched her chest, Nienyu instantly snapped the rope binding her hands. Just as he did, she prayed in her heart, "Feel it, feel the pain that is about to come." But just when it seemed the plan would succeed, seventh mistress appeared from nowhere, blocking him and striking back at her, her movements graceful and skillful. Nienyu was no match for her at all, so in just a few palm strikes, she was completely defeated. Just as Nienyu was about to use her internal energy to defend herself, she was kicked straight in the chest, causing her to cough up fresh blood. Only now did Nienyu realize how dangerous her opponent was. With poison in her system, her energy could not circulate, so in the end, she was defeated at seventh mistress's feet. And seventh mistress was extremely smug after taking her down, starting to coax. "You obediently let us play. You could die happily." Then, while speaking, she began to frantically stomp on her, cursing as she stomped. "Take that for being crazy. Take that for being crazy." After cursing, she burst into loud laughter, then turned and yelled at the other female prisoners. "Shut up, all of you, you damn things." Then, to appease her anger, young Master Qin immediately stepped in to persuade her. "Seventh mistress, stop. If you break her, it won't be fun anymore." Unexpectedly, her temper was quite stubborn. "Seventh mistress, step on her." He had just finished speaking when seventh mistress indeed followed his order and stomped on the palm of Nianyu's hand, causing her to involuntarily shed tears and let out a piercing scream, shouting frantically, "Let me go, let me go. Could it be that today she, Nianyu, must die in this place?" I'm not resigned. Thinking this, her eyes gradually closed shut, and before her was only a patch of darkness. Just at this critical life or death moment, when it seemed Nianyu was completely in young Master Qin's grasp, left to their humiliation, a piercing shout suddenly rang out from nowhere, interrupting their fun. "Stop!" Seventh mistress and he, extremely panicked, exclaimed in unison, "Who is it?" And right after that, Commissioner of Military Affairs Qin burst in through the window, tearing the door apart, sword in hand, quelling the chaos to their astonishment. The moment that young Master Qin saw him, his face immediately turned pale, and he stammered, "Suo King, older male cousin." And upon hearing this name, a glimmer of hope for survival sparked in Nianyu's heart. Suo Qing, older male cousin? It was him. He came to save her. And on this side, Suo Qing was also extremely surprised to see young Master Qin and immediately questioned him. "Why is it you?" He immediately stood up, trembling in fear, trying to explain, unable to form words. "Oh, older male cousin, listen to my explanation." Right at his feet was Nianyu, a piece of her clothing torn, her whole body covered in wounds. Then Suo Qing continued to look towards the prison cell, where many pitiful girls were imprisoned no better than animals. He looked again at the person lying there, and quickly recognized her as the second Miss Nian, the woman in his heart. At this moment, the fire of rage in Suo Qing's heart reached its peak, and he immediately once again raised his sword and placed it before young Master Qin, threatening. "What do you want to explain?" Young Master Qin was indeed scared out of his wits and continuously protested. "It's not what you think." Who would have thought? Before he could explain the whole story, even seventh mistress, who always tailed him, quickly ran towards Suo Qing, her mouth continuously screaming, "My lord, I was also forced. Save me." However, Suo Qing was not so easily deceived. He gave her no room to retreat, bluntly pointing the sharp tip of his sword at her neck and warning, "Stop pretending. Do you take me for a fool?" At this point, realizing the situation was completely unsalvageable, that young Master Qin also immediately showed his true face. He ordered all his subordinates surrounding the room to rush in. "Suo Qing, although my aunt is your concubine mother, we are not on the same path. All of Shuntian Prefecture knows you are the merciless killer. Since you found out, I can only deal with you." And Suo Qing, of course, did not see these people as opponents at all. He immediately took a few steps back, and as he began to display his martial arts, he exposed his crimes. "Qinin, as the son of the prefect, you knowingly broke the law." But not only did Qinin not listen, he instead immediately ordered his subordinates, "Charge, kill him for me." After that, the result was very predictable. In just a few sword strokes, all the Masters Qin and Itsent were killed, leaving him agape in disbelief as he exclaimed, "W what? Seventh mistress, save me." Seventh mistress, now standing in front of him, could only say a few meaningless words. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, seventh mistress is here." And hearing the words, "seventh mistress," Suo Qing suddenly remembered. Isn't this the seventh mistress of the Chun family? On her side, seventh mistress, forced by the situation, couldn't help but think a little for herself. "It wasn't easy for me to escape from home, only to be sold by that damned old man to be another's concubine. I absolutely will not allow him to ruin everything." Thinking of this, she immediately ordered the young ladies imprisoned in the dungeon, stood before them, pointed a finger, and screamed, "If you don't want to die, then get up for me. Don't forget who your master is. I know exactly exactly where your homes are and how many people are in them. If anything happens to young Master Qin today, I guarantee you won't be able to step out of this door, and I guarantee your families will all die. At this moment, Nianyu, crawling up from the ground, also realized the situation was extremely complicated and immediately planned an escape route for herself. However, her body had not yet fully recovered, and these women had been completely brainwashed. Following the seventh lady's command, they all rushed towards Su Qing, attacking like storm. As for the seventh lady herself, she continued to order her few remaining subordinates to keep attacking Su Qing. You all get up there for me. Use these women as a shield. And on this side, Su Qing, hindered by those young ladies, could not bring himself to kill innocent people, only using the hilt of his sword to strike them. As for Qin An's remaining subordinates, he took them down completely. At this moment, his situation was that he was surrounded on all sides with no way out, because he couldn't be ruthless with these women and those assassins. So to him, they were a hindering entanglement. Seeing this scene, the seventh lady was overjoyed and said to herself, "Ah, Inuit, you righteous people won't lay a hand on the innocent. You must go on. What a pity, a testament to your supreme nobility." Thinking of this, she immediately seized the opportunity to rush towards Su Qing, attacking from behind. Meanwhile, Nianyu was constantly trying to use the last of her strength. She held 3 needles, preparing to counterattack and save him. The moment the seventh lady's filthy hands, with poison laced in her fingertips, were about to touch Su Qing's skin, at that critical moment, Nianyu finally managed to throw the needles in time, injuring her. Although the needles successfully ruined her face, the outcome was still unavoidable. Su Qing was struck by the seventh lady with a long scratch. At that moment, both Nianyu and young Master Qin and simultaneously called out the names of the commissioner and the seventh lady. But Su Qing had no time to worry about his wound, because those assassins continued to target and attack him. The moment he had taken them all down was also the moment the poison had gradually seeped into his body, causing Su Qing to be unable to hide his pain as he collapsed to the ground. As for the poor, innocent young ladies, they took advantage of the chaotic situation to run out of the prison door. Over here, young Master Qin painfully crawled bit by bit towards the seventh lady, who was lying gasping on the ground, and took her into his arms, repeatedly calling out, Seventh lady, don't die." The seventh lady also suppressed her pain to answer him. "Young master, in this life, seventh lady came from a lowly background and a poor family. Unloved by my father, unloved by my mother. I had never felt love. It wasn't until I met you, young master, that I knew the feeling of being cherished and loved by someone else. So as long as you are happy, young master, seventh lady is willing to do anything for you. Although the time was short, it was enough to comfort this life of mine, to make me feel that this life was not lived in vain. Young master, run." In the end, she took her last breath in Qin's arms. As for Qinin, he was heartbroken, continuously screaming and calling out, Seventh lady, no." The moment he saw the person he loved gradually fade away, Qin An's eyes were filled with resentment. He immediately turned to shout at Nianyu. Nianyu, at this time, also suppressed her pain and slowly stood up to reply. Qin was blinded by hatred. He decided to pick up a sword and put it to the neck of his cousin, Su Qing, to threaten her. "Don't come over here. If you come over, I'll kill him." Originally, he was no match for the commissioner, but in the current situation, Su Qing was poisoned, so his body was weaker than usual. At this moment, Su Qing also realized the seriousness of the problem. This woman's poison is truly strong. To think that a great general would be coerced by someone who knows no martial arts at all. At this time, the wound on his neck was still bleeding nonstop, and Qin began to smile a ghastly smile, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect a woman like you to know how to use throwing darts. But now Su Qing is in my hands. Do you think you still?" Seeing the madness in Qin An's eyes, Nianyu hesitated, not daring to act rashly. The throwing dart in her hand also paused for a moment. So Qin An, with teary eyes, frantically provoked Nianyu. In this entire Shuntian prefecture, who doesn't know that your trembling hands broke a teacup during the tea ceremony? A woman with hands as shaky as yours. If you have the skill, then kill me with your throwing dart. And after hearing these words, Nianyu immediately felt a pang of self-blame. He's right. He's hiding behind Su Qing. The target is so small, and the distance is so far, I'm really not certain at all. Then Qin An continued to press the sword closer to Su Qing's neck, while also repeatedly emphasizing his provocative words. "Cousin, my good cousin, do you trust this trembling-handed young lady? Do you?" However, Su Qing did not reply to him at all, and only continuously urged Nianyu. "Second miss, throw the dart quickly." These words made Qin An panic a little. He immediately stressed again. You don't want to live anymore?" At the critical moment, Nianyu saw the half-hidden figure of the poor girl from the prison earlier, holding a club, preparing to ambush punish and kill the foolish Chenin. Therefore, she immediately seized this plan and tried to distract Chenin. I don't know if Su Qin trusts me, but I trust that what goes around comes around. The moment the words were spoken, that poor young lady quickly rushed in with the club and struck Chenin hard on the back of his neck, catching him off guard. Nianyu seized the opening and threw the dart straight into the middle of his forehead, causing Qin to immediately collapse to the ground without time for last words. With his faint, gasping breath, he looked at the poor, constantly trembling woman and reproached her. So it was you. I thought I had played you until you were stupid. In the end, it was karmic retribution. Both the lecherous, wretched young Master Qin and the seventh lady had gone to the eternal realm after the wicked sins they had committed. And at this time, worried that staying longer would bring more trouble, Su Qin continuously urged Nianyu. Second Miss Nian, you should go quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Nianyu immediately ran to support him in her arms. Su Qin reminded her again. After I heard the news, I came here alone quickly. My subordinates are weak and will arrive a bit later. You should go quickly. After saying that, he fainted directly. There is a saying, where a venomous snake appears, an antidote can be found within 7 steps. This thing was found on that woman's body. The poisoner must have the antidote on them. Otherwise, they couldn't make such threats and promises. So in this critical moment, luckily, Nianyu did indeed find the antidote on the seventh lady's body. But she fumbled for a moment, still wondering he's fainted. How is he supposed to drink this? Therefore, with no other choice, Nianyu had to pour the antidote into her own mouth and feed it to him that way. Although men and women should not have direct contact, a life is at stake, so she couldn't worry about such things. I'll chew it into smaller pieces to make it easier to swallow. As a result, after chewing it, she immediately fed it to Su Qin. With great difficulty, she managed to get the antidote into his body. So, after a long moment passed, Su Qin finally woke up. However, after waking up, the first thing he asked her was, Second Miss Nian, why are you still here? Seeing him awake, Nianyu was overjoyed and immediately replied, You're awake. She suddenly remembered that the two of them were still in a very awkward, embracing posture. Therefore, without a word, Nianyu immediately pushed him away and reminded him, Well, then you should get up quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Su Qin was a bit startled by the sudden action, but he didn't take it to heart and just nodded in agreement. It's all right. Men and women should not have direct contact, I understand. How'd I wake up so quickly? After helping him up, Nianyu explained with some embarrassment that seventh lady had the antidote on her. I gave it to you to drink. After hearing this, Su Qin nodded in understanding and began to thank her. So that's how it is. It was fortunate to have Second Miss Nian's help to get through this. I am grateful. Suddenly, at this moment, she was startled as if she remembered something. Combining the news she heard in her past life with her interactions with Su Qin in this one, Nianyu had thought he was a cold and unpredictable person, yet he could always appear during dangerous moments. His bright figure cutting through the darkness, saving her from dire straits. Thinking of this, Nianyu immediately performed a salute to repay his life-saving grace. What are you saying? Lord Commissioner, you are incredibly brave, fighting 1 against 10. It was you, Lord Commissioner, who saved us. Just as they were talking, Su Qin suddenly noticed the wound on her hand and immediately asked, How did Second Miss Nian's hand get burned? So she immediately made an excuse to explain this was an accident. But before she could finish her words, he cut her off. Su Qin took out a bottle of wound medicine from his sleeve and quickly applied it for her, continuously emphasizing as he applied it. We are often outdoors, so we have some medicine for all sorts of injuries, from cuts and bruises to burns of frostbite. His action was extremely gentle and caring, which made Nianyu feel a bit shy and immediately pull her hand back. But Su Qin held her hand tightly and didn't let go, continuing to question her. Did you receive my letter? Nianyu suddenly remembered and then nodded in acknowledgement. I received the letter. Su Qin suddenly asked a few more questions, half believing, half doubting. Are you sure you received it? This affectionate gaze of his towards Nian, you made her heart flutter, and her cheeks blushed unexpectedly. She kept stammering in reply. A letter is a letter. However, Su Qin once again emphasized, no need for more words. Second Miss Nian is truly an intelligent person. Suddenly, just as they were having a moment of unspoken mutual affection, but they were interrupted by one of Su Qin's subordinates. Lord Privy Commissioner, your subordinate is late. Seeing someone arrive, Nianyu immediately pulled her hand back and quickly made an excuse to leave. It seems it's time for me to go. Lord Privy Commissioner, just pretend you never met me tonight. After all, you have your secrets and I have mine. I don't want to get too involved. As Nianyu spoke, she playfully winked at him. To him, this entire image was like a bright star, unforgettable. Su Qin immediately responded to her with an affectionate gaze and a nod. This Su understands. After speaking, Nianyu jumped directly out of the window and returned home. Before leaving, she didn't forget to toss back a sentence. The rest of the matter will have to trouble the Lord Privy Commissioner. This left Su Qin alone, silently following her departing figure with his eyes. He suddenly used his hand to gently touch his lips, lingering on the sweet taste from before. The next day, day, the case of a young girl imprisoned in the prefect's manor shocked the entire Shuntian prefecture. Privy Commissioner Su Ah-ching brought his men to surround the prefect's manor to investigate the pleasure den where the young girl was imprisoned and violated. On the surface, he upheld the law, a shining example. Behind the scenes, he committed heinous crimes. The court and the common people were outraged and grieved. Emperor Yuanda was furious and stripped Prefect Qin Feng of his post. The entire Qin household was exiled. This time, the case was closed. However, a few days later, in Nian Yu's mind, things were not that simple. She believed it wasn't over yet. That person Qin and mentioned that night clearly wouldn't let me see the sun the next day. He had Chun Xinyang set a trap for me, using Qin An's hands to humiliate me, all to take my life. Who could it be? Nian Yu was lost in thought, her mind a mess about the recent uproar in the capital. Suddenly, she accidentally saw the siblings Nian Ilan and the second young master of the Nam, Kung family, taming a horse together. Nian Ilan continuously urged the other, second older cousin, be a little gentler. This horse is both thin and small. However, that young master believed, Ilan, you don't understand. With this fine steed, you have to be rough. Beat it until it's scared, then it will be obedient. That's how it is with thin horses. Just as the two of them were chatting animatedly, Nian happened to see Nian Yu standing there and immediately called her over to join the fun. Little sister Yuer. Second brother is here. So, Nian Yu immediately followed etiquette and bowed to him. Yuer pays respects to second older cousin. But what is this person doing at the Nian residence? She couldn't help but wonder in her heart. Afterward, this second older cousin, who was Nam Kung Koi, replied to her in a somewhat sarcastic and contemptuous tone. Yo, isn't this her second miss? Dressed as a woman, you have some beauty. Not bad, not bad. Nian Yu felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. It's best to have little contact with relatives from the Nam Kung family. Therefore, she quickly made an excuse to leave first, not wanting to get involved with them. You won't spoil your fun any longer. I'll take my leave first. But just as she was about to leave, Nam Kung Koi grabbed her arm. Come, second older cousin just got a fine steed. Help your cousin take a look. Nian Yu quickly refused. Yuer is not knowledgeable about horses, I'm afraid. However, he kept trying to pull her along, as if he was hatching some plot. He continuously reassured Nian Yu. It's fine, just take a casual look. What on earth does this guy want to do? Sure enough, the moment she stood in front of that horse, Nam Kung Koi immediately whipped it hard, causing the fine steed to go mad and prepare to attack Nian Yu. Nian Yu quickly looked at the hand, gripping hers tightly, and swiftly realized the situation. So, he was holding me just to let the horse kick me? Thinking this, Nian Yu quickly yanked her hand out of his and ran to one side. At the same time, not forgetting to knock Nam Kung Koi to the ground, considering it a narrow escape. At this moment, seeing both Nam Kung Koi and Nian Yu fall, Nian Ilan feigned concern and quickly ran over to check on her situation. Then she didn't forget to ask a few questions. Second older cousin, what are you doing? Even if you're joking, there should be a limit. But Nian Yu had long seen through the siblings' trick. Although she outwardly kept reassuring, elder sister, it's nothing. It was Yuer who was careless. However, in her heart, she couldn't help but feel immense contempt for these people. A cheap trick? Ridiculous. Then, when she turned her head and saw Nam Kung Koi looking extremely pleased with himself, getting up on his own while continuously making up excuses to justify himself. Haha, a thin horse is hard to train. Cousin Yuer, don't mind it. But it was his calm, unfazed expression that made Nian Yu even more uneasy, she told herself. His plan didn't succeed. So why is he so happy? Nian Yu felt she was being tested. But why was she being tested? Nian Yu still didn't understand the intention of this cousin who had suddenly come to visit. Leaving this place first was her judgment. Why do I feel like I've fallen into a trap? Just as she was feeling puzzled, Nam Kung Koi suddenly stammered some strange words. Thin horse. Thin horse. And these words, thin horse, unintentionally made her remember something. Jinling bandits from all four directions trade in girls. The Tan no chronicle records, idle talk from guests. Nothing is beyond them, all sorts of things like zither, chess, poetry, painting, and flute playing. Jewelry, clothing, delaying education, choosing the elegant and beautiful, caring for their skin. To be concubines in rich households or sent to brothels, using 100 schemes. When the melons are ripe, they're sold at a high price to eunuchs who raise thin horses from poor girls. A thin horse refers to a trafficker who buys or kidnaps beautiful girls from poor families, teaching them to dance, sing, play instruments, and paint. After they grow up, they are sold to wealthy men as concubines or sent to brothels. Poor girls are often thin and weak. Their status is low as that of cattle and horses, hence the name thin horse. Third-class girls, proficient in sewing, tailoring, or cooking, preparing food, and arranging fruits, are raised to become servants. Second-class girls, with beautiful appearances, who are literate and can play instruments, are mostly sold to brothels to sell their talents or their bodies. Second-class girls would be taught to play instruments, dance, sing, write, recite poetry, paint, and play chess, 100 kinds of seductive arts, along with makeup techniques and physical training. Girls of this level either become top courtesans or may marry into wealthy families as concubines. But such girls are very rare. Everyone knows Nam Kung Koi likes horses. But what is the connection between this kind of thin horse and that kind of thin horse? That person that night, I couldn't hear their voice clearly, couldn't see their face. There is no evidence whatsoever. Thinking about these things now is useless. There are more important matters today. Although she was still very curious about the two siblings, it was still not convenient for Nian Yu to stay long. So she left immediately. And after she had completely left, Nam Kung Koi abruptly turned to discuss with his cousin Nian Ilan. Ilan, this good little sister of yours is indeed not simple. Nian Ilan nodded in agreement. She casually added a few words. Her surviving and returning was already a miracle. I invited you here today precisely to find out more about her. Nam Kung Koi also couldn't help but feel it was a bit strange. He wondered, I pulled her with such force just now, yet she was able to push me away in that hair's breadth moment. This reaction speed and strength are definitely not that of a weak and delicate woman. Qin was killed instead. She can't be uninvolved. According to the investigation, Qin and Chen Qinyang did not die from Sua Qing's sword skills, but from flying metal. The one who killed them is very likely. Nian Yu, thinking of this, Nam Kung Koi's heart suddenly felt like it was on fire as he shouted while relentlessly squeezing Nian Ilan's neck. Nian Ilan, you called us here without clarifying anything. If I hadn't been careful not to show my face that night, I would be dead like Qin by now. If the Imperial Court investigates and finds the Nam Kung family, we will also be in disaster. Sure enough, faced with the safety of their family, it was time for these two siblings to turn on each other. And Nam Kung Koi, using just a little bit of strength, could easily lift Nian Ilan's entire body off the ground, causing her to be so terrified that she continuously begged, I am sorry. I didn't know she had this kind of ability. From now on, I will definitely be more careful. After hearing this, Nam Kung Koi immediately stopped and threw her to the ground. At the same time, he didn't forget to warn her, if it weren't for the fact that we're waiting for you to marry into the Imperial family, I would have crippled you today. And Nian Ilan, thrown like an object on the ground, coughed several times and continuously pleaded with him to let her go. Nam Kung Koi suddenly thought grimly for a moment, then immediately uttered, this little cousin is really interesting. Speaking of the story on the Chiyu continent, where the seven kingdoms stand apart besides the peace treaty from 100 years ago, there is also kinship between the countries. During the reign of the first emperor of the Northern Qi dynasty, two brothers married the princess of Eastern Li and the princess of Southern Yu. The marriages between the three countries left behind an interesting story, and at the time of this wedding ceremony, the surrounding crowd was also buzzing with discussion. The Empress Dowager hasn't returned to Shuntian Prefecture for years. This event must be very grand. It has to be. In a few days, it will be the Qixi Festival, and envoys from every country must come. So lively. At that time, in the crowd, Nian Yu was also present to see what the current situation of the court was like. Once every 4 years, the courts of Eastern Li and Southern Yu would come to Northern Qi for diplomacy, called the Visit of the Two Princesses. In reality, it was for the purpose of consolidating the alliance treaty. I was not present at this time in my previous life. It was a clever story that changed the relationship between the countries. I really didn't know the specific situation. But in this lifetime, one more piece of information is one more chance to live. I must come to confirm it with my own eyes. Speaking of the situation at court, the current Emperor Yuanda, the older brother of the first emperor, married the Easternly princess, who is the current empress. This Easternly princess is named Yuan Xin. The first emperor married the Southern Yu princess, who is the current Empress Dowager. And this Empress Dowager Ci Ning is also the princess of Southern Yu. Standing before the crowd, she announced to everyone, I have left the secular world, having done so for half my life. Normally I should not return. But for this Qixi festival, Southern Yu is sending people. So in the end, I still want to come back and see. Upon seeing the Empress Dowager, all members of the royal family bowed in unison. Greetings, Mother Empress. We respectfully greet the Empress Dowager. We wish the Empress Dowager sacred peace. The emperor immediately inquired after her. You've traveled a long way by boat. It must have been arduous for you. The court officials then also quickly bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager. We, your humble servants, respectfully greet the Empress Dowager. We wish the Empress Dowager sacred peace. The Empress Dowager then immediately bade them, you may all rise. As soon as the Empress Dowager finished speaking, Princess Dongli immediately put her arm around her and eagerly suggested, Sister-in-law, you went to Mount Qi to pray for blessings. One trip took several years. His Majesty and I have missed you dearly. When we heard you wished to return to the palace, His Majesty and I were overjoyed. The Changlu Palace has been tended to by palace maids every day, awaiting your return. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager immediately smiled, nodded, and replied, very very well. It is good that you have such a kind heart, little sister. Then, she suddenly turned towards Zhao Yin and asked with concern. We haven't seen each other in several years, and Yinner has grown so much taller. Hearing this, Zhao Yin immediately nodded and continued, yes, thanks to mother's concern, your son's health is very good. At that, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but run over to join the fun. He put his arm around Zhao Yan's shoulder and laughed teasingly. The Empress Dowager truly only cares about my younger brother. Because of this, the Empress Dowager immediately inquired after him as well. It's been a long time. How is it that you still seem like you haven't grown up? This lively scene of the royal family talking and laughing made Nianyu feel a little uneasy in her heart, wondering to herself, where on earth is it? Just as she was lost in her worries and anxieties, an arrow suddenly flew from out of nowhere towards the Empress Dowager, who was standing there. The sharp-eyed Zhao Yan immediately spotted the potential danger, so he quickly ran behind the Empress Dowager to shield her. Mother, be careful. The result was not unexpected. The arrow indeed struck him squarely in the back, causing all the members of the royal family to be utterly horrified. The terrified emperor immediately let out a cry. Yinner, the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Su Qing, also immediately ordered his subordinates. There's an assassin. Protect his majesty. And at this moment in the crowd, while the common people were still trying to adapt, they continuously clamored. What happened? It seems Princely was hit by an arrow. Nianyu didn't have time to think much and quickly made a judgment before running off. The direction of the arrow was determined to be from this way, but the crowd is too dense, making it impossible to find them. So that's where his wound came from. Returning to a few fragments of memory from her past life. At that time, when she and Zhao Yin were sleeping soundly together, Nianyu accidentally saw the wound on his back and asked out of curiosity, this wound of yours, what is it from? When did you get it? However, Zhao Yin quickly pulled up his clothes to cover it and brushed it off. It's just a trivial matter. No need to mind it. Returning to the present, Nianyu suddenly felt a pang of bitterness and couldn't help but scold inwardly. Is it really a small matter? That night, the entire imperial palace stayed awake. The imperial physicians continuously tried their best to treat Zhao Yan's wound. Throughout the palace were sounds of urging, hurry up, and inside the bedchamber, the imperial physician, while preparing to pull the arrow from his back, repeatedly instructed Zhao Yan, Your Highness, Prince Li, please try to endure it a little longer. And standing to one side, the emperor was extremely worried, his face pale. After pulling the arrow from his body, the imperial physician could finally report with relief, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, do not worry. There are no life-threatening injuries. But the emperor kept staring at the arrow, his hand trembling slightly as he picked it up to examine it. Then he suddenly called Su Qing over for a discussion. General Su, a word with me. Su Qing quickly obeyed and went outside immediately, yes. As it turned out, the emperor directly handed the arrow to the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs and very gravely instructed him, General Su, with the upcoming Qixi Festival, all nations will be present, a mix of good and bad. We don't know what else might happen next. Investigate today's incident thoroughly. We want to see who exactly is so audacious as to assassinate the Empress Dowager right under our nose. This matter must be handled with deep intervention and in secret. At this point, the emperor deliberately lowered his voice, as if this were a secret only the two of them knew. Su Qing immediately nodded and accepted the order. Yes, Su Qing obeys. Su Qing slowly and carefully observed the pattern on the blood-stained arrow and was surprised to discover it. This is the eagle's claw symbol, the symbol of the Dongli court's army. No wonder His Majesty deliberately prevented everyone from seeing this arrowhead. At this moment, Su Qing secretly glanced towards the Empress, who came from Dongli, and thought to himself, Dongli, the motherland of Empress Yuan. This matter will not be so simple. Speaking of Zhao Yan's condition, he was still deep in a coma, not yet awake. The Empress Dowager, her heart aching as if cut, continuously embraced her son, hoping he would wake up soon. Standing far off, Empress Yuan couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed as she turned to Prince Mu. Zhao Yi, the late emperor, passed away too soon, leaving only Yinner as a son. If anything were to happen to Yinner, how would we face the late emperor? Zhao Yi immediately comforted Empress Yuan. Mother, don't be too heartbroken. Younger brother is a good person and will be blessed by the heavens. Nothing will surely happen. At this moment, the Empress Dowager also seemed to hear their conversation. Her expression gradually darkened. No one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Over here, the emperor secretly nodded, giving some kind of signal to his trusted imperial physician. The physician quickly used a needle to test for poison on Zhao Yan's wound. The result was a bit strange. The tip of the needle indeed did not change color. The arrow was indeed not coated with poison. And outside the imperial palace, the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Su Qing, also carefully arranged for his subordinates to be scattered across the rooftops, secretly observing the situation to protect the royal family. At this time, a subordinate immediately came to him to report the situation, reporting, General. According to the imperial physician's examination, the arrowhead. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qing looked at him and asked, has no poison, right? The subordinate immediately nodded in acknowledgement, correct. So, Su Qing continued to stare at the arrowhead with the Dongli symbol and silently speculated. If they truly wanted to kill someone, they wouldn't deliberately use a symbolic arrowhead. This way, it's as if they fear the world wouldn't know. The assassination attempt is just a smokescreen. This is not the killer's real purpose, so there would certainly be no poison. There could be roughly two possibilities. 1. Some force used the eagle arrow to assassinate the Empress Dowager, intending to blame Dongli. 2. Dongli is the assassin, but deliberately used the eagle arrow to assassinate the Empress Dowager, then cry foul. If you want to assassinate someone, why use your own arrow? It's obvious someone will blame me. This will create a distraction in everyone's eyes. It's like someone who starts by concealing the truth with countless mysteries, in turn hiding their own motives. Only then did Prince Li, Zhao Yin, understand the crux of the problem. He then went on to voice his concerns to his mother. But I have always been a useless prince whom no one pays any mind to. Your son has hidden himself all these years, acting in the shadows. The world praises Zhao Yi as an outstanding sovereign. After hearing this, Empress Dowager Chang finished paying her respects to the Buddha, then slowly stood up, not forgetting to advise her son. If your imperial father had not passed the throne to your imperial uncle, who would dare say Zhao Yi is outstanding? There can only be one dragon in this world. If there are two dragons among men, one must fall. To overthrow the throne, you need the backing of many powerful forces. Yinner, you have also reached the age of marriage. Nian of the Nangong family is the target they have set their sights on. If you marry Nian, the Nangong family will surely be beneficial to us. However, Zhao Yin seemed a bit apprehensive about the name Nian. Thus, without hesitation, he spoke his mind. Nian, she would have to pretend to be that way. Your son, however, Empress Dowager Chang advised him very bluntly. Yinner, you must remember, marriages in the imperial court have never been about feelings. Do you have a better choice? Hearing this, Zhao Yan's heart rippled as he asked himself, if she hadn't broken that teacup, if she still understood the common sense of a princess, that would have been good, perhaps for him. Amidst the immense ambition to gain power over the world, there might still have been a place in his heart for the second young lady of the Nian family, Nian Yu. It's just that this ambition for power was too great and unintentionally hurt her in the previous life. Therefore, in this life, he shouldn't even dream of having the beauty. Continuing the story, the sky had gradually grown dark. Nian Yu, after a long time searching for the culprit who shot that arrow this morning, still had no results, and her heart could not understand. Leaving not a single clue, that assassin must be a master. If the wound on Zhao Yan's back was simply from shielding his mother, then why did he hide it from me in the past life? This isn't something worth hiding. She looked up grimly at the starry night sky, thinking aimlessly. Could it be that they threw the stone and hid their hand? Indeed, this move by the Empress Dowager is a bit bold. Now, there's more than one person who has somewhat guessed the crux of the matter. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the Empress Dowager also stood pensively by the window, looking out at the dark night sky illuminated by the moonlight, calmly advising her son. Yinner, times are prone to change. No one is favored forever, and no one is out of favor forever. The most important thing is to know how to use the times to build up your forces, to take advantage of everything that can be taken advantage of. After a while of persuasion, Prince Li, Zhao Yin, still could not overcome his mother's decisiveness. Therefore, he had no choice but to accept and nod in agreement. Yes, your son understands. In truth, he still held a final sliver of hope in his heart. If it were her, there would definitely be a chance to. However, contrary to the delusional Zhao, Yin Yu of the present still held firm to her resilient will to survive. He treated me like that in the past life. I must be very careful. I absolutely will not let him continue to use me. Then came a beautiful memory from the past between her and him. Back then, they held hands and frolicked throughout the mortal world, always filled with laughter. Hurry, come here. Brother Yin, wait for me. Brother Yin, how is your wound? She raised her hand to gently rub the wound on his back. At that moment, Zhao Yin suddenly turned around with the face of a demon, startling Nian Yu awake. It turned out to be just a dream. Then, before her eyes was a brutal battlefield, with soldiers lying fallen on the ground everywhere, covered in countless wounds. Nian Yu worriedly asked herself, where is this? Suddenly, an arrow flew straight towards her, but it was Su Qing who ran out to block it for her. His mask then shattered into small pieces, scattered in a pool of blood, causing Nian Yu to truly awaken from the nightmare and call out Su Qing's name in fear. Fortunately, it was all just a dream, which had frightened her so much that she buried her head in the blanket to calm herself. Finally, the long night was over. That morning at Linlang Pavilion. Take care, young lady. We welcome you to visit again. The shopkeeper enthusiastically saw the second young lady Nian off after she browsed the shop for a while. Nian Yu looked a little tired at this moment. She told herself, I didn't sleep well and had to wake up early, so I'm still a bit tired. Last time I came to find Master Su Sujio, I conveniently ordered a set of clothes at Linlang Pavilion. Today is the appointed day to pick it up. Although the banquet at the Imperial Palace in 2 days is not a competition, I can't be too casual either. Nianyu, in her familiar purple attire that enhanced her fair skin and delicate beauty, was also having a headache about dressing properly for the palace banquet. But was this morning's dream a blessing or a curse? Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a somewhat familiar scent, so she quickly recognized this medicinal fragrance. It's him. He's here as expected. I must hurry to Linlang Pavilion to see. Nianyu quickly followed the direction of the scent to observe the situation. Then she peeked from the shop's entrance, slowly watching the movements inside. At this moment, inside the shop, Xiao Ran, the head disciple of the medicine sage of Yaoshan, was quickly showing off his masterful skills in front of Master Sujio and his wife. Master Sujio, Madam Linlang, let this young master show you what the true teachings of the medicine sage of Yaoshan are. 9 needles of revival. After a flurry of movements, the madam's entire body was covered in acupuncture needles. This scene made Master Sujio feel a little uneasy, and he turned to ask him, This is? Xiao Ran immediately asserted with confidence. The good show has only just begun. The 8 extraordinary meridians, flowing smoothly and unhindered. The heart's blood returns to its nest, resetting the universe. Who would have thought that these techniques of his were actually effective? And soon the madam's condition had improved significantly. Therefore, Master Sujio immediately regarded him as a life-saving benefactor and knelt down, weeping and thanking him incessantly. Young Master Zhao's life-saving grace, Aisu, I don't know how to repay you. Xiaoran also found it a bit ridiculous and immediately helped him up and reassured him. Don't do this. It's embarrassing. Just inform everyone in Shuntian Prefecture. The one who cured the madam's illness is this young master, Xiao Ran, the head disciple of the medicine sage of Yaoshan. Don't believe the fabrications out there that affect my reputation and that of the Shun family. After hearing this, Master Sujio was overjoyed and immediately agreed to his request. Understood. I, Su, will remember the young master's instructions and will definitely prove it for the great master and the young master. Meanwhile, Nianyu, who was secretly observing every move from outside Linlang Pavilion, also found the situation extremely amusing, just as she had predicted. It was just as she had instructed Master Sujio during the previous treatment. This senior brother of mine hasn't changed one bit. In my past life, I was severely injured at Wu Mountain and nearly died. Luckily, my senior brother passed by and saved my life. He then led me to become a disciple under the medicine sage of Yaoshan. Although he's a bit stubborn, his medical skills are definitely second only to our master's. Meanwhile, inside Linlang Pavilion, Master Sujio's eyes had indeed been opened. He then recalled Nianyu's previous instructions. That young lady is truly formidable. Just as she predicted, a disciple of the medicine sage of Yaoshan really came to treat Linlang. I just don't know what that young lady's intentions are. To possess 7 or 8/10 of the medicine sage of Yaoshan's skills. Contrary to Master Sujio's pensive expression, senior brother Xiao Ran was captivated by the magic of the wad of money in his hand. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. So he immediately and mercilessly made a demand. The treatment fee is 1,000 taels. This young master's performance today was outstanding, so I've decided to add another 500 taels. You don't have any objections, do you? Although he was a bit annoyed with this profiteer, Master Sujio had no choice but to agree to all his wishes. So he could only give a perfunctory laugh to smooth things over and nodded in agreement immediately. I have no objections. After taking the money, senior brother Xiao Ran, with the mischievous air of a youth, left excitedly, not forgetting to leave a farewell. See you again. As it turned out, just as he stepped out of Linlang Pavilion, he happened to see his junior sister. Nianyu was a bit flustered and wanted to call him senior brother, but was stopped by this unfamiliarity from Xiao Ran. Continuing the story, this senior brother Xiao Ran, with a blade of grass in his mouth, casually flicked Nianyu's nose with his hand and chuckled as he reminded her, "Little lady, don't be too infatuated with this young master." After a moment of bewilderment, Nianyu suddenly realized, that's right, the senior brother in this world doesn't know me. Then he left directly, not forgetting to give her a wink before he went. Farewell. Nianyu was truly speechless with this silly senior brother of hers. After thinking it over, Nianyu decided she should quickly leave Linlang Pavilion. Before she left, her heart still lingering, she turned her head to look at Master Sujio and his wife one last time, silently admiring them and telling herself, if only things could always be this peaceful and quiet. A moment later, while strolling through the market street, Nianyu happened to run into Prince Mu Zhao Yi, who was riding a horse on the main road. As soon as he saw her, he called out, "Little Yuer." Then, without any reservation, he extended his hand, wanting to help her her onto the horse with him. And Yin, just as capable as he was, didn't think twice and immediately took his hand to mount the horse. Then she called out to him in surprise, "Brother, cousin." As a result, when the people on the street saw the two nominal siblings riding a single horse together, they couldn't help but stop to gossip a little. "Isn't that His Highness Prince Mu? Then is that person the second young lady Nyin? Didn't the second young lady Nyin fall out of favor because she fell during the tea ceremony? Why is His Highness Prince Mu still?" The gossip and affairs of the royal family are not as simple as the rumors say. Meanwhile, Nyin and Zhao Yi, upon hearing these gossipy remarks, couldn't help but chuckle, because of course, only they knew the truth of the matter. After that, Zhao Yi took her directly back to the imperial palace. After they entered the palace gates, Prince Mu couldn't help but pat her head, smiling as he praised her. "Our little Yura looks a bit chubbier than 2 months ago. You're starting to have the air of a young lady." At this, Nyin felt a little uncomfortable and immediately brushed his hand off her, quickly reminding him, "Brother, you didn't specially come out to find me just to say a few things like this, did you?" Hearing this, Zhao immediately frowned and got straight to the point. "I came to find you because I want you to go with me to visit Brother Yin. Our cousin has been bedridden for several days after being injured while shielding the Empress Dowager." Hearing these words, a few thoughts arose in Yin Yu's heart. Whether in the previous world or in this life, Zhao, he has always been like this, without guard and without scheming against anyone. With his heart, if he lived in an ordinary family, he could probably live his whole life in peace. But it had to be the high and mighty imperial family, born of emperors. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit of regret for his fate. So she immediately spoke up, suddenly calling out to him, "Your Highness Prince Mu, can you imagine one day you will inherit the throne?" Hearing the word throne, Zhao Yi suddenly felt that this matter was a bit too far-fetched, and he laughed in denial. The supreme throne, the ruler of the world, worrying about state affairs all day, having to consider and balance everything he does. "I have no interest in that throne, but how wonderful it is to be a carefree prince for my whole life now. Whoever wants that throne can have it." Hearing these words, Nyin suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, because in her past life, Zhao Yin, the man she had once given her whole heart to, had also said such things. But Zhao Yi was sincere, while Zhao Yin was not. In the past life, Zhao Yin pretended to be a leisurely prince, but secretly amassed power, eventually staging a coup for the throne and seizing the world. And the truly leisurely prince, Zhao Yi, was locked in prison in the previous life. The moment they came face to face, Zhao Yi seemed to want to scream his heart out as he questioned the imperial brother he had always respected. Why? Imperial brother, if you wanted this world, I could have given it to you. Why did you have to use such despicable means? Why did you have to kill so many people? But Zhao Yin, on the contrary, didn't bother to explain a single word, only coldly and heartlessly ordering his subordinate with a single word, "Execute." And in an instant, the ground beneath the executioner's blade was covered in fresh blood. At the moment before his death, Zhao, he still didn't understand why on a calm and clear day, an imperial brother who didn't care about the world could be so cruel to him. In this life, although she was worried about her own life, she also had to prevent Zhao Yan's coup. If she helped Zhao Yi ascend the throne, would Zhao Yi become a good monarch? And so, the two of them walked together in the courtyard. But this scene was accidentally witnessed by Zhao Yin, who was feigning injury in his room. He stood silently by the window, quietly observing their intimacy, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Just then, Empress Dowager Chang suddenly appeared from nowhere, her voice cutting through his thoughts. Since when did they become so close? Zhao Yin remained silent upon hearing this. His mother continued to probe further. "Before, when I asked you which young lady you favored, you hesitated to answer. Was it because of her? It's not strange that you like the second young miss of the Yin family. But her backing is Grand Princess Qinghe. The Northern Qi dynasty is commanded and supervised by descendants of the imperial family. The late emperor passed on the throne. The supreme position is held by Grand Princess Qinghe, the current Grand Princess. From the 9th rank officials to the current emperor, she has the right to supervise them all. In the entire Northern Qi dynasty, she is truly below one person, but above tens of thousands. Gaining Yin Yu is equivalent to gaining the Grand Princess. If you can truly manipulate both of them in the palm of your hand, you would already have a firm grasp on half of Northern Qi. Already, it was clear that although Empress Dowager Chang appeared to be chanting sutras and praying for peace, a vegetarian Buddhist, she still harbored great ambitions in her heart. Continuing the story, after the siblings Zhao, Yi, and Yin Yu had waited in the courtyard for a while, a maidservant suddenly ran out to report to them, "Your Highness Prince Mu, second young Miss Yin, Empress Dowager Chang has given an order. His Highness Princely needs to rest now and does not wish to see anyone. Please, you too, return." Hearing this, Prince Mu Zhao, he could only nod in agreement and replied, "Well, if that's the case, we'll take our leave." But these words of dismissal were entirely Zhao Yan's idea. He deliberately stood, leaning against the door, secretly observing this conversation. And now, after leaving Prince Li's residence, Zhao Yi immediately gave an embarrassed smile, scratching his head in confusion as he explained in Yin Yu, "It's all my fault for not announcing announcing our visit. I thought it was like when we were little, we could meet whenever we wanted and make a fuss whenever we wanted. Now that we're all grown up, there's so many more of these formalities. As he said this, there seemed to be a hint of bitterness in Prince Mu's tone, which made her can't help but think a little more. Meanwhile, inside Zhao Yan's bedchamber, his mother, somewhat suspicious, began to question her son. It's fine for Eeyore to come visit. Why did you have to use me as a shield? Then, Zhao Yan, while pensively looking at the canopy of trees outside the window, explained to Empress Dowager Chong. No matter how good things were in childhood, it was just innocent naivety. In the end, life is always about eliminating enemies. What's the use of meeting a little more or talking a little more? It's better to be a little distant now, to become strangers so that when I act in the future, there will be one less part of hesitation, one less part of reluctance. Zhao Yin himself was completely different from before, no longer the Zhao Yin who played with Prince Mu as a child. It wasn't until several days later at the banquet, on the 7th day of the 7th month, when the cowherd and the weaver girl meet on the Magpie Bridge. It was also a day for young men and women in the mortal world to express their feelings. The banquet, held once every 4 years to gather envoys from the three nations, was for Eastern Li, Northern Qi, and Southern Yu, originally a way for the countries to probe each other. The matter of the assassin a few days ago ultimately yielded no clues. Because it was related to Empress Yuan's home country of Eastern Li, no evidence could be gathered, and in the end, Emperor Yuanda ordered the case to be temporarily suspended. This was to prevent other countries from taking the opportunity to cause discord and make a fuss. For the young ladies attending the banquet today, if they could make a good impression, they could become famous or step 1 foot into the imperial palace, and from there, ascend in a single step and transform into a phoenix. At this moment, the two sisters Nianalan and Nianyu appeared. One appeared in a deep red dress, exuding a charming and seductive aura, while the other appeared in a light blue dress, gentle and pure, two completely opposite states. And suddenly, feeling Nianalan glance at her, Nianyu already had a bad feeling, wondering to herself, what on earth does she want to do now? At this moment, Emperor Yuanda of Northern Qi immediately stood up, holding a wine cup to officially welcome everyone with an announcement. Today, the three nations of Northern Qi, Eastern Li, and Southern Yu are gathered. Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, he was excitedly interrupted by the representative of the Yu state, Emperor Yuna. Let's not talk about these things first. What about the assassin incident a few days ago? The Yu envoy had already asked. It seemed that what was meant to come could not be avoided. And at this time, Prince Eugene of the Yu state took the opportunity to add a few more words. I heard that on the assassin's arrow, there was the eagle claw talisman of Eastern Li. Isn't it obvious who was behind all this? These words were clearly aimed at the Empress of Northern Qi. Zhao Yi's mother was originally from Eastern Li country. Therefore, His Highness Prince Mu quickly couldn't hold back any longer, immediately slamming his wine cup on the table and refuting those piercing and attacking words. Prince Eugene, if you have something to say it clearly. We in Northern Qi can't swallow such vague and profound implications. At this, Prince Eugene snorted coldly, raised his wine cup once more, and continued to attack the Empress. The secret guards of the Eastern Li imperial family, besides Empress Yuan, who else can command them? At this moment, faced with such sharp words, Eastern Li itself naturally couldn't hold back either. Therefore, the Prince of Eastern Li, Yuan Jie, along with the Princess of Eastern Li, Yuan Ruren, quickly stood up and responded forcefully. Just based on a rumor of an eagle claw talisman, you pin the blame on our Eastern Li? Before any clear evidence has been found, Prince Eugene is already so eager to sling mud. Could it be that you're trying to hide something? I think the assassin was sent by Southern Yu to drive a wedge between Northern Qi and Eastern Li, so that you, Southern Yu, can reap the benefits. And these forceful retorts completely seized the upper hand at the banquet. Very quickly, the crowd around them quickly stood up to support them, counterattacking Prince Eugene of the Southern Yu state. That's right, there's no evidence. Since when was it Southern Yu's turn to be so nosy? Princess Ruin is right. Maybe it was you, Southern Yu, who did it, truly killing with a borrowed knife. This immediately caused Prince Eugene to fly into a rage out of shame, his whole body seeming to catch fire as he continuously denied it. No, it wasn't. Don't slander us. Seeing the chaotic situation, Empress Dowager Chong timely appeared before the crowd, playing the role of a pious practitioner unconcerned with worldly affairs. She spoke up. Everyone, stop arguing. I don't believe the assassin incident that day was done by Sister Yuan. I also don't believe it was Southern Yu. It was all because someone wants to sow discord among us. If we keep guessing at each other like this, we might fall into the enemy's trap. Eastern Li, Southern Yu, and Northern Qi are like one family. Today, our three nations are gathered to let the world know that this pact will be passed down for 1,000 generations, from one generation to the next, and absolutely cannot be broken. And so, the crowd around them immediately changed their tune and supported her wholeheartedly, everyone praising in unison, passed down for generations. Empress Dowager Chong is right. It absolutely cannot be broken easily. This scene was a complete eye-opener for Nianyu. She thought to herself, she is truly worthy of being the mother of a nation. With just a few few words, she could turn a serious situation into a light one, dispelling animosity while saving face for both Dongli and Manhwa. This woman, wholeheartedly helping her son seek power and usurp the throne, truly cannot be underestimated. It was because she had lived through 2 lifetimes that she could distinguish this Empress Dowager's true and false faces, unlike the crowd just now who were so easily swayed. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, after all the commotion and conflict had been resolved, the banquet immediately began. It opened with captivating and heart-stirring dances performed by peerlessly beautiful women. Haha, at today's banquet, the contest between the beauties is truly a beautiful sight to look forward to. Servants begin the feast. And so, in just a moment, the 2 monarchs of the 2 nations who a second ago were at each other's throats were now laughing and chatting happily, raising their wine cups to admire the graceful and fluid dances. Even Empress Dowager Chang and Empress Yuan were chatting and laughing together, as if they were the closest of sisters. Suddenly, at this moment, Nianyu happened to see Nianelan, looking suspicious, stand up as if to do something. She had deliberately changed into a different outfit. It seemed Nianelan could no longer sit still. As expected, in the eyes of the eldest miss of the Nian residence, there was only Prince Mu Zhao Yi. So, taking advantage of the moment when few were paying attention, she ran straight to Zhao Yi's seat and excitedly invited him. Brother, Ilan toasts you. Who would have thought that before he could even notice her, Empress Yuan appeared from nowhere with Princess Ruin of Dongli, ruining her plan. Nianelan's plan was a complete failure. She brought Princess Ruin before Prince Mu and introduced her. This is Ruin, whom you met a few years ago. Do you still remember? Princess Ruin, with her jade-like beauty, immediately curtsied to him. Ruin pays her respects to Brother Yi. At this moment, a feeling of defiance suddenly rose in his heart, because his mother was so set on having a woman from her home country of Dongli become his consort. But why had she never once asked if there was someone he liked? So, Zhao Yi immediately spoke bluntly, embarrassing the other party. This prince has met many women. Who exactly are you? At this, Empress Yuan felt embarrassed and stepped forward to scold her. I asked this how you treat guests? Have I spoiled you too much these past few years? Where on earth did you get this personality? Zhao Yi paid no attention to these lectures. For a long time, there had been only one thought in his mind. I couldn't care less. The only thing I care about are my own feelings. As he thought this, his eyes remained glued to where the second Miss Nianyu, was sitting. Meanwhile, on her side, she was suddenly led to another place by a palace maid. The maid instructed, "Second Miss Nian, please follow me. The Grand Princess and the Empress Dowager are waiting." So, without much thought, Nianyu immediately nodded in agreement, all right. As it happened, from a distant corner, Nianelan, after her failed plan to seduce Zhao Yi, overheard the maid mention the Grand Princess and the Empress Dowager. At the same time, Nianyu had quickly arrived at Grand Princess Qingha's table, where she was happily chatting with Empress Dowager Chang, imperial sister-in-law. This is the goddaughter I recently took in. The second miss of the Nian residence. Nianyu, that's her. She saved my life. Nianyu therefore immediately curtsied to them both. Nianyu pays her respects to Empress Dowager Chang. Long live the Empress Dowager. Upon seeing her, Empress Dowager Chang smiled calmly and welcomed her. Ba, such a blessing must be a destiny cultivated from a past life. Yuer has truly done a great service to Beiqi. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin, who was silently observing the banquet's activities from a corner, quickly noticed something unusual. He thought to himself, aren't there rumors that Grand Princess Qingha has cut ties with Nianyu? Why wait until the grand banquet of the 3 nations to introduce her? Could it be that everything before was just an act? She hadn't fallen from favor at all. It seems Princely has seen through some of her intentions. Every move for now on must be 10,000 times more careful. Over here, after casually praising her with a few words, Empress Dowager Chang suddenly stood up, walked over to her, and caringly took her hand, putting on a continuous act of intimacy. This old one has long heard that the second Miss Nian is exceptionally intelligent and a peerless beauty. Whoever marries her will be a fortunate man. Nianyu couldn't even dodge these ostentatious words in time, so she could only smile awkwardly and nod in response. Your Majesty the Empress Dowager is too kind. At this moment, she immediately glanced carefully towards her son, Zhao Yin, as if secretly giving him a signal. He quickly nodded in acknowledgement. At this time, in the main hall, the song and dance troupe was still performing with great liveliness, truly magnificent and splendid beyond imagination. Suddenly, a guest who seemed tipsy pointed in another direction and casually exclaimed, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Wow, look, that dance is so beautiful. Isn't that the eldest miss of the Nian residence? Nianelan? I haven't seen her in a few months, and she's become so beautiful and graceful. It seems Nianelan really knows how to use her strengths to attract others' attention. At this moment, receiving such high praise from all the men at the banquet made Nian Elan feel endlessly smug, her eyes filled with arrogance and pride. See, I, Nian Ilan, am the #1 beauty of Bei Qi. And her act successfully captured the attention of Emperor Yuanda himself, causing the emperor to stand up, clap, and praise her with satisfaction. Beautiful, very beautiful. This is the style of our Bei Qi. Princes and princesses of Nanwei and Dongli, come, let's all dance together. And so, immediately, King Yujin of Nanwei sent out a beauty from his country to showcase her talent for the 3 nations to enjoy. He signaled to this woman, Hong Yin, let them see what you can do. So, that Miss Hong Yin immediately put on her most confident demeanor and proudly stepped out to compete. And of course, the nation of Dongli couldn't admit defeat. Therefore, Prince Yuan of their country also quickly sent his younger sister out to showcase her talent for everyone to admire. When it comes to dancing, you still have to watch us from Dongli. The princess, extremely smug, reminded him, brother, don't you stop me. This scene of the nations vying for the spotlight made Nian Yu feel a little like watching a good show. She immediately thought to herself, in such a crowded place, it's best to be a little modest. Who would have thought that this dear elder sister of hers wouldn't give her a chance to hide? So, just as she was about to sip her wine, she was suddenly pulled and dragged by Nian Ilan, who insisted at this 3-nation dance party. We can't forget Bei Qi's presence. Little sister, let's dance together. These words of persuasion made her feel a bit flustered, and without much thought, she immediately refused. No, I don't know how to dance. Let's just forget it. This was because for the past 15 years, she had been raised as a man. How would she know what dancing was? Nian Ilan clearly wanted to embarrass her in front of all the royalty of the 3 nations, and this Nian Ilan wouldn't let her go so easily. So, hearing her refusal, she immediately blurted out a few more sentences. To force her into a corner, listen to what little sister is saying. Our Nian family has always been honored guests of the imperial family. How can we just sit here and watch the show? If word gets out, people will say our Nian family is arrogant and putting on airs. As a result, the surrounding crowd actually supported her idea, questioning Nian Yu in unison. That's right, she really knows how to put on an act. The second Miss Nian has no sense of decorum at all. Nian Yu is now put in a difficult position. Her angry gaze turned cold and sharp. This dear elder sister really knew how to make things difficult for others. Just as she was in this awkward situation, Prince Li, Zhao Yin, appeared from nowhere, gently took her hand, and offered, if that's the case, then let this prince teach you. This situation was completely beyond Nian Ilan's expectations. So, she was utterly astonished and stammered, Your Highness, Prince Li. At the same time, she wasn't the only one who was surprised. Far away, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, couldn't help but regretfully blame himself. Damn it, Imperial brother beat me to it. After that, it wasn't just those men. There was also secret envoy Su Qingchong, standing to one side, silently frowning as he watched the woman in his heart. At this moment, seeing the scene of Zhao Yin gently taking a woman's hand and stepping into the middle of the hall, all the other guests gasped in endless admiration. Wow, this is the first time His Highness Prince Li has actively invited a woman. I'm so envious. It's hard for it not to work out. Is our chance gone? Looking at them, His Highness Prince Li and the second Miss Nian are a perfect match. And these words of praise and admiration made Zhao Yi finally unable to hold back any longer. He immediately rushed to the center to snatch back the girl of his dreams. He spread his arms, pulled Nian Yu into his embrace, and came to her rescue. Lilier, don't be shy. My imperial brother and I are always by your side. Just have fun. Zhao Yin, having his pawn snatched from his hand, his expression gradually darkened. Su Qingchong himself also decided not to yield and hide any longer. He immediately stood up and bluntly made a suggestion to join the fun, that it's rare for everyone to be so happy. Su also hoped to dance tune. This once-in-a-lifetime situation caused all the young ladies to buzz with discussion. Who on earth is this second Miss Nian? The 3 great handsome men of Bei Qi are all surrounding her. Don't fight with me. His Highness Prince Li is mine. I want to dance with General Su too. Brother Zhao. These women each had their own thoughts, their eyes turning one by one towards the lively and noisy scene. Meanwhile, in a corner where few were paying attention, Nian Ilan, after trying so hard to seize the spotlight, was once again forgotten. Instantly, her heart was filled with nothing but resentment. I was clearly the one everyone was paying attention to. Why did it turn out like this? Fine, just go ahead and enjoy your final moments of empty glory. It seemed Nian Ilan was once again plotting some despicable scheme, forcing Nian Yu to be on her guard. And now, after being fought over by 3 men, Nian Yu could only sigh and accept her fate. She decided, alright, if I keep hiding, I'll be letting down everyone's good person. Therefore, Nianok decided not to pair up with any man, trying to feel the rhythm of the music on her own. Then, she slowly began a graceful and enchanting dance that was utterly captivating, a dance that left both Zhao Yi and Zhao Yin speechless. As for Chu Qing, he immediately released several white doves to join Nianok's dance, creating an incredibly rare and unbelievable scene. Rarely seen, causing the crowd to exclaim in unison, the bird from the beast garden have all come. This is 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Meanwhile, the Chu envoy decided not to hide his thoughts any longer and smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, I truly look forward to you bringing me more surprises, Neonok. After having his pawn reluctantly snatched from his hand, princely Zhao Yin still refused to give up. On the contrary, he found this game even more interesting. He thought to himself, this woman is truly not simple. No matter what, this prince must have her. And in the middle of the grand hall, Neonok, while dancing passionately, was also secretly calculating in her mind. In my past life, for the sake of his great ambition, I fought alongside him in campaigns from south to north, living in the army for many years. Life in the military camps was harsh. To win this man's favor, I learned many skills just to make him happy. Reenacting the dance from my past life today is truly a demeaning task. Just as the dance was reaching its climax, the noble ladies watching could no longer hold back and urged each other, come on, let's dance with second Miss Neon. Yes, as if I'd admit defeat. And so, they immediately rushed up to the grand hall together, each one showcasing their own graceful and supple movements. And Chu Qing and Zhao Yi were no exception. They also competed to join in the fun. This made Emperor Yuanda extremely pleased, and he immediately stood up to praise them. Excellent, excellent. Empress, wouldn't you agree? Empress Yuan, who seemed to be lost in thought, was caught off guard. She immediately turned, forced a smile, nodded, and replied, yes, yes. Then, she remembered and continued to give orders to everyone present. The three kingdoms have gathered, but we have not yet held a banquet. We, Northern Qi, as the host, have specially prepared some gifts for you. The late emperor once had a dragon-scale jade pendant. It was accidentally broken into 4 pieces, but to this day, I couldn't bear to throw it away. Now, I will take it out and gift it to the 4 most outstanding people of tonight's dance festival. A complete dragon-scale jade pendant symbolizes a promise from me. The 4 broken jade pieces are bestowed upon 4 people. When you have thought carefully about what you desire, you can bring the jade pendant to find us, and we will fulfill the promise made today. This declaration instantly left both Empress Dowager Chong and Prince Li, Zhao Yin, utterly stunned, which then gradually turned into a state of extreme anger. Zhao Yin was so furious that his hands clenched into fists, and he gritted his teeth as if wanting to speak his mind. The dragon-scale jade pendant, that is a relic of my imperial father. As for Nian, seeing this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, her eyes were instantly filled with ambition as she thought, as long as I can gather all 4 broken jade pieces, I can make my wish come true. The chance to become a phoenix is right before my eyes. After that, the emperor continued to issue his decree that we declare that the 4 most outstanding people of this evening are Chu Qing, Zhao Yi, Yuan Eryin, and Nian. Upon hearing the word Nian, the ambitious Nian was instantly certain it must be her. But unexpectedly, the emperor himself announced the last person .it is Neonok. Instantly, everyone around congratulated her in unison, as expected of my cousin. Little knocker, you've truly brought glory to our Northern Qi. Congratulations, second Miss Nian. This situation made Nian heart burn with indignation. Why is it always Neonok and not her? Ever since you revealed your female identity, all the attention, all the glory, everything that was mine has been stolen by you. Nian was completely enraged beyond control, causing her whole body to tremble uncontrollably. Afterwards, King Wujin of the Southern Yu Nation comforted the beauty Hong Yan beside him. This Emperor Yuanda is too stingy. What's the use of gifting everyone just a broken piece of jade? Hong Yan, don't be angry. If you like it, this king will gift it to you. She then pouted sulkily and complained, a broken piece of jade, I don't want it. Just then, a palace maid immediately brought the awarded item before Neonok. Second Miss Nian, this is your jade. As a result, upon seeing the other person's face, Neonok couldn't help but be astonished as she secretly recognized this person as Qingran, the consort Qingran from her past life. Now, she's a palace maid. In my past life, I only heard that the consort received the emperor's favor, but I had no idea. With her status as a palace maid, how could she have received such favor? However, there was no time to think much about it. After receiving the 4 broken jade pieces, the 4 of them thanked Emperor Yuanda together. Thank you, Your Majesty. He immediately burst out laughing. Rise, rise. At this very moment, several cracking sounds suddenly echoed from the ceiling in the middle of the main hall. By the time the emperor turned his head up to see what the sound was, the beam had already broken into many pieces of wood, falling right where he was standing, leaving everyone unable to react in time. Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, seeing the critical situation, immediately rushed towards him, shouting a word, Imperial Father. Even the palace maid, Qingran, from just now, quickly rushed forward with a scream. Your Majesty, be careful. As a result, the wooden pieces from the beam fell completely on her, perfectly saving His Majesty's life. Perhaps this was the reason why Qingran received such great favor in the previous previous life. At this moment, the terrified emperor immediately shouted orders to everyone. Guards, guards, summon the imperial physician, quickly. I want her to live. The emperor roared as he held her in his arms. And at this moment, Nyenak understood clearly in her heart. So this was Consort Qingran's path. Move! Everyone get out of our way. Emperor Yuanda shouted frantically as he carried Qingran in his arms. At this time, Empress Dowager Chang announced on his behalf to all the banquet guests. Everyone, an unexpected incident has occurred. The reception cannot continue. That is all for today. Everyone please return and rest. Upon hearing this, King Wujian just scoffed and casually uttered a sarcastic remark. Humph, how interesting. And on this side, the prince and princess siblings of Eastern Li couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. Northern Qi really likes to do pointless things. After that, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, also quickly ran over to check on and advise Empress Yuan. Mother, you must be frightened. Please go back and rest. So, while everyone was in chaos, only Nyenak slowly walked over to the wooden pieces from the beam to observe them. Finally, she realized. So this is how Qingran entered His Majesty's sight, then went from a palace maid to a consort, wielding immense power and influence. In my past life, Qingran was Zhao Yan's capable assistant. This surely cannot be a coincidence. I must see if there's some mechanism involved. Unexpectedly, while she was preoccupied with the chaotic thoughts in her mind, a palace maid came from nowhere, bowed, and gently reminded her, Second Miss Nian. The Empress Dowager has given an order. The scene is complex. It is not convenient to stay long. We hope Second Miss Nian can return quickly. Nyenak heard this and immediately turned her head to look towards Empress Dowager Chang. Sure enough, she was also staring intently at her. This was meant to warn her not to be nosy, but Nyenak. Not only was she not afraid, on the contrary, she was extremely calm as she placed a hand on the palace maid's shoulder and challenged her. What if I don't leave? The other party could no longer hold back and questioned her bluntly. The Empress Dowager has already said it. The falling beams could be the act of an assassin. Is Second Miss Nian intentionally going to look because you want to destroy some evidence? In the end, she couldn't be bothered to argue with these people anymore. She immediately flicked her hand away and got straight to the point. Being in such a hurry, are you trying to cover something up? As a result, the palace maid suddenly and secretly handed her a small note and whispered instructions. Wait, someone just asked this servant to give this note to Second Miss Nian. As for who that person is, because the note was passed through many hands, this servant also does not know. Nyenak immediately opened the note to look. As it turned out, inside were just a few words. Western Wu, Beast Garden, waiting for you. This made her suddenly remember the Western Wu Palace, the Beast Garden. Following the message, Nyenak went to the Beast Garden by herself. As soon as she set foot at the gate, she reluctantly questioned herself. Here again. In the battle of my past life, I led 5,000 soldiers to defeat an enemy army of 100,000, shaking the entire Chiwu continent. After that, my legs were crippled, but Northern Qi had unified the world, and Zhao Yan had stabilized the realm. At that time, I thought I could finally be with him. That night, I received his invitation and, full of excitement, went to the Western Wu Palace. We drank together as usual, but when I woke up, I had to face the condemnation of the 5 kingdoms. He ruthlessly pinned a filthy crime on me, and in the end, I had to die in this very beast garden torn apart by wild beasts. In this life, I will definitely confront Zhao Yan to the very end. In my past life, I put him in the position of the leader of the 7 kingdoms. In this life, I will make him live humbly beneath the throne. As for the drugging, whoever did it is probably going to be disappointed. Suddenly, while lost in her wandering thoughts, she heard someone sobbing. She immediately hid behind a tree to observe secretly, then realized the crying belonged to Empress Yuan. She was burning joss paper while talking to herself. Jiyue, today is the anniversary of your death. Mother has come to see you. All these years, your imperial father refuses to mention you, and even the Beast Garden has become a forbidden place. I hate him. I hate him for causing your unclear death. Nyenak thought it over for a moment before understanding. So today is the death anniversary of Princess Jiyue. No wonder Empress Yuan has been so sorrowful all day. But then again, what exactly happened that year? Over here, while Empress Yuan was heartbroken with tears streaming down her face, she seemed to suddenly hear the heart-wrenching cries of Princess Jiyue. Mother, 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 save me, please save me. It hurts so much. And so, Empress Yuan immediately rushed straight through the gates of the Beast Garden to find her daughter, whispering continuously as she went, Jiyue, mother is here. Don't be afraid. Seeing the Empress running like a madwoman, Nianyu instinctively felt that something was wrong. Where did that sound come from? It was clearly a lure. Empress Yuan, missing her daughter so much, had gone a little mad. Isn't the Beast Garden sealed off all year round? But the Beast Garden is easy to enter and hard to leave, fraught with danger. It's clearly a trap. However, she couldn't worry about all that. Saving someone was urgent. So she also quickly ran in, following the path the Empress had just taken. As a result, as soon as she was in sight, the mastermind behind this plot quickly locked the gate, and very quickly, the identity of that person became clear. It was none other than Nienalon. She was extremely pleased, hiding in a corner and laughing in praise. Ha ha. Nienyu has gone in. However, contrary to the smug arrogance of the eldest miss of the Nien family, her personal maid felt extremely terrified. Eldest miss, you told me to have a palace maid deliver a letter to the second miss, asking her to come here. If something happens to the second miss, wouldn't that be? As it turned out, before she could finish her sentence, Nien Ilan pointed a finger straight at her face and cursed her harshly. Stop your nonsense. Now, hurry up and lock the gate. Otherwise, I will throw you in there as well. Instantly, she had to follow the order, not daring to disobey. And as she moved to lock the Beast Garden's gate, she silently repented in her heart. The eldest miss clearly wants me to be in the same boat as her. Second miss, I'm so sorry. Fawn, he is only being forced. And so, within just a few minutes, the gate was completely locked with a chain, and Nienalon, with a cold glint in her eyes, had only one wish in her heart. Nienyu, just close your eyes and die like this. Meanwhile, Empress Yuan was still lost in her hallucination, continuously following the voice calling Mother, save me, not knowing where she was going. As she walked, she continuously screamed, Jiyu, Mother is coming. Behind her was Nienyu, trying to catch up to prevent danger from happening. But who would have thought that just a few steps in, a large, extremely ferocious-looking tiger appeared before them. As the tiger stood before the Empress and let out a roar, Nienyu quickly ran over, pushed her aside, and used her own body to shield her. Then quickly drew the short dagger in her hand. The item that Su Qing had previously given her for self-defense now came into use. Her small body, not even a tenth the size of the tiger, fought one-on-one with the dagger in her hand. The tiger had just lunged forward and clawed her chest when it was killed instantly by Nienyu's dagger. Then, due to the wound and excessive blood loss, she collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. At this moment, Empress Yuan again mistook her for her deceased daughter. She walked over to help her up, continuously calling, Jiyu, Jiyu, my beloved Jiyu, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, Mother is here. Nienyu was extremely surprised by the other's current state. It seems Empress Yuan's mind is a bit unstable. She's mistaken me for Princess Jiyu again. If that's the case, I'll calm her down first and figure things out later. So she immediately stood up and comforted her. Mother, don't worry, Jiyu is fine. Let's go outside first. But very quickly, having just escaped danger, she suddenly realized, oh no, we're lost. Just then, Emperor Yuna also arrived at Shiwu Palace in time. An elderly palace woman knelt before him, trembling and crying as she confessed her mistake. Her Majesty said she wanted to be alone with Princess Jiyu, so this servant went back to cook a bowl of calming soup for Her Majesty. By the time this servant returned, Her Majesty was nowhere to be seen. This servant has also turned the entire palace upside down, but couldn't find any trace of Her Majesty. Upon hearing the name Jiyu, the Emperor's heart suddenly realized, Jiyu, that's right. We had forgotten, today is the 7th day of the 7th month. It's the day of the banquet, and also the anniversary of Jiyu's death. At that moment, Grand Princess Qinghe also arrived quickly. She ran up to the Emperor, continuously reminding him with anxiety and unease. Imperial brother, Qinghe heard that Imperial sister-in-law is missing, and Yuer is also missing. Yuer and I had long agreed to meet in my Grand Princess's residence today, yet she didn't appear even after the banquet ended. As it turned out, Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs Su Qing, with Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, walking beside him, immediately noticed a flaw upon observing the entire gate of the Beast Garden. Your Majesty, this gate has been tampered with by someone. Prince Mu, worried for his mother's safety, also quickly understood, unless they have already entered the Beast Garden. Grand Princess Qinghe then exclaimed in shock, Imperial brother, that year it was also this Beast Garden, Yuer herself? Like that year, Mother set up many formations in the Beast Garden. Saying this, she immediately burst into tears. She continued thinking to herself, especially the Jing Ju Song Lin, if they are really in there. And at this moment, inside the Beast Garden, Nian Yu and the Empress were constantly trying to find a right way out. As she walked, she thought, this Jing Ju Song Lin formation is built from many smaller formations, and its pattern is constantly changing. If we're not careful, we're done for. We've been lost in here for 2 hours already. I hope nothing goes wrong. The next direction is, with that thought, she immediately called out, Your Majesty, let's go this way. We're almost out. It's just that to get out of the Beast Garden, we must pass through a formation. I'm afraid we won't be able to get out of here tonight. At that moment, amidst the gloomy forest with the wind rustling through the trees, the sound of Princess Ji Yu's weeping grew louder and more intense, causing Empress Yuan to lose her composure again and want to run about wildly. Nian Yu immediately realized the situation was not good and chased after her, constantly calling, Your Majesty the Empress. However, she suddenly stopped and realized something's not right, so she immediately questioned the person who was playing tricks and pretending to be a ghost. Come out now. Who would have thought that as soon as she finished speaking, 3 assassins in black quickly flew towards her to attack. In her urgency, Nian Yu repeatedly asked, Who sent you here? Then she immediately used her masterful skills enough to take down all three of them. Immediately, the leader also appeared. He quickly exclaimed, "It was this woman who just killed a tiger in the Jing-Ju-Song Lin formation. What a pity. Miss, if you must blame someone, blame yourself for being too meddlesome." As he spoke, he charged at her with his sword. At this point, Nianyu could barely react anymore and could only wait, resigned to her fate. But who would have thought that at the critical moment, someone threw a stone that deflected the sword's trajectory, saving her life? Nianyu very quickly realized that person was Su Qing. Seeing Su Qing smile at her, Nianyu immediately wondered, but why is he here? At this time, Empress Yuan had not yet fully awakened, continuously searching for traces of Princess Jiyu, constantly calling, "Jiyu, where are you?" Nianyu then entrusted the matter to Su Qing. "Su Qing, I'll leave things here to you." In a moment of carelessness, she didn't realize that the assassin had once again aimed his sword at her and lunged. Su Qing didn't have time to warn her, only managing to shout two words, "Watch out," before quickly rushing in front to shield her, saving her life. Seeing him sacrifice himself for her like that, Nianyu finally couldn't hold back anymore, and her eyes gradually filled with indignation. Her will to survive also grew stronger. You are all seeking death. Therefore, she immediately rushed forward to protect him, single-handedly fighting against the group of assassins. The lead assassin immediately realized, this is bad. Su Qing's injury has made these two even more murderous. This mission has failed, and so he immediately fled for his life. At this moment, only 3 people were left in the Beast Garden, her, Su Qing, and Empress Yuan. A while later, Nianyu tried to support the commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs with her body to find a way out, constantly reassuring him as they walked. "It will hurt a little, Lord Commissioner, please bear with it. The wound is too deep. These are all the medicinal herbs I could find here. The effect isn't bad, but it stings a little." Nianyu tried to use all her skills to bandage his wound. He suddenly stared at her while she was busy chattering. "Lord Commissioner, if you can't bear it, just cry out. There are no outsiders here. No need to fear being laughed at." Suddenly, he softly called her name, then gently reminded her, "Nianyu, be careful." This suddenness made her a bit unable to adapt, and she quickly leaned back instinctively. As a result, Su Qing seized the opportunity to hold her waist tightly, and the two ended up in an embrace. Thanks to this wound, they could be considered closer to each other. Afterwards, she felt a bit embarrassed and immediately backed away, not daring to have such close contact with him, her mouth stammering as she turned her head, not daring to look him in the face. Sorry. It was an accident, and this sight of her blushing cheeks was the first time he had ever seen it. Because she usually wore a determined expression, it was rare for her to be shy. How adorable. He thought to himself, and then smiled faintly, before continuing to probe. "You still haven't told me why Her Majesty the Empress mistook you for Princess Jiyu just now." Also, a woman raised as a man in the residence, who not only knows how to play music, but also knows martial arts and medicine. Even formations. "Nianyu, are you really the oppressed second young master of the Nian residence?" Hearing him say this, Nianyu's hand suddenly stopped, and then she just briefly asked him back, "Lord Commissioner, are you suspecting Nianyu?" After a moment's pause, Nianyu finally agreed to tell Su Qing everything. What happened was roughly like this. Su Qing, still bleeding from his wound, sat by the fire and listened intently to her story, then just replied quietly, "It's not an interrogation. From the beginning, I knew you were no ordinary woman, so just now wasn't an interrogation, but rather..." At this point, he suddenly hesitated, pondering in his heart, "What is it? Even I myself am not sure." His gaze unconsciously became pensive. After hearing this, Nianyu naturally understood that everything he did was for her own good, so she immediately thanked her savior. "Lord Commissioner, thank you for saving me today. Nianyu has no way to repay you. Perhaps at this ceremony, all I have is this dragon-scale jade pendant gifted by His Majesty." Saying that, she immediately took out a dragon-scale jade pendant from her sleeve, which she had received from the Holy Emperor today. However, Su Qing bluntly refused at once that "I don't need it. You saved my life." After speaking, he suddenly stood up. This left Nak a bit flustered, wanting to ask him to stay a little longer, but So Huin suddenly became blunt and cut her off. No need to say more. "It's decided then. I need to rest." Hearing this, Nak could only let him be. Fine, a life for a life then. However, she didn't know that on his side, a cold man like him was secretly smiling. In that moment, it seemed as if the world contained only the two of them. And so, the long night passed, and a new day began. At this time, outside the gate of the Beast Garden, the Emperor and Grand Princess Tanha were still anxiously awaiting news of the Empress and Nak. She began to grow impatient and ran to report to her Imperial brother. "Imperial brother, the Chrysanthemum Pine Forest is unpredictably treacherous. No matter how skilled So Huin is, bringing the Empress and Ni out safely will not be an easy task. But the Emperor frowned for a moment, then continued hesitantly. This was left behind by Empress Dowager Hunin. How can we destroy it? At this, Grand Princess Tanha could no longer hold back and directly questioned him, her tone gradually becoming harsher. Was what happened to Tenoyet back then not enough? Does Imperial Brother want to stand by and watch Imperial Sister-in-law and Nakni follow in Tenoyet's footsteps and meet with disaster? This forest formation should have been destroyed long ago. The Beast Garden should be done away with as well. You always protect this Beast Garden. Is it really just because it's a relic from Mother Empress? These words made Emperor Yuan to himself pause, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, inside the Beast Garden, after a long and troubled night, Empress Wu had finally regained her senses. Her mind was no longer in turmoil like the previous night. At this moment, she gazed at the sky for a while, then suddenly turned to ask, "Ni Nak, were you the one who saved me last night?" Upon hearing this, Ni Nak respectfully bowed to her, then continued to ask, "Your Highness still remembers what happened last night. In that case, do you know who holds a grudge against you?" Just hearing the words grudge, Empress Wu immediately had a person in mind, then pointedly said, "Besides that bitch, who else could it be?" At this, she unconsciously closed her eyes, let out a soft sigh, and then suddenly turned to instruct her, "What happened last night in the Beast Garden, you must absolutely not tell anyone." Hearing this, Ni Nak was startled and thought to herself, the Empress clearly knows who harmed her. Why does she want to help that person keep this a secret? However, this question was best kept to herself. Outwardly, she still nodded in obedience to the Empress's command. "Yes, Your Highness. It's just that last night, Lord Privy Council Envoy also saved Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Empress Wu immediately turned and softly called his name. So Qian. However, Qian didn't seem to care much for such credit. He just walked over, handed her a few wild fruits, and instructed, "Your Highness, please eat some of these wild fruits. After that, we will break the formation and get out." Then, he continued by giving another bunch of wild fruits to Ni Nak, not forgetting to add, "I just went back to check the place that was attacked yesterday. The assassins' bodies have all disappeared. They destroyed the bodies to erase all traces. That's enough to show this person is very formidable. Their background is unfathomable, and they work meticulously, leaving no trace behind." And on her side, Empress Wu had already settled on someone in her heart. This time, did he really have the heart to do this? So Qian then suggested, "It seems we can leave this place quickly." Suddenly, just as they were preparing to leave, it began to rain. Each raindrop falling on Ni Nak's shoulder made a pitter-patter sound. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Beast Garden, Prince Mu, True Giant, was tirelessly searching for everyone. He wandered through the forest, continuously calling out, "Mother Empress." "Tu Nim, Ngok Ni, Mother Empress." He called, and finally, the Empress's group saw him. Discovering him, Ni Nak excitedly shouted, "We're over here. We're over here. Your Highness Prince Mu, we're over here." As a result, without a word, the moment True Giant saw Ni Nak, he rushed forward and hugged her tightly, right in front of So Kyun. Then, he casually put his arm around her shoulder, repeatedly exclaiming, "This is great. Tunim, Nak Ni, Mother Empress, everyone is alright." In truth, he was deeply moved in his heart, really wanted to say, "I knew you were tough. How could my True Giants cousin possibly meet with trouble so easily?" At this moment, Ni Nak suddenly felt the Empress seemed a bit lonely. So Kyun, seeing this, was also a little displeased and immediately spoke up to remind him bluntly, "Your Highness Prince Mu, shouldn't you be concerned about Empress Wu? I'm afraid you're about to misunderstand something." After speaking, he quickly pulled Ni Nak to his side, not forgetting to warn, "Your Highness Prince Mu, you're hurting her." True Giant then quickly looked down at the wound on her chest, couldn't help but feel guilty, and repeatedly exclaimed, "Nak Ni, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were injured." At this time, True DM was also present. The moment he saw Ni Nak and So Kyun, he was utterly shocked, wondering to himself, why are Ni Nak and So Kyun here? Why is Empress Wu when still alive? Perhaps his plan had failed. Therefore, he immediately played the part of a good person and cleverly reminded everyone, "Giant Ni, the rain is too heavy. Nak Ni is still injured. It's not convenient to stay here for long. Let's leave here first and figure things out later." Hearing this reminder, True Giant immediately came to his senses, tapping his head in self-reproach. Right, it's all my fault for being too excited. "Nak Ni, I'll carry you out." This sentence was simultaneously uttered from the mouths of both princes, Prince Mu and Prince Li. This kind of fortune was truly something an ordinary person like her could not bear. Seeing the two men continuously vying for her like this, Ni Nak truly felt goosebumps. So Qian then cautiously reminded her, "Extraordinary willpower." Ni Nak just smiled awkwardly and denied it. "I don't dare accept it." Then Empress Wu Won, who had been silent until now, had to say a few words. She was extremely displeased and scolded Giant Ni. "Absurd. You are a royal prince of noble blood. How can you lower yourself before a mere woman?" Just as her words ended, Grand Princess Tanha opportunely appeared to defuse the situation. Holding an umbrella in one hand, she led Ni Nak away with the other. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a remark. "A warning, Nak Ni could just come with me. There's no need to trouble the two princes." And when Empress Wu Yuan saw her, she was surprised and immediately exclaimed, "Grand Princess." On this side, Nak felt remorseful and had to apologize to her adoptive mother. "I've made adoptive mother worry. Nakni is fine." However, the Grand Princess was not angry at all. Instead, she just sighed and turned to her to gently advise. "Last night, you were the center of attention at the banquet. Just now, I saw that both Prince Mu and Prince Li are very concerned about you. I worry that you will be drawn into the struggle between the princes and get hurt by accident." And this kind advice was something she had, of course, experienced in her past life, so she understood it very well. Entering a noble house is as deep as the sea, let alone the imperial family. Adoptive mother. Even if one day Nakni must marry, she will not marry into the imperial household. And behind them, so Qian, walking alone by himself, happened to overhear this sentence. His heart sank a little, not marrying into the imperial household. After being successfully escorted back safely to the Grand Princess's residence, Nak could finally take a comfortable bath, washing away the trouble she had encountered in the Beast Garden the day before. Outside, the rain was still falling quite heavily. At this moment, as she soaked in a long bathtub full of rose petals, she thought idly, phoenixes flying together. This is true Thuan's zither music. His thoughts are so deep. He has even hidden his ambitions for so long. What is it now that could calm his lost heart? Suddenly, while lost in thought, she accidentally overheard a palace maid outside speaking to someone. "My lord, His Highness Prince Mu said you worked hard last night, so he ordered this lowly one to prepare hot water and clean clothes in the small bathing chamber for you." "Many thanks." But Enoch immediately recognized that voice as So Quinnis, and he continued to inquire about her situation from the palace maid outside. "How is Lady Nock?" The palace maid immediately reported her condition to him. Apart from her injuries, there are no other issues. His Highness was worried she would fall ill leaving the palace in wet clothes, so he had her stay temporarily. She is now resting in the adjacent bathing chamber. So Quinn nodded upon hearing this. Then he proceeded to tactfully dismiss the palace maid. "You may withdraw. I do not like having people around." The other party became hesitant, wanting to say something more. But so Quinn just coldly deepened his voice and emphasized two words: "Withdraw." And so, she had no reason to stay, and could only obey the command and step out of the room. At this point, waiting until the bathing chamber was completely empty of anyone else, the Privy Council envoy began to slowly remove his clothes and started to soak in the tub. And on the other side, as Nok was quietly enjoying the hot steam from the tub, a voice suddenly spoke up, startling her that you're awake. She immediately jumped in surprise. Then, she quickly composed her thoughts and continued to ask him, "What was the result of you chasing that suspicious person last night?" So Huyn heard and replied, "He took advantage of the chaos to kill one of my guards and escaped." Empress Wu only said she entered the Beast Garden by mistake. Regarding the sound of a child crying, the tiger's roar, and those strange assassins, she didn't mention a single word. The Emperor's attitude towards me clearly indicates there's no need to investigate this matter further. Lady Nock is an intelligent person. You should know what to say and what not to say about last night's events, right? Under this imperial power, there is no such thing as freedom. At this point, So Huyn's eyes unconsciously became filled with many thoughts, and Nok took the opportunity to tease him. "Lord Privy Council Envoy has really become kind. I remember not long ago, you still wanted to kill me at all costs. Why are you so concerned with this little life of mine now?" So Quinn, while wiping himself, coldly replied with a few words, "I also remember that this little life of Lady Nox is mine." And she, for her part, behaved herself, no longer bickering with him, and nodded in agreement. Right. Nok cherishes this little life very much. I will absolutely not trouble you. In reality, why would the Privy Council envoy, with all his power in the court, care about a trivial young woman like this? Perhaps it was because they had fought side by side that night. Just then, her face suddenly flushed. She brought up the matter of Prince Mu and Prince Li. If you know the dangers of this forbidden palace, there are some matters you should withdraw from while it's still early. However, Su Qing was extremely resolute, holding firm to his position and views as he refuted her advice. Even if Miss Yu had no such intentions, it couldn't stop others from having ambitions. If you were innocent, why worry about being found guilty? After hearing these words, Yu couldn't say much more. Not to mention Prince Li. Prince Mu also acts on a whim. If someone is watching, they will inevitably overthink things. I overlooked this. Thinking of this, she immediately uttered a few words. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for enlightening me." Although they said that, at this moment, it seemed the two of them understood each other a bit better. That night, at the Empress's palace, Your Majesty the Empress, Miss Yu was taken out of the palace by Grand Princess Qinghe. Empress Yuan was a little displeased upon hearing this, and questioned the mama. "Didn't I say she must be brought here? Why was she allowed to be taken away?" Seeing that the Empress was about to fly into a rage, the mama immediately added a few more words. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The Grand Princess said Miss Yu was injured, and she was worried. So she took her to the Duo Yu residence. Once Miss Yu's injuries have healed, she will personally bring her into the palace to confess her guilt to Your Majesty. After hearing this, Empress Yuan temporarily stopped pursuing the matter, merely remarking casually, "She really cares for Nian Yu." Forget it. If it weren't for Nienyu last night, I would have already died in that beast garden. A concubine's daughter from a Nien residence is not so simple. It's just a pity she couldn't wait to take my life. I'm afraid this palace will no longer be peaceful. Time flew by. 2 days later, Nienyu was walking alone on the street, lost in the chaotic mess of her thoughts. 2 days ago in the Imperial Palace, the Empress suddenly sent someone to summon me. If my parents hadn't forced me to go, I'd probably still be locked up in the palace. The Empress wanted to see me, not to thank me. But I'm afraid she still hasn't let me go, afraid I'll talk about what happened in the Beast Garden. Also, 2 days ago, I hid in the Grand Princess's residence under the pretext of recuperating to escape. This isn't a long-term solution. I can't just stay hidden forever. Suddenly, at this moment, she accidentally saw a rather familiar figure inside a shop. Looking closely, she realized it was Nienalon's handmaiden, Fong He. What was she holding so sneakily? So, out of curiosity, she decided to follow her, secretly observing the handmaiden's every move. She followed her from the afternoon until nightfall, finally ending up at a familiar place. Isn't this where I used to live? What is Fong He doing here? So she squinted her eyes and peeked through a crack in the window to observe the activity inside the room. Then she saw Fong He burning a fire, continuously throwing in joss paper, while trembling with fear and muttering to herself, "It's been 2 or 3 days. There's no news from the palace, and the second miss really hasn't returned. I'm afraid things have really gone wrong." Just then, a cold gust of wind blew in through the window, making Fong He shiver in fear and wonder. Is she here again? Then Fong He herself imagined some strange sounds. "Give me back my life. Give me back my life." Finally, unable to bear it anymore, she blurted out, "Second miss, it wasn't me who harmed you. I beg you, don't come looking for me." And outside the window, Nienyu had witnessed everything and asked herself, what does she mean by that? Could it be that besides that night in the Beast Garden, she was also there? Then where is Nienalon? So, to uncover the truth, Nienyu directly pushed the window open, letting in another gust of cold wind. Fong He was instantly terrified upon seeing it. When did the window open? Before she could think, Nienyu had already restrained her from behind. A ghostly voice rang out. "Fong He, what's the use of burning a little joss paper?" Hearing this, Fong He's eyes widened. Tears streamed down her face as she believed she was seeing a ghost. "It's Nienyu. She's come to claim my life." After that bit of pretending to be a ghost, Nienyu successfully caused Fong He to faint temporarily, then moved her to another, more deserted place. In her nightmare, Fong He continuously muttered, "Don't come over, don't come over." As a result, as she slowly opened her eyes, she saw a strange and terrifying statue. She immediately screamed, and then Nienyu appeared and began to question her, "But you're finally awake." The moment Fong He saw her, it was as if she'd seen a ghost. In her mind, she was certain that the second miss of the Nien residence had died in the Beast Garden. So how could she possibly be alive and in front of her? Therefore, her entire face turned pale as she continuously muttered, "Ghosts are real. There are ghosts. Don't look for me. It was all the first miss who forced me. She's the one who hates you, is jealous of you. She's infatuated with His Highness Prince Mu, but Prince Mu only pays attention to you. She wishes you were dead." Fong He confessed everything without being pressed, which was exactly what Nienyu expected. She thought to herself, so it was Nienalon? It really was her. If I were still the concubine's daughter I used to be, I'm afraid I would have died here anonymously. So she continued to question her that I, on the other hand, didn't know that my kind and righteous older sister wanted to kill me. So tell me, how should I deal with her? And how should I deal with you? Hearing this, a terrified Fong He repeatedly kowtowed and begged. Every debt has its debtor. I begged the second miss to spare this servant. Of course, Nienyu wouldn't let her off so easily. She walked up to her, step by step, and used the dagger Su Qing gave her to slowly lift her small face, not forgetting to warn her, "You are Nienalon's dog. When you bullied others, you weren't so innocent and light-handed. Tell me, if your mistress finds out you've told the truth, how do you think she'll deal with you?" At this point, Fong He was trembling all over, unable to speak properly. Finally, she realized, "You're not a ghost? I beg you, don't tell the first Mississippi." Nienyu didn't intend to continue threatening her. She withdrew the dagger and gave her a chance. "Fine, let's play a game. If you win, I won't tell her." As soon as Fong He heard about this one chance, she immediately seized it. Not even knowing what the game was, she quickly agreed, "Okay, I'll play." Nienyu immediately replied, "In that case, let's begin." Unexpectedly, as soon as the words were out, she used her quick and nimble skills to cut one of the other's tendons as a threat. Before Fong He could adapt, a wave of pain hit her, and she screamed, clutching her foot in pain and cursing inwardly. She actually cut my tendon. Then she turned to leave through the door, not forgetting to warn her, "Endure it here tonight. If you could survive the night, I won't go back on my promise to you. Oh, right, one more thing. Summer nights are hot, but it's quite cool in this ruined temple. Do you think the snakes outside will crawl in to cool off? I hear they especially like the smell of blood. Huh. After saying this, she turned and left, leaving Fong He alone with a ton of fear in her heart, letting out a wild scream. No! Meanwhile, in County Princess Anshue's private chambers, while she was attentively letting her close handmaiden brush her hair, she asked in surprise, "The second miss still hasn't returned." The close handmaiden immediately reported the situation. No. In these past few days, the first miss's mood seems to be particularly good. County Princess Anshue heard this and had a bad feeling, turning to instruct her handmaiden, "Pinger, tomorrow you go to Prince Mu's residence and ask His Highness Prince Mu if he knows about the second miss's situation." Suddenly, just as she finished speaking, a sound came from outside the window. The county princess immediately ordered, "Pinger, go see what that was." As a result, Pinger went to the window and only saw a letter. "County Princess, there's no one outside, only a letter." So after reading it, County Princess Anshue seemed to have realized something. She handed the letter back to Pinger and instructed her, "Pinger, no need to ask. I have something I want you to do. It's time for the Nyin family to pay for bullying me." After speaking, her expression suddenly turned grim as she looked out the window, thinking excitedly to herself, "Nyin Yu, haha, if you make a move, I will certainly do my best to cooperate." That night, at the Xianlong courtyard of the Nyin family's first Mississippi. Even in her dreams, Nyin Alan could not escape her ambition to become Princess Mu, muttering continuously in her deep sleep, "His Highness Prince Mu, I am Princess Mu, haha." At this moment, a mysterious figure was secretly adding some kind of fragrance to her incense burner. And that person was none other than Nyin Yu. "Nyin Alan, wasn't it you who put almonds and orchids in my incense burner to ruin my face? Then I'll return the favor with a little gift." From the rooftop, her actions were unexpectedly spotted by Su Qing. While she was focused on her task, a familiar voice suddenly broke the quiet atmosphere. "What are you doing?" Nyin Yu was a bit flustered, immediately turning and casually replying, "Secret envoy, you really appear and disappear like a ghost. It's just something to make people sleep soundly. Oh, and I added a little something else, but it's not poison, it won't kill anyone. If the secret envoy doesn't believe me, you can take it back and have a look." Su Qing looked at the vial in his hand, thinking to himself, it seems she's already found out who was behind it. It was Nyin Alan. Then she continued, laughing and praising him some more, as expected of the #1 child prodigy, secret envoy. "You were able to connect everything so quickly." Yes, it was her. If I hadn't followed Empress Yuan into the Beast Garden, that good older sister of mine wouldn't have thought of a way to get rid of me. And after hearing these words, Su Qing seemed to understand her past life a little better. Her situation in the Nyin residence is even more dangerous than I imagined, and she is not one to accept her fate. Thinking this, he turned to ask Nyin Yu, on such a fine evening, how can there be no good wine to accompany it? Upon hearing this, she immediately turned and questioned him with a sharp gaze. "Do you always carry wine with you?" Su Qing, having been hit where it hurts, could only laugh awkwardly to cover it up, but it's just for fun. One cup of wine is fine, isn't it? After that, the two lonely souls began to enjoy the night's scenery on the rooftop together, with good wine as their companion. Su Qing sipped some wine, his heart filled with anticipation. "I'm really looking forward to seeing how she will counterattack this time." However, to his surprise, Nyin Yu confessed with some embarrassment. "On the contrary, I haven't had a drink in many years." What did the Lord Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs just say? "But the truth is, you have always lived a life of peril. What's wrong with being a little willful?" Therefore, Nyin Yu quickly and without hesitation accepted the invitation to taste some fine wine. After drinking, she didn't forget to praise, "Good wine, beautiful scenery." As she spoke, she raised her hand to the sky, blocking a sliver of moonlight that shone upon her face. Her mouth continued to murmur, and also, at this point, the Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Su Qing, truly wanted to complete the phrase in his mind. Good wine, beautiful scenery, in the company of a beautiful woman. This was perhaps the most peaceful moment in the life of a man like him who only knew martial arts. And this moment had perhaps stirred Su Qing's heart. At this moment, in Yin Ilan's private chamber, she seemed to have started sensing that something was wrong. She immediately woke up with a start, shouting for her personal maid. "Fanghe, there seem to be insects in the room. Give me some ointment for insect bites." "Fanghe, where has that wretched girl run off to?" "I keep calling, but there's no reply." So she had to go find the medicine herself. "Strange, what kind of insect is it? Is it poisonous?" As a result, the moment Nyin Alan looked at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but scream in terror, "Ah, my face." It turned out her face was covered in red scratches. And so it went until the next morning. When Nyin Alan looked in the mirror again, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just a nightmare. But what's that commotion outside? Just then, another maid, looking extremely rushed, immediately burst through the door to report the situation. "Young miss, the madam and the commandery princess are arguing again. Right now, the madam is being forced to kneel before everyone and apologize to the commandery princess. The madam has sent someone to fetch old Madam Nangong and told you to go out and receive her." Upon hearing this, Nyin Alan was extremely alarmed, immediately jumping to her feet and exclaiming, "What did you say? What is mother doing? To even disturb my maternal grandmother?" So she immediately ordered the maid, "Help me change." At this moment, outside the palace gates, Nianyu and Grand Princess Qinghe were sitting in a carriage. As it happened, she had just lifted the curtain and saw Zhao Yan riding on horseback parallel to the carriage of hers. She quickly closed the curtain, not wanting to spare him even a glance. This left Zhao Yan utterly bewildered, wondering to himself, she doesn't want to see me? Meanwhile, inside the carriage, the Grand Princess was also a bit surprised by the situation. Since when did Prince Li have dealings with the Nian residents? I remember now. Today is the day old Madame Nangong enters the palace to pay her respects. No wonder, but shouldn't it be the Nangong residents coming to pick her up? Why is it the Nian residents' carriage? Upon hearing this, Nianyu immediately realized. Yesterday, I wrote a letter asking Commandery Princess Anthea to help me give a grand gift to Nian Alan and to cause a bit of a stir at the Nian residence while she was at it. It seems her commotion was not small. I just don't know why Prince Li went as well. At this moment, in Empress Wu's bedchamber, Grand Princess Qinghe personally brought her adopted daughter to pay respects to her. To prevent her from being given a hard time by the Empress, imperial sister-in-law, Qinghe has specially brought you today to apologize to you. Qinghe has been childless for many years and truly dotes on this adopted daughter. That day, she took her away before she could pay her respects to you. I hope imperial sister-in-law will forgive her. Yuer quickly kowtowed to Her Majesty the Empress. Let's let this matter pass. Nianyu heard this and immediately complied. She quickly knelt on the ground to perform the rite. Yes, adopted mother. At that, Empress Wu quickly went to help her up, not forgetting to inquire. No need. That day, this palace was not thoughtful enough. How are your injuries? In truth, she was a little wary in her heart. If it hadn't been for Nianyu that day, she feared she would have long lost her life in the Garden of 100 Beasts. But she knows too much, and Zheni pays too much attention to her. As a result, Nianyu quickly replied, replying to Your Majesty, Nianyu's injuries are no longer a concern. It's just. At this point, she suddenly paused and turned to look towards the Grand Princess. This made Grand Princess Qinghe smile awkwardly and lovingly chide her a little. Imperial sister-in-law, you see, the two of them went for a walk in the Garden of 100 Beasts together. Today, this girl is intentionally avoiding me. Never mind. Jitao, help this princess back so they can talk slowly. And so, after the Grand Princess had completely left the Empress's bedchamber, Empress Wu began to secretly signal her trusted governess and the palace maids to arrange themselves in an intimidating formation and began to praise her. You're very smart. It seems she didn't speak of the matter in the Garden of 100 Beasts. Not even Qinghe knows. Nianyu once again continued to reassure the Empress. She obediently replied, Your Majesty, rest assured, Nianyu will definitely keep it a secret. It's just. The Empress, hearing this hesitation, immediately questioned her impatiently. Just what? She quickly continued, Nianyu finds it very strange. I heard the Lord Commissioner say that when they arrived at the Garden of 100 Beasts that day, the gate was closed. The Garden of 100 Beasts is a forbidden area, so Nianyu naturally did not dare to barge in. But that day, Nianyu received a message from a palace attendant, saying someone was waiting for this humble girl outside the Garden of 100 Beasts. At that time, besides Your Majesty and this servant, I fear there was someone else outside. If that's the case, that child's cry was not necessarily heard only by this servant and Your Majesty. Heard. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Empress Wu became extremely anxious, her hands clenching into fists, and she hastily cut her off. Do you know who that person is? Nianyu immediately bowed her head and admitted at that time, I did not know, but now I do. At this, the Empress suddenly gave a strange smile and began to lecture her. Nianyu, oh Nianyu, this palace thought you were naturally lucky to have the love of my son and Qinghe. But in the end, someone still wants your life? You are an adopted daughter, yet you don't know how cruel the world is. If you want to live in peace, you must know your place. Do not be greedy for what does not belong to you. As for the ways of this palace, it's even more important not to seek what you shouldn't know. At this point, Nianyu could only bow respectfully. This servant will carefully follow Your Majesty's teachings. Of course, only she understood that she did not desire the romantic affections of His Highness Prince Mu. It was clear that the world saw her as a vixen who had seduced Zhao Yi's soul. Therefore, she frankly got straight to the point. Nianyu is not greedy for what does not belong to her. His Highness Prince Mu is free-spirited. If he had someone as attentive as Commandery Princess Ruyan, they would truly be a perfect match. Upon hearing the name Ruyan, Empress Wu was a little surprised and thought to herself, this Nianyu is truly perceptive. Does she know that I have Wu and Ruyan in my heart? This was truly different from her speculations. So she began to lower her guard. She ordered her to rise. It is very good that you can think this way. Speak, who was that person? Upon hearing this, Nianyu quickly stood up and honestly reported, this servant and my adopted mother were entering the palace when we happened upon the Nian residence's carriage. Strangely, His Highness Prince Li's horse was also behind it. Hearing this, Empress Wu could somewhat deduce the problem. Prince Li? To make Prince Li follow behind, I'm afraid the Empress Dowager is also in the carriage. What could have happened at the Nian residence? Nianyu then continued to report a little more. This servant heard that the consort of Prince Jean went to the Nian residence today. So the Nian residence's carriage came to ask for reinforcements. The Empress immediately made a bold guess. So you also came to ask for reinforcements? It seems this Nian residence means only so much to you. Alright, considering you did your best to protect this palace that night, this palace will ask for reinforcements on your behalf. And so, at this time, in Ichuan Pavilion, Madame Nian was holding her son, Nian Cheng, in her arms. She continuously comforted him. Cheng-er, don't be afraid. After today, we can escape from that evil, vicious woman. Just endure a little longer. But Nian Cheng just kept moaning, Mother, it hurts so much. Save me. At this moment, the physician explained the situation to all of them. The young master was poisoned by the bowl of medicine he drank today. Upon hearing this sentence, Madame Nian immediately went mad, screaming at Empress Dowager Chang, who was standing there. It's Zhao and Thuyet. It must be her. That vicious woman is always tormenting my Cheng. Today, I merely exchanged a few words with her, and yet she poisoned my son. As soon as she finished speaking, Nian Cheng, his face gaunt and dark as ink, continuously mumbled, Zhao and Thuyet, I want to divorce you. After that, Madame Nian personally kowtowed and pleaded with the Empress Dowager. The commandery princess is without virtue. I beg your majesty, the Empress Dowager, to make the decision for Cheng-er to write a letter of divorce. Empress Dowager Chang was also troubled by this issue, because if she helped the Nian family today, she would offend the prince of Jin's residence. But both the Nangong family and the Nian residence are factions that she and Yin-er must win over. Therefore, as a result, she decided, in that case, who would have thought that she had only spoken 2 words before being cut off by Grand Princess Qinghe and Empress Wuan? What letter of divorce? At this moment, everyone present in Ichuan Pavilion was simultaneously stunned by this appearance, all calling out in unison, Your Majesty the Empress, Your Highness the Grand Princess. And among the maids, there was also Nian Yu in disguise, waiting to watch the good show. It seems the good show at the Nian residence is about to begin. At this heated moment, where is Nian Alan? At the very moment the Nian residence was in an uproar, Nian Alan was actually in the garden rejecting His Highness Princely. Your Highness Princely, Ilan does not wish to marry for the time being. Do you understand my meaning? At this moment, she was simply thinking to herself, I know grandmother wants to matchmake me with Princely, but what I want is the high and mighty position of crown princess, not some princessly. Zhao Yin was not too surprised at being rejected. Instead, he casually added a few more sentences, successfully striking at her jealousy. Understand, I no longer have any intentions towards the eldest Miss Nian. Speaking of which, Yi-er and your residences miss you, on the other hand, have a good relationship. Now, I should place all my heart and soul on her. Just as expected, the moment Nian Alan heard Nian Yu's name, she couldn't stand it anymore and immediately made an excuse to leave first. Your Highness, Princely, Ilan suddenly feels unwell and wishes to return to rest. I cannot continue our conversation. I hope your Highness will forgive me. In this uncomfortable act from Nian Alan, made Zhao Yin understand to some extent. It seems this eldest Miss Nian's thoughts are all on Yi-er. Nian Yu, oh Nian Yu, if Nian Alan were to compete with you, would you be able to win? But there was one thing he probably didn't understand, love from the imperial family. Nian Yu herself didn't even dare to hope for it, let alone fight for it. As expected, her name was mentioned even when she was doing nothing. Nian Yu, despite being in Ichuan Pavilion, couldn't help but sneeze. She heard that a fierce conflict had broken out between Princess Yingxue and Nangong Yu today, but she didn't know why it had also involved the matter of Nian Sheng being poisoned. Without making her wait long, the good show was finally about to begin. The thought had just barely crossed her mind when Princess Yingxue appeared, stepping into the grand hall with a confident air. She then began to bow and pay her respects to their majesties and Empress Dowager Chang. Yingxue pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, and the Grand Princess. I wonder for what reason your majesties have summoned Yingxue. Upon seeing her, Empress Yuan suddenly felt a pang of pity, thinking to herself, having never met her before, and knowing Yingxue was so severely injured in that fire, it's no wonder the child hates those who caused her such harm. But at this moment, the instant Madame Nangong Yu saw her, it was as if she saw an enemy, her tone harsh and contemptuous. Zhao Yingxue, you torment my Cheng-er day after day. Today you even plotted to harm his father. The evidence is all here, yet you still won't confess your guilt. As a result, Nian Yu felt a bit of irony in her heart upon seeing this scene, because Nangong Yu's intention was to frame a royal princess, which was far too naive a thought. At this time, Princess Yingxue was naturally not one to yield so easily. The time had come for her to rebut, and she unexpectedly spoke up to clear her name. Your Majesty, you want Yingxue to confess her guilt based on a single bowl of poison medicine. Yingxue is ignorant and does not know how to refute these baseless accusations. And so, Grand Princess Qinghe quickly added a few words to support her and escalate the situation. Yingxue has a point. To catch a thief, you need proof. Based on a single bowl of poison medicine, I could say Old Master Nian did it, or I could say Madame Nian did it, right? Who would have thought that just these few sharp-as-a-knife words would successfully provoke the impatience in Nan Gongyu's heart? The moment she heard this, she immediately and hastily denied it. How could that be? I am Cheng'er's mother. How could I poison my own son? Seeing her so agitated, Nian Yu naturally felt a flicker of suspicion in her heart. Such a violent reaction, no wonder, or could it really be her? Afterward, the Grand Princess immediately spoke again to reassure Nan Gongyu. Madame Yin, this princess was merely giving an example. After hearing this, Nan Gongyu was temporarily spared. She hurriedly apologized to her. When it comes to matters concerning Cheng'e, I was rash. But Zhao Yingxue is the most suspicious. I implore you to investigate her Rui Pavilion. If something is found, it can bring justice for Cheng'e. As it turned out, not only was the princess not afraid, she was instead excited to see her prey about to fall into the trap and immediately uttered a few words. At the same time, she didn't forget to provoke fine search. Not just her Rui Pavilion, I think this entire estate should be searched as well. After hearing this, Empress Yuan also supported the idea and made a decision, ordering everyone quickly. If that's the case, then search. Meanwhile, seeing Yingxue's carefree and at-ease appearance, Madame Nian was, on the contrary, extremely displeased, secretly plotting in her heart. I already had someone prepare everything. Zhao Yingxue, just wait until the item is found. Let's see how you'll argue your way out of it then. As it turned out, a moment later, after the servants of the estate had searched and searched, Empress Yuan impatiently questioned, well, was any evidence found? But the maidservant replied, reporting to your majesty, reporting to the masters, nothing suspicious was found in Princess Yingxue's room. As soon as these words were spoken, it made Nan Gongyu feel as if she were sitting on pins and needles, and she hurriedly cut in. How can that be? You must not have searched carefully. That thing must be in Rui Pavilion. Who would have thought that these words would end up betraying her? The Grand Princess could no longer hold back and spoke up to question her. Jiqiao has followed this princess for many years and has always done things well. Is Madame Yin saying she doesn't trust this princess, or is she suspicious of this princess? But just as she finished speaking, Nan Gongyu hurriedly knelt on the ground to beg for forgiveness. No, Grand Princess, you misunderstand. I was just, before she could say a few more words, the voice of a servant from the estate announced from behind. And that person was, in fact, none other than Nian Yu. She excitedly brought the evidence before the Empress to expose the truth. It's been found, Your Majesty. This servant went to search Linhua Pavilion and saw this maid acting sneakily. As soon as this servant caught her, I retrieved a paper packet from her person. Nian, you had just presented the paper packet for everyone to see, when the imperial physician beside them discovered with alarm. Her Majesty the Empress, this is red arsenic powder. The eldest young master's symptoms just now are extremely similar to the effects of this red arsenic powder. Fortunately, the amount was insufficient, otherwise it would have been fatal. These words from the imperial physician caused everyone to simultaneously cast their suspicions upon Madame Yin. Linhua Pavilion, isn't that the first madam's residence? This maid is also one of the first madam's attendants. It turned out that this other madam in the estate had long been at odds with Nan Gongyu, so the night before, she had quickly gone to ally with Princess Yingxue, speaking first. I saw the maid beside Nan Gongyu add the medicine. I'm afraid she wants to harm the princess. Returning to the present, after successfully plotting to trap Madame Yin, the princess couldn't help but feel a sense of extreme joy in her heart. Nan Gongyu, you plotted against me, but you never expected to shoot yourself in the foot. Meanwhile, over here, upon hearing that the maid had found evidence in her residence, Nan Gongyu couldn't help but fly into a rage and rush forward to question the other party. You wench, who told you to take this thing to harm my son, in a plot to frame me? Hearing this, the maidservant was terrified. With teary eyes, she continuously pleaded, Madam, this servant did not harm the eldest young master, nor did I harm you. It was the eldest young miss who gave this to me this morning. But of course, a scandal couldn't be exposed so easily. Before the maidservant could finish her sentence, Nan Gongyu gave her a stunning slap. This wench dares to speak nonsense. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead as she wondered to herself, what nonsense is this wench spouting, trying to drag Elan into this as well? However, unfortunately, the Empress had already heard, so she immediately questioned, the eldest young miss, you say? But the Nian estate's eldest young miss is Nian Elan. Where is Nian Elan? Just then, Empress Dowager Chang suddenly heard the governess beside her report. Your Majesty, Nian Elan has taken His Highness, princely to the garden. The motion of counting the prayer beads in her hand suddenly paused. The Empress also felt a bit surprised and spoke sarcastically. The garden? You say? Young people should go out more. Then, she began to understand the issue in her heart. It turns out she wanted to drag the Nangong family's power into this. Then she turned back to interrogate the maidservant. Continue speaking. What did Yenalan give this to you for? Upon hearing this, the other party hurriedly kowtowed to the ground and earnestly confessed. The eldest young miss told this servant to put it in the eldest young master's medicine. She said it could relieve pain. This servant truly didn't know, which is why I put it in the eldest young master's medicine. This, I beg your majesty for mercy. After finally hearing the whole story from beginning to end, Empress Yuan finally made her assessment. So that's how it is. Today's matter was a case of hiding the hand that threw the stone. The Nien estate's eldest young miss is usually so gentle. I never expected her to be so vicious. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu, her heart burning with anxiety, hurriedly knelt on the ground to take all the blame upon herself. No, I can't let Alon take the blame like this. And so, she kowtowed while wailing miserably. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. I was the one who asked Alon to get this medicine for me. I mistakenly believed a practitioner from outside who said this medicine could relieve pain. I didn't know it was red arsenic powder. It was I who harmed Chang'er and also harmed Alon. However, how could someone as intelligent as Nien Yu believe these excuses? She thought to herself, Nangong Yu is trying to take the blame herself to protect Nien Elan's reputation. Does she really think a simple "I didn't know" can erase all suspicion? Just as she predicted, Empress Yuan was now displeased and began to question her. So you're saying the one who harmed Nien Cheng was Madame Yin? But just a moment ago, you kept insisting it was Princess Ingxue. Those who didn't know better would think you deliberately set this trap to frame Princess Ingxue. Nangong Yu was hit where it hurt. She continuously tried to explain. Seeing Chang'er in pain, I was momentarily blinded by grief and indignation. I deserved to die. I know I was wrong. Empress Yuan continued to criticize her, her tone full of authority as she reminded her, Madame Yin, the person you should be apologizing to is not. This Empress. This scene caused Nangong Yu's whole body to tremble, bringing her close to losing her composure. She cursed inwardly. Zhao, Ingxue, this was all your design. You actually forced me to this point. You wanted to bow my head? You want to humiliate me. And Princess Ingxue, standing before her, also used a cold, sharp gaze as a steely response. She thought to herself, this is to let Nangong Yu have a taste of what it's like to be forced to bow her head. At this moment, seeing the urgent situation, old Madame Nangong had no choice but to step forward to smooth things over. She stood in front of her daughter and spoke to defuse the situation. If you're wrong, you should admit it. Well, what are you still standing there days for? Because she believed that the matter involving Princess Ingxue could not be allowed to escalate. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resolve. Therefore, old Madame Nangong had to secretly signal her daughter to yield a little. As expected, after receiving the signal from her mother, Nangong Yu let out a sigh. She slowly began to apologize, although her heart was not the least bit submissive. Princess, I was wrong. You are a great person. Do not stoop to the level of this petty one. You and Yin Cheng are husband and wife. Please forgive my earlier words. In truth, at this moment, she hated that she couldn't just scratch Princess Ingxue's face to 100 pieces. Peace. The other party also took the opportunity to add a few sarcastic words. She stood before Nangong Yu and declared, Lady An Thuyet accepts your apology. You are right. An Thuyet and Yin Cheng are husband and wife. For this entire life, we are husband and wife, and no one could change that. And these words, of course, held a deep, hidden meaning within them, which is that Yin Cheng, the Yin family, and the Nangong family, Zhao and Thuyet, will definitely not let you live in peace for the rest of my life. With that thought, she turned again to bow to the Empress and the eldest princess a moment ago. Thank you, Your Majesty, for standing up for An Thuyet, which prevented An Thuyet from being cast aside. After hearing this, Empress Yuan leisurely enjoyed the cup of tea in her hand and replied calmly, How could a princess of our imperial family be so easily cast aside? Weren't we just being considerate of the Nangong family? Then that Nangong Yu. At this point, she let out a cold, disdainful snort. Eldest Princess Qinghe continued with a few more words. For today's matter, we should actually thank you. However, that little girl we brought has gone missing, and we don't know where. Upon hearing the words, little girl, suspicion began to rise in Princess An Thuyet's heart. Could that little girl be Nian Yu? Just then, at the private courtyard of Nian, Ilan, she was unconscious on the bed, muttering deliriously, What? Don't come here, get lost. Nian Yu, you get lost. No, Your Majesty the Empress, it wasn't me. It seemed Nian Ilan was having a nightmare. Nian Yu, who had secretly crept into the room to observe the situation, happened to see her. Has she still not discovered the gift I prepared for her? How could that be? So, Nian Yu immediately and slowly picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it directly at Nian Ilan, causing Nian Ilan to jolt awake in pain. At this moment, she continuously wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. She thought to herself, I just didn't want to be with Prince Lee. I don't know how I fell asleep. And I even had a dream like that. Such bad luck. I also don't know where that damn maid Fong he is hiding. Once I find her, never mind. I'll just cover myself with the blanket and go back to sleep. But unexpectedly, the moment Nian pulled the blanket to cover herself, a horrifying scene appeared before her eyes, causing her to freeze for a few seconds. Underneath the blanket was none other than the maid Fong He, lying stiffly right there. Her entire face had turned black and gaunt, her eyes wide open. It scared Nian so much she felt nauseous. A million questions raced through her mind. Fong He? Is Fong He dead? Who is it? Who killed Fong He and left her in my room? No, I can't leave her here. Otherwise, someone will see. Unexpectedly, just as the situation was hanging by a thread, another maid happened to appear, pushing open the door and casually asking. This startled Nian, who jumped in fright. Miss, what happened? Before she could finish her sentence, she couldn't help but tremble upon seeing a corpse on her miss's bed. Then, this maid immediately ran away in a panic. Nian, afraid her matter would be exposed, also quickly chased after her to silence her. And so, one person kept running, and the other kept chasing relentlessly. As they ran and chased, they continuously caused a commotion. Stop right there. Someone's dead. Come quickly. Someone's dead. This made Nian feel guilty and anxious. She began to devise a plan. This won't do. I have to quickly dispose of the body of Fong He. So she began to wrap the corpse in the blanket, planning to drag this body into Nian Yu's room. Unexpectedly, before the plan was even complete, she was suddenly confronted by Nian Yu, who appeared out of nowhere. Older sister, what are you doing? What are you trying to put in my room? But upon seeing her, Nian looked as if she had just seen a ghost and blurted out, Nian Yu, why is it you? How can this be? Why isn't she dead yet? Nian Yu, at this moment, also played along as the innocent little sister who knew nothing, immediately walking over and intending to lift the blanket to see what was inside. Older sister, what's wrong? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Unexpectedly, as soon as the blanket was opened, Fong He's corpse immediately fell out, right onto Nian, causing her to scream in utter terror. A piercing scream. Nian Yu immediately frowned in feigned fear and questioned, Older sister, you actually killed Fong He? Nian then repeatedly denied it vehemently. No, I didn't kill her. Your older sister has never treated you poorly. Someone is framing me. You have to help me. After hearing this, Nian Yu acted stunned and repeatedly asked in a rush, Then who framed you? Older sister, did you do something you shouldn't have? As soon as Nian heard this, she immediately thought about it. That day, Fong He closed the main gate of the bestiary, and today she died like this. If it wasn't Empress Yuan who found out something, then what about Nian Yu? Therefore, she immediately made a bold guess and turned to question her. It was you. You killed Fong He, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Nian Yu immediately refuted it bluntly. Older sister, don't wrongly accuse Yuer. How could Yuer kill someone for no reason? Nian was now nearly cornered, with cold sweat constantly appearing on her forehead. She wondered to herself, if it's not her, then who could it be? So, thinking of this, she began to formulate a plan and proposed. Help me first. Behind the Xianlan courtyard, there's a well. Let's put Fong He in there first. Nian Yu then casually asked a little more. Older sister, that day I accidentally went into the bestiary. I don't know who closed the gate. Yuer waited there for a long time. Older sister, have you heard the rumors about the bestiary? They say that after Princess Wenyue died, every night in the bestiary, there's the sound of a child crying for help. People in the palace say it's the ghost of Princess Wenyue wanting someone to come and save her. I also heard that there was once a palace maid who did something wrong and was punished by Her Majesty the Empress. That day, she was cleaning the bestiary, while she was quietly cursing the Empress. The very next day, she was found dead in her room. It said she was bitten by something, her whole body was covered in blood, and her face was disfigured. They all say it was the ghost of Princess Wenyue, venting the Empress's anger. Sure enough, as soon as Nian heard this, she felt a pang of guilt and quickly deduced. The Princess Wenyue you mentioned, Fong He was also killed by Princess Wen. Nian Yu then continued to deny it. What are you talking about, older sister? Fong He didn't go to the bestiary, nor did she offend Princess Wenyue and Her Majesty the Empress. Why would Princess Wenyue harm her? Unless, by coincidence, Fong He also entered the palace that night. It wasn't her. At this point, Nian Ilan, who had done something wicked, began to lose her composure. She trembled continuously, grabbing Nian Yu's sleeve and begging, No, that's not right, save me. And now, everything was going according to her plan. She thought to herself, that incense, I deliberately used it to build up this story. It's precisely to throw Nian Ilan's mind into chaos. Next, I just need to add a little something unexpected. She's here. Just as she thought this, Empress Yuan appeared right on cue. She was an extremely important guest in her plan. Nian Ilan, her eyes welling with tears, terrified to the extreme, turned and uttered, Your Majesty the Empress. Seeing her in such a state of mental turmoil, Nian Yu felt even more triumphant. She continuously urged, Older sister, Her Majesty the Empress is here. Why aren't you greeting her? But Nian, on the contrary, began to lose her sanity even more. She blurted out, "No, why is Empress Yuan here?" Empress Yuan immediately glared at her. Then she coldly commanded, "Nian, you see this empress and you don't even bow?" At this point, Nian began to confess without being prompted. She suddenly kowtowed on the ground, confessing on her own, begging Her Majesty to spare her life. "It was all Fong He's doing. It was Fong He who closed the gate. It has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. Only now could Empress Yuan be completely certain. So it was you." Nian had never said who tricked her into the bestiary. It turned out that it wasn't just Empress Yuan. Another character also began to see the formidable nature of the small, outwardly weak woman that was Nian. It was Princess Anthuyet. Now Princess Anthuyet understood. She had originally thought that the great gift she came to deliver was just the dead Fong He. Could it be that even the Empress received a part of this great gift? If that was truly the case, this second miss of the Nian Manor was far more formidable than she had imagined. Meanwhile, on this side, Nian, looking utterly miserable, probably still didn't know what had just happened to her mother, Nan Gongyu. She continuously kowtowed in apology. "Your Majesty, it was all that wretched servant Fong, he who acted on her own. It has nothing to do with me." Suddenly, at this point, her tone began to change strangely. Her entire face darkened, and she continuously mumbled, "I know, of course I know. It was you. Why didn't you just die in there? How can you still be alive?" She screamed as she frantically lunged towards the standing Nian. She was now the number one enemy in Nian's eyes. Meanwhile, Empress Yuan turned to look at the corpse and then questioned, "Nian, this Empress asks you, is that corpse the Fong He you spoke of?" Only then did she temporarily suppress her anger and nod in acknowledgement. "Yes, she is my personal maid." As a result, as soon as the words left her mouth, Empress Yuan immediately flew into a rage and scolded her. "Nian, do you think this Empress is that foolish? Don't tell this Empress that she is your maid and that everything she did was not your idea. Nian, what is the punishment for plotting against this Empress?" Nian's eyes were now red and welling with tears. She began to justify herself. "Your Majesty, I did not plot against your Majesty. I was thinking of Nian being locked in the bestiary. Yes, it was Nian, not your Majesty." Meanwhile, on this side, as soon as eldest Princess Qinghe heard this, she immediately figured it out. A bestiary? Coincidentally, Yue appeared at the bestiary that day, so it was Nian Ilan's wicked trick. On this side, after hearing her admit it with her own mouth to Empress Yuan, Nian didn't hesitate to complete her act. She quickly put on a weak, downtrodden, and disbelieving expression to question her own sister. "Older sister, you've always been so good to me. How could I? Don't you know that the bestiary is where Empress Dowager Xiaoning raises wild beasts?" Unexpectedly, just as she finished speaking, Nian couldn't help but feel indignant and rush straight towards Nian, intending to attack her. Fortunately, she was stopped by Prince Li, Zhao Yan, who was standing nearby. Afterwards, she continuously screamed frantically, "Let me go, Nian. You deserve to die. You deserve to die." At this moment, Nian was constantly calculating in her heart. Based on the time, old Madame Nangong, Empress Dowager Chang, and the others in the residence should have arrived by now. "Nian, in this life, I will strip off that hypocritical mask of yours in front of everyone." Who would have thought that just as she finished her thoughts, an unexpected incident occurred. Zhao Yan suddenly stood protectively in front of her, followed by an unannounced thud. He had just saved her life. But Nian, upon seeing his disgusting face in front of her, couldn't help but feel repulsed and immediately pushed him away, leaving Zhao Yan in disbelief. He thought to himself, "Does Nian hate me this much? Even when I touched her just now, it was only because I was afraid she couldn't dodge in time." At this moment, the other three people, Empress Dowager Chang, old Madame Nangong, and Nan Gongyu, happened to appear. The moment Nan Gongyu saw her daughter in such a miserable state, she immediately became heartbroken and started to reprimand. Angrily, Ilan, what happened to you? Your Highness, Princely, what did you do? Ilan is a delicate girl. How could you use such force on her?" Empress Yuan then stepped forward to rebut. "The eldest Miss Nian is not some delicate girl. At all. Princely was just injured by her. There's still someone lying on the ground, and she still wanted to continue the assault in front of us." Nan Gongyu immediately followed the Empress's words and observed the scene. Only then did she temporarily back down. As she went to help her daughter up, she continuously apologized. "Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding. Ilan is kind and benevolent. Normally, she wouldn't even dare to step on an ant. How could she do something like this?" Empress Yuan didn't want to beat around the bush and simply advised her with a sentence. "Then why don't you ask your good daughter what she has done?" And so, Nian had no choice but to earnestly confess the truth. Her face gradually darkened, her expression pale as she began to admit. "It was Princess Wenyue. Your Majesty, spare my life. This servant knows her crime. I beg you to tell Princess Wenyue not to take this servant's life. This servant was wrong. This servant shouldn't have told Fong he to close the menagerie. And I certainly shouldn't have locked your Majesty inside." Empress Yuan then turned to announce before everyone present in the residence, "All of you here have heard it, haven't you? The crime of plotting against the Empress Nien Alan, can your Nien family bear it? Old matriarch Nangong had no other choice. She had to speak up to appease the anger. Please quell your anger, your majesty. Elan was momentarily foolish and committed a grave crime. She will be dealt with as your majesty sees fit. The Nien family and the Nangong family will absolutely not have a second word. Nien Yu silently observed the situation. She understood well that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. The royal family was still wary of the Nangong family's power. Old Madam Nangong still held the greatest threat against the Empress. But the Empress, at this moment, Empress Yuan instead just let out a few laughs and declared, "Fine, what a great eldest miss of the illustrious Nien family. Since old Madam Nangong has spoken, we, on the contrary, do not know how to deal with her." So, Grand Princess Qinghe had to step forward to mediate. Plotting against the Empress is a capital crime, but the Nangong family's face is also at stake. Imperial sister-in-law, Qinghe believes the death penalty can be waived, but she cannot escape punishment. Empress Yuan thought it was reasonable and turned to gauge old Madam Nangong's intentions. The death penalty can be waived, but she cannot escape punishment. Old Madam Nangong, do you think what Qinghe said is reasonable? But old Madam Nangong was now in a dilemma. For her, using the royal family's wariness of the Nangong family to protect Elan's life was one thing. If she pushed it any further, she was afraid it would backfire. Therefore, she had no choice but to kowtow in agreement. We ask your majesty to decide. And Nien, you seem to have already arranged this in her plan. So, perfectly, an order was immediately given. In that case, drag Nien Alan out and administer 30 strokes of the rod, to be carried out immediately. Then, a few hours passed. Nien Alan lay prone on a bench in pain, enduring the punishment, her mouth constantly wailing, "Ah, it hurts so much. Mother, save me." And standing beside her was the equally heartbroken Nangongyu, but there was nothing she could do. In addition, Empress Dowager Chang and Zhao Yin were also silently watching. The Empress Dowager's power was meaningless at this moment. And at this time, Nianyu felt that letting Nien Alan die like this was too easy for her. So she quickly and secretly went to advise the Empress, "Your Majesty, she cannot be beaten to death here. My sister is so heavily injured, I'm afraid she won't be able to endure it." After hearing this, Empress Yuan decided to announce, "Forget it. It would be a pity if a young lady's wounds could not be healed. Take Nien Alan to our West Fifth Palace, and have the imperial physician come to treat her. As for Madame Nien, do not leave your house these days. Stay home and reflect on yourself." Nangongyu had no choice but to bow her head and accept the order. This servant obeys. But in reality, her heart was in turmoil, endlessly pondering. Being grounded is not a big problem, but Elan has been taken into the Empress's palace. What should I do next? At this moment, old Master Nien was also there, witnessing the entire event. He himself finally realized at this moment that the current Nien Yu was completely different from before. Suddenly, she felt as if someone's eyes were on her, so she immediately turned to question, "Father, why are you looking at me?" He then quickly and eagerly offered advice here. "Elan is still your older sister. After all, towards this father who was as good as none." She immediately retorted, "Is father blaming you for harming older sister?" But he just smiled and denied it. "No, I don't mean that. I heard you are close with His Highness, Prince Mu. In the future, you should be more attentive to him." After hearing these words, Nianyu finally understood his underlying intention. Mentioning Prince Mu, so that was his idea. It must be said that he and Nien Alan are truly worthy of being father and daughter. Suddenly, while lost in idle thought, she accidentally caught sight of Prince Li, Zhao Yin, standing in a corner and staring intently at her. She immediately felt it was strange. What about Zhao Yin? Didn't he just leave with the Empress Dowager? Why did he come back? Old Master Nien then also quickly turned to inquire, "Your Highness, Prince Li, you are..." Zhao Yin then did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Old Master Nien, apologies for the intrusion. This prince has some matters to discuss with. Miss you." As a result, as soon as he heard this, he quickly made an excuse to leave. Not an intrusion at all. Then this subject will take his leave first. Please do entertain His Highness, Prince Li." After that, he seemed to want to say something more, but then decided to turn and leave with a sorrowful sigh. And Nianyu had long understood this father of hers. To him, benefits were everything. Before, it was Nien Alan. Now it's her. Whoever can offer wealth and status is the one he values. And at this moment, the entire courtyard of the Nien residence was momentarily left with just the two of them. He immediately changed his tone and ordered her, "Come here now." Nianyu, however, calmly made an excuse to refuse. "If Your Highness, Prince Li, has something to say, please say it directly. Men and women should keep their distance. It is not convenient for me to go over there." Who would have thought that at this moment, Zhao Yan's expression would turn extremely cold? Mentioning the wound from earlier, he then ordered her, "This prince was unintentionally offensive. I was merely injured by the eldest miss of your esteemed residence. I would like to invite Miss Yu to treat the wound for this prince." Nianyu heard him out. Without much thought, she immediately refused outright. Your Highness, Princely, Nianyu is not a physician. My hands are clumsy. I'm afraid I won't be of any help. Let me find a servant girl to help you treat it. Who would have thought that the moment she turned to leave, he would once again try to keep her by his side, ordering her to stop. Then he got straight to the point. What exactly has this prince done to offend you that makes you reject me time and again? We are both princes. You are close with Zhao Yi, but distant with this prince. Why is that? Nianyu no longer wanted to evade or hide it. She quickly and firmly retorted, Your Highness, Princely, you and Prince Mu are not the same. Because only she knew clearly that Zhao Yan was ruthless and valued profit. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. How could he be as kind and simple as Prince Mu? But to Zhao Yan, this answer was even more unacceptable. How are we not the same, right? In the eyes of the world, Zhao Yi is the son of the emperor. His future is to be the sovereign, while I am the son of the former emperor, destined to be an idle prince. Who would have thought he would impose his own thoughts onto Nianyu's mind? Thus, he quickly went mad, grabbing her hand tightly and not letting go, roaring unacceptably. But this throne, this Northern Qi Empire, should have originally belonged to me, Zhao Yan. After speaking, he immediately and roughly pulled her tightly into his arms. He thought that if this was the woman Zhao he liked, then he would make her his and see what he could do. This frantic thought made Zhao Yan become even more unhinged, unable to restrain himself from wanting to possess her. This made Nianyu feel utterly disgusted as she thought to herself, in my past life, did this pretender also have moments where he couldn't restrain himself like this? With that thought, she immediately swung her hand and gave him a resounding slap. Then she quickly left the flower garden, not daring to delay for a single moment. And this action of hers ignited a flame in Zhao Yan's heart. Nianyu, you are very bold. As for Nianyu, after successfully escaping danger once again, she quickly held her own endlessly trembling arm. Zhao Yan's anger made her subconsciously and silently recall what had happened in her past life. He's angry now. In her past life, when his fury was ignited, the consequence was the destruction of an entire city. And the crime of that bloodthirsty massacre was pinned on her, Nianyu. What does he want to do this time? No, him and I. Zhao Yan's unpredictable mind made her raise her guard 10,000-fold. Therefore, in this moment of crisis, she decided to take out the dagger that Su Qing had given her to protect herself. Who would have thought that at this very moment, Envoy Su Qing would actually appear? He had just called out to her, Miss Yu. Nianyu felt as if she had been given a surge of strength. Didn't he usually come to Xianlan Garden only in the evening? Why today? Su Qing immediately walked up to Zhao Yan, saluted, and gave a reason for wanting to take her away. Your Highness, Prince Li, my apologies for the intrusion. This officer, under the order of Grand Princess Qinghe, has come to escort Miss Yu back to the Grand Princess's residence. Fortunately, those 3 words, Grand Princess, successfully restrained the enraged Zhao Yan. He immediately nodded in agreement. Su Qing then successfully helped her escape the encirclement of this dangerous prince. And as soon as they stepped out of the Nian residence's gates, Su Qing had already prepared a fine horse. He then quickly urged her to mount it. Nianyu asked him again, where does the Lord Privy Commissioner intend to take you? To her surprise, Su Qing asked her in great astonishment, how did you know I wasn't taking you to the eldest princess's residence? Nianyu smiled and admitted, although my godmother cares for you and is concerned for my safety, I thank the Lord Privy Commissioner for helping Nianyu out of that predicament just now. Of course, she understood what had just happened. He had clearly seen her slap the prince, yet he still stepped forward in her godmother's name and slapped Zhao Yan's face. At this moment, Su Qing also had countless perplexing thoughts weighing on his mind. The Nian family treated Nianyu harshly, so it was understandable that she harbored resentment towards the Nian residents. But why did she harbor such hatred for Prince Li? Nianyu's hatred for Prince Li was unsettling. It always felt like this matter was very dangerous. Thinking of this, Su Qing couldn't help but voice the worry in his heart, blurting out a few words of advice for her peace of mind. Stay away from Prince Li from now on. This sudden reminder left Nianyu feeling a bit flustered, but he deliberately avoided her gaze and quickly urged her on. Let's go. At this moment, in a certain Zilu, how infuriating. This prince sent a letter to request an audience with the Emperor of Northern Qi today, but it was returned. What does that old emperor mean by this? Is he looking down on our southern Yu? Your Majesty, what do you think we should do? Inside the Zilu, the angry voice of a royal prince from southern Yu could be heard, while the new monarch of southern Yu, Changwugu, remained silent, pondering back and forth. He then happened to catch sight of Su Qing and the Nian family's second miss, Nianyu, riding intimately on 2 horses in the street outside the window. After all the commotion and gossip at the Nian residence had temporarily subsided, Nangongyu, her heart burning with anxiety, was continuously discussing strategies with her mother. Mother, Elan has been taken into the palace by Her Majesty the Empress. What should we do? You must think of a way. But as soon as she finished speaking, old Madam Nangong immediately slammed her teacup down. on the table, angrily shouting at Nangongyu. Think of a way? Do you really think Northern Qi is the Nangong family's domain? Because of Niancheng, the Nangong family previously broke ties with the royal family, causing much dissatisfaction. Now, Ilan has locked Her Majesty the Empress in a menagerie. Who on earth gave her the audacity to do that? Seeing her mother's anger, Nangongyu had no choice but to go over and soothe her a little before continuing to explain, "Mother, please calm down. Since things have come to this, we can't just ignore Ilan." Back then, Master Duanming said that Ilan is a phoenix. Her future cannot be cut short here. Old Madame Nangong could only sigh at this point and continue to advise, "I know you dote on Ilan. You're usually cold, but when it comes to your daughter, you become a mess. If Ilan truly marries into the royal family in the future, who knows how much trouble she will face. As her mother, you should be the one to remain calm. That Nianyu is likely not an easy person to deal with. She has lived under my nose for over a decade, and you have always suppressed her, yet you don't know her limits?" Upon hearing her mother's words, Nangongyu was finally startled into a sharp realization. "Mother, do you mean that this was all Nianyu's scheme?" It seemed that only at this moment did Nangongyu begin to realize that the illegitimate daughter she had always looked down upon was not simple at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Su Qing had successfully rescued her, they went together to a deserted forest, which happened to be the location of the Divine Strategy Palace. She remembered this place very clearly. A myriad of questions filled her mind. The Divine Strategy Palace is the training ground for the Northern Qi's Imperial Guards. Why did Su Qing bring me here? I remember the Northern Qi military barracks have a rule that women cannot enter. And so, just a few minutes later, he ordered someone to bring her a set of men's clothing. It was so she could disguise herself as a man to enter smoothly. After Nianyu reached out and accepted the men's attire, she began to wonder, "All right, I want to see just what purpose the Lord Privy Commissioner has for going to all this trouble to bring me here." A few minutes later, she finally finished changing. This new appearance made it impossible for Su Qing to tear his gaze away from her. He thought to himself, "The first time I saw her in men's clothing, she looked like a refined scholar. But now, dressed as a man, she looks like a young noble." "Master," seeing him staring intently at her, she immediately spoke up to remind him, "Lord Privy Commissioner." Su Qing instantly regained his initial composure and urged her, "Follow me quickly." And so, they began to enter the Divine Strategy Palace together. As soon as Nianyu saw the red feather map, she couldn't help but be drawn to it. After looking around the room for a long time, she suddenly saw his serious expression at the document table, and her heart began to stir as she thought to herself, if he took off his mask, that face would probably drive countless young ladies wild. In my past life, as soon as I entered the military camp, I heard many rumors about the Lord Privy Commissioner. In the eyes of those soldiers, Su Qing was like a legendary existence, until the year the rumor of his death spread far and wide. Just as she happened to be thinking of this, Su Qing also happened to look up and meet her intense gaze. A mix of joy and unease made him ask himself, the way she just looked at me, was it worry? What is she worried about? On her side, Nianyu accidentally met Su Qing's gaze, causing her to immediately compose herself. She quickly averted her eyes and continued to carefully observe the red feather map, thinking to herself, "In my past life, I don't know how Zhao Yin managed to gain the support of the Nangong family and the 5 vassal states to reclaim the Western River." Just as she was lost in thought, Su Qing came up from behind and spoke unexpectedly, startling her. "What's wrong?" Interested in the Jiang Kingdom, Nianyu immediately replied in denial. "Not particularly interested. I just heard in a tea house that the storyteller was recounting my family's story." Su Qing smiled upon hearing this and continued to ask her, "Oh, then tell me, why doesn't the person you call a storyteller talk about the Western Liang Kingdom?" Nianyu calmly explained without a moment's hesitation. That book was what the storyteller spoke of before. What if the 7 red kingdoms of 100 years ago had made a different version? Among them, the strongest was the Western Liang Kingdom. But although the Western Liang Kingdom was strong, it was plagued by incessant internal strife. Hearing this, he immediately emphasized the 4 words, incessant internal strife, and then added a few more sentences, incessant internal strife. No country can bear the cost of supporting them. Nianyu seemed to understand upon hearing this. This was why Zhao Yin had made a move against the Western Liang Kingdom in her past life. However, the civil war was only temporary, as long as there was one person who could solve this problem. Of your brothers on my past life, Western Liang had such a person, Crown Prince Yanxi. It was said he was skilled in both literary and martial arts, and no one on the continent could surpass him. It's just a pity that in my past life, I had the chance to face him and his father, Qing Cheng. Just as the two were engrossed in discussing the red feather map and the stories surrounding it, someone suddenly came to the door. Su Qing immediately ordered that person, Come in. Then, as the door opened, a physician entered and announced, "Madam, it's time to change the dressing." Su Qing immediately ordered him, "Leave the things and get out." The physician was suddenly a little frightened upon hearing this, while Nianyu also had many thoughts running through her mind. "Before, I encountered an injured beast, and now he's acting like this. I don't have the face to watch anymore. Wait a minute, you should go. Who said you could change his dressing every day? Could his meaning be?" She began to imagine a scene where Su Qing forced her to change his dressing every day, and the thought alone gave her goosebumps. As expected, he really did stand before her, brazenly taking off his clothes and making her change his dressing, which made Nianyu blush uncontrollably. She immediately turned around, not daring to face him, and questioned him, "Since when did the Lord Privy Commissioner enjoy taking off his clothes in front of a woman?" As for Su Qing himself, faced with this unexpected question, he also felt that he was being very strange. That's right. Why is it that in front of her, I'm gradually letting my guard down? A few minutes later, Nianyu had no choice but to comply with his wishes and change his dressing. While she was doing so, Su Qing, a little curious, asked her, "Your medical skills are much better than the military physicians here. Did you also learn this from the storyteller in the tea house?" She replied without hesitation, "If the Lord Privy Commissioner finds the medical skills of the military physicians here lacking, why not return to the general's residence? There would be better doctors in the residence. Getting injured and changing dressings would also be much more convenient, wouldn't it?" However, in response to this question, he simply stated one short sentence, "She doesn't know I'm injured." This answer was completely unexpected for Nianyu. Regarding the word "she" that he had just said, she immediately asked back, "Is it the general's wife?" He immediately nodded in acknowledgement. This further confirmed for Nianyu, "I heard that the general's wife came from a humble background, but won the affection of Grand General Su Pai. Su Qing and his mother truly have a deep bond. In my past life, I heard that after Su Qing was ambushed and killed, his mother washed her face with tears every day and soon passed away from depression. That ambush." At this point, she didn't want to think about it anymore. So she handed the clothes back to Su Qing while reminding him, "Lord Privy Commissioner, you should still wear your clothes." But before she could finish her sentence, a jade pendant suddenly fell out of Su Qing's robe. Just as they both bent down to pick it up, they accidentally bumped their heads together. This startled Nianyu, causing her to lose her balance for a moment and fall backward. Su Qing, with his quick movements and sharp reflexes, immediately reached out to catch her, pulling her into his arms, while also not forgetting to remind her to be careful. In the end, they still fell to the ground, but Nianyu's body happened to land on Su Qing's chest. She immediately remembered that he was still injured, so she quickly sat up and asked about his condition. "Are you alright?" He clearly knew his wound hadn't healed yet, but he still protected me like that. Really? But this time, it didn't seem to be out of pain. Su Qing then asked her to let him lie there for a moment, which made Nianyu think in surprise. This Su Qing clearly has a devilishly handsome face, yet he carries an air of righteousness. If any other young lady were to see this sight, she would probably find it hard to resist, right? Indeed, his current charming and romantic appearance was something no one could see without being moved, and her pensive gaze was inadvertently caught by Su Qing. He immediately seized the opportunity to tease her. "Second Miss Nian, why are you looking at me as if you want to eat me alive?" Nian could only let out a sigh, then had to extend her hand to help him up. She didn't forget to remind him, "Lord Commissioner, you really know how to joke. The ground is cold, and your wound hasn't healed yet. Get up quickly." After he was fully standing, Su Qing, with a very natural and practiced motion, personally put the jade bracelet from earlier on her wrist, causing Nianyu to become a little flustered and express her intention to refuse. This jade bracelet is too precious. Nianyu cannot accept it, because in her heart, she thought that anyone who didn't know better would think this Lord Commissioner was pursuing her. However, Su Qing just calmly reminded her to take a closer look. So Nianyu followed his suggestion and looked down at the bracelet carefully, and then she discovered, if the bracelet is activated correctly, it will shoot out dozens of fine needles, which can be used for self-defense. This item momentarily surprised her, and she thought to herself, what a formidable hidden weapon. The structure of these needles is clearly jade, yet they can penetrate a wall 3 feet deep without breaking. As if seeing through her thoughts, Su Qing immediately explained, "The material of this jade bracelet is different from the usual. I acquired it when I was a child." After hearing this, Nianyu suddenly felt that although she liked exquisite items like this, accepting it just felt a bit strange. After thinking for a moment, she proposed to him, "Lord Commissioner, one shouldn't accept a reward without merit. You should take this jade bracelet back." But strangely, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't take it off. Nianyu wondered in confusion. Why won't it come off? It was so easy when Su Qing helped me put on. Then he once again emphasized to make her understand. Didn't I say it already? When you've used up all the jade needles, return the bracelet to me. Only then could she feel completely at ease accepting this item, and she didn't forget to thank Su Qing. "Thank you." It seemed at this time, she had no choice but to accept this grand gift. Just then, in the imperial palace where the Empress Dowager was recuperating, Zhao Yin and she seemed to be secretly discussing something. Zhao Yin, the Prince of Li, spoke first with a solemn expression, Mother Empress. Old Madame Nangong came to the Prince of Li's residence to find me today. Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Chong, who was writing, had to put down her brush to respond to him. She asked him, "Did you meet with her?" But Zhao Yin quickly denied it. Your son did not. Only after hearing this could the Empress Dowager nod in satisfied relief and advise, "You did the right thing." At this critical moment, you cannot meet her, because the Empress Dowager knew well that old Madame Nangong was seeking Yin'er for no other reason than Yin'Alon. And that Yin'Alon, suddenly thinking of this, the Empress Dowager involuntarily recalled another person and turned to ask her son, "That Nyenyu, how much do you know about her?" Zhao Yin was now close to the table, leaning in to affirm to his Mother Empress. Zhao, he was not wrong. She is not like the young ladies from military families. Mother Empress, Nyenyu is inherently intelligent, and she is backed by Grand Princess Qinghe. Your son feels that perhaps we should get closer to her. After hearing this, Empress Dowager Chong seemed to find this idea quite agreeable, so she immediately instructed her son. Indeed, a woman unlike any other. Even my son has taken an interest in her. But you must remember, what we need is the power of the Nangong family. Don't let matters of the heart cloud your judgment. After hearing this, Zhao Yin seemed to understand completely and nodded in agreement. Yes, your son understands. So she continued to instruct. In the next 2 days, find a time to request a decree from the emperor. Say that the southern Yu envoy has been in northern Qi for many days, and since you are unable to be in the palace, you will host a banquet to show our hospitality. Also, in your name, invite Prince Mu and Yin Yu to attend. As she spoke, the Prince of Li's gaze grew increasingly dark and inscrutable. That night at the Nian residence, Yin'Alon, after a day of punishment, her body aching and exhausted, lay prone on her bed, muttering nonsense in a daze, something about Princess Jiwei. Suddenly, she woke up with a start and realized, no, that's not right. There are no ghosts haunting me at all. It's Nyenyu. Nyenyu want to harm me. Someone come quickly. Quickly call my mother. Mother, it's Nyenyu. It was Nyenyu who killed Fong He. But perhaps Yin'Alon would never have guessed, even in her wildest dreams, that her delirious words had been completely overheard by Empress Yuan. The person who came was not Nangong Yu, but Her Majesty the Empress. It seems that this time, even with 100 mouths, Yin'Alon would find it hard to explain. Herself, after a quarter of an hour of commotion, Yin'Alon finally realized with a tremble this was not the Nian residence. Have I been brought into the palace? Caught in a dilemma, she could only bow her head and greet Empress Yuan. This humble girl pays her respects to Your Majesty the Empress. Her voice was filled with panic and fear, but Empress Yuan was extremely calm. She leisurely sat down and slowly questioned her. What's with this act? This Empress is not a wild beast in the menagerie. I won't eat you. Hearing the Empress's cold and contemptuous words, Yin'Alon became even more terrified, kowtowing repeatedly without daring to look up. The Empress, while leisurely enjoying her tea, continued, "You don't need to worry. Bringing you into the palace was entirely out of consideration for the Nangong family. Your mother dotes on you and was afraid you would be left with scars, so she requested an imperial decree for the imperial physicians to treat you." Then she immediately turned to ask the senior maid, "Have the living quarters for Miss Elon been arranged?" The senior maid bowed respectfully and replied, replying to Your Majesty, "It has been arranged." However, how could someone like Yin'Alon, with so much bad karma in her heart, just sit back and accept her fate? So she quickly spoke up to refuse. "This humble girl dare not disturb Your Majesty. After the imperial physician has examined my wounds, I will return to the Nian residence." The moment Empress Yuan heard the words, "return to the Nian residence," her expression seemed to sour. She immediately slammed her teacup on the table and questioned, "Return to the Nian residence? Do you really think you can rely on the Nangong family and treat this imperial palace as a place you can come and go as you please? This Empress has already promised your mother. You had best stay here and recuperate. It won't be too late to return to the Nian residence once your wounds have fully healed." At this, the Empress gave her a sharp, warning glare before quickly turning and leaving a terrified Yin'Alon on the floor. The senior maid also quickly informed her, "Eldest Miss Nian, it is getting late. You should head to your quarters now." And so, though she wanted to resist, she was powerless to do so. She could only entrust herself to Nian Yu's silent arrangements, letting the servants support her on her way back. However, after walking a long distance, Yin'Alon was shocked to realize something was not right. She immediately turned to ask the senior maid, "Annie, you all, are we not going any further? Why are we at the menagerie?" However, the senior maid's face completely darkened, and she just gave a cold command. "Of course we're going. Quickly take the eldest Miss Nian into the enclosure." So the two maids quickly obeyed, gently pushing pushing Nian inside. Eldest Miss Nian, after you. Then they slammed the gate shut, leaving the terrified eldest Miss Nian inside the menagerie, screaming helplessly in despair. And oh, Annie, inside. How can anyone stay inside? However, the senior maid standing outside the gate just glanced around indifferently and then coldly dismissed her. Her Majesty the Empress and Miss you were also inside before, and they could stay. Why can't you, eldest Miss Nian? In a tent behind you, there is food. Rest assured. Oh, right. Not far from there is a thorn forest that blocks the wild beasts. A few days ago, the Emperor ordered it to be burned. Eldest Miss, you must not run around aimlessly, or else you might encounter something you shouldn't. Haha. This mocking laugh and callous attitude only increased Nienelon's fear, frantically screaming for salvation oh, Auntie, don't abandon me, I beg you. What should I do? What if I really encounter a wild beast? The fortune-telling master said my fate is noble. I won't die here. I don't want to die. I still want to become a princess consort. I want to live. Thinking of this, her desire to survive immediately surged. And in the woods, she finally found a small tent. She immediately reached out her hand to check inside. But the result of what was inside made Nian Ilan freeze in horror. It was the corpse of her personal maid, Fong He. The gruesome sight made her scream in terror into the night. The next morning, Nian Yu, who was at the Grand Princess's residence, had just woken up when she immediately sensed a commotion outside. She turned to ask the maid attending to her washing, Xiao Di, what's happening outside? Why is it so noisy? The young maid Xiao Di handed her a soft face towel and immediately reported, replying to Miss Yu. Today is the monthly day when the Prime Minister's concubines come to pay their respects to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess instructed yesterday to invite you to join them for a meal in the main hall this morning. Hearing the words, join them for a meal, Nian Yu immediately felt a bit awkward, thinking to herself, have a meal with those concubines? So Xiao Di immediately added a few more reminders, yes. You'll dine together. The Prime Minister will also come over after the morning court session. Thinking of this, she quickly changed her clothes and tidied herself up to look neat and beautiful, then quickly went to her godmother's place. On the way, Nian Yu walked while slowly recalling. She had heard the love story between her godmother and Prime Minister Xie. If she hadn't been so deeply in love at the beginning, how could a noble lady like her godmother have defied her brother and the imperial family just to be with her lover? She even swallowed her grievances and took in concubines for him after losing their first child, just to continue the Xie family line. Now, the scholar has finally become the prime minister of a nation. Can their love still be the same as before? Or not? Thinking of this, a sense of regret made her sigh involuntarily. Who would have thought that at her most unguarded moment, a young boy would appear from nowhere and bluntly throw a small stone at her hand, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Hey, are you that unwanted second miss who's still shamelessly staying in the Prime Minister's mansion? At this moment, the maid Thursday Dyke immediately stood up to shield Nian Yu from any further danger. In a stern tone, she questioned the child, eldest young master. Miss Yu is an honored guest of the princess's mansion. How can you be so rude? Unexpectedly, this little brat showed no remorse. He just stood there, laughing scornfully and replying, honored guest? I heard from my mother. She's just the daughter of a concubine without a mother. Her status is extremely lowly. What's wrong with this young master teaching you a proper lesson on your mother's behalf? At this, Nian Yu gently glanced at the little brat's mother. She was a concubine who from beginning to end had only stood silently to one side, watching her son be rude to others. She couldn't help but think to herself, it seems the fish rots from the head down. Wanted to teach me a lesson on my mother's behalf. What big talk. Thinking this, she slowly walked up to this unruly brat to teach him a lesson. A young master with such a refined temperament and noble appearance must surely have a mother of graceful demeanor. At this, his mother quickly stepped forward, eagerly calling her son back. Lear, come to mother. In truth, she was inwardly pleased, thinking to herself that even after the eldest young master had belittled her so, she could still smile brightly and praise others. This second miss of the Nian family is truly a fool. No wonder the eldest princess doesn't welcome her, yet she insists on staying here. At this moment, the little brat was still extremely smug, continuously showing off. My mother is of course a person of graceful demeanor. My father dotes on my mother so much, he even handed over all the main wife's authority in the household to my mother. As soon as he finished speaking, Nian Yu was seen letting out a dissatisfied sigh. This action made the eldest young master feel insulted, and he immediately scolded her. What's with that expression of yours? Nian Yu feigned innocence, stammering in denial. I thought the eldest young master was the son of the main wife. So it turns out, in reality, she was silently probing in her heart. Some people have been throwing their weight around for so long, I'm afraid they've forgotten their own status. At this, the unruly brat's face burned as if on fire, and feeling humiliated, he repeatedly shouted to assert his position. This young master is the eldest son of the Prime Minister's mansion. However, Nian Yu calmly and repeatedly refuted, just the eldest son of concubine. This left the brat so angry he was speechless. With no other choice, his concubine mother pulled her son back and advised, "That's enough. Miss Yu is not wrong. You're the son of a concubine." The brat wanted to argue back a few more words, but was quickly cut off by his mother, who covered his mouth to stop him from speaking. Then, seeing that Nianyu was not someone easy to deal with, she continued to placate. "Miss Yu, Lear is insensible. Children speak without thinking. I hope you can forgive him." Unexpectedly, at this very moment, a familiar, authoritative voice suddenly rang out from a distance. "You've all arrived quite early." Upon hearing this, Nianyu was startled. Turning to look, she saw that the person who had arrived was her godmother and immediately understood the situation. No wonder their attitudes changed so quickly. These people really know how to be flexible. And so, upon seeing the matriarch of the household arrive, Prime Minister Xie's group of concubines quickly vied to kneel and pay their respects. This humble concubine pays respect to the eldest princess. A moment later, the Prime Minister of Northern Qi, Xie Yanqin, finally finished with the morning court session and rushed over to join eldest Princess Qinghe. He attentively cared for his wife, continuously feeding her medicine and asking, "How's the princess's body been these past few days? Is the child in your womb causing you any discomfort?" The eldest princess was overjoyed and was about to reply while rubbing her belly. "These past few days, it hasn't been tiring me out anymore. It's just..." Unexpectedly, before she could finish her sentence, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen, and her face immediately turned pale. This caused Prime Minister Qi to become extremely alarmed and quickly ask, "Princess, what's wrong with you?" Despite the pain, the eldest princess forced herself to endure it, shaking her head to reassure him, "No, it's nothing." Nianyu also quickly ran over to support her godmother. At this moment, a maidservant quickly knelt on the ground to confess, "Princess, you can't hide it anymore. Master, the princess has been having frequent stomach pains these past few days. The imperial physician has been summoned to examine her, but the cause still hasn't been found. This servant is truly worried." At this, she hurriedly reassured her husband. The imperial physician already said there's nothing to worry about. It seems it's not a major issue. However, Prime Minister Qi's heart was still uneasy, and he immediately asked further, "Your body is different from usual now. This cannot be taken lightly, but even the imperial physician doesn't know the cause." At this moment, the maidservant kneeling on the ground continued, This servant heard that dark arts can harm people. However, upon hearing these words, Nianyu couldn't help but feel uneasy and suspicious in her heart. Northern Qi forbids dark arts. Why would Ji Tao bring this up for no reason? This made the Prime Minister of Qi feel even more distressed as he embraced his wife and advised, "Qinghe, your body is unwell. I'll take you back to your room. In a little while, I will send for the Prime Minister's mansion's physician to examine you." And so, the eldest princess could only comply. Before leaving, she didn't forget to instruct her, you stay here and have breakfast. Stay here with everyone and receive this entrustment on my behalf." Nianyu dared not disobey and could only bow her head. "Yes, godmother, rest assured. Yu'er will stay here and have breakfast with everyone." And so, after a while, when both the Prime Minister and her godmother had left, she suddenly felt that there was something not quite right about the Prime Minister of Qi's concubine. She secretly turned to observe her for a moment, calculating in her heart. During breakfast earlier, everyone else had left. Only Mistress Du insisted on staying to wait for me. Now, she's even insisting on escorting me back to my room. Her attitude is truly strange. I'll give her an opportunity to expose her weakness. She immediately turned and said, "Auntie, there's no need to be so courteous. I can return on my own. There's no need to escort me." However, this Mistress Du didn't know her place. She even acted as if she were the matriarch and replied, "It's necessary. It's necessary. Miss Yu is a guest." Unexpectedly, these words happened to fall upon the ears of Prince Mu, Zhao Yi. He was immediately lectured by this prince. "A guest, you say? Since when did a mere concubine of the Prime Minister's mansion become the master of the eldest princess's mansion?" And so, Mistress Du was immediately terrified, hastily kowtowing and begging. This humble concubine wouldn't dare. Zhao Yi continued to assert his authority and lecture her. "Then why haven't you left yet? Have you forgotten the rules of the eldest princess's mansion?" Upon hearing this, Mistress Du scrambled away without daring to look back. As she ran, she continuously pleaded, "May your highness quell your anger. This humble concubine will leave immediately." Then, after waiting for the thorn in her side to completely depart, Nianyu turned back and praised him with a laugh. Prince Mu is truly so majestic. As a result, Zhao Yi, knowing no bounds, put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her into his embrace and teasing, "You're teasing me again." Then, he even deliberately turned around and called out loudly, "Brother Princely, hurry up a bit. Little brother and Yu'er will go to the pavilion up ahead and wait for you." Hearing the two words, Princely, Nianyu felt as if she had lost half her soul. Her expression darkened as she pensively thought to herself, "Princely?" He came too. Sure enough, when she turned around, Zhao Yin was truly standing before her. Nianyu then composed herself into a serious expression and questioned them. Are the two your highnesses here to see my godmother? Hearing this, Zhao Yin remained silent, not responding, while Zhao Yi eagerly extended an invitation. Of course we came to find you. Tomorrow, there's a banquet in the Imperial Palace to entertain the envoys from Southern Yu. I wanted to find you to go there with me. But not a single word of this invitation was pleasing to her ears. In truth, Nianyu really wanted to scream the words in her heart. Oh heavens, I see that Prince Li and Empress Dowager Chan want to invite me, but were afraid I'd refuse, so they used Prince Mu to come and invite me. It's also because this Zhao Yi is too naive, being used by others as a tool. Seeing her hesitate, Zhao Yi arbitrarily decided for her. Your silence means you agree, okay? Don't you go back on your word. Meanwhile, outside the garden, Zhao Yin saw the two of them talking and laughing happily inside the pavilion. He couldn't help but feel a bit of jealousy and heartache. Continuing the conversation between Prince Mu and Nianyu, he suddenly asked her, "All right, Yuer, have you ever seen the flying flowers?" Jueching is also known as the Sacred Flower City. In the 3rd and 4th months of every year, the entire city is covered by thousands of flowers blooming in competition. Jueching is situated between two mountains. Around the 3rd and 4th months, strong winds begin to rise, and all the flowers and leaves in the city are blown off by the wind. From afar, it looks magnificent. Up close, it looks beautiful. It's truly an unforgettable sight. However, in the poetic scene painted by Zhao Yi, why did Nianyu only see the tragic image of that year? She really wanted to retort, has Prince Mu ever seen a scene of flowers dyed in blood? In my past life, the final battle of the Jueching massacre was precisely that scene of flying flowers filling the sky in the 4th month. I and 5,000 elite soldiers were ambushed in Jueching. I held on persistently, waiting for Zhao Yan's reinforcements. But after waiting and waiting, the truth was finally revealed. The siege of Jueching was, from beginning to end, just a test by Zhao Yan. Those deceitful events, that beautiful past, 5,000 lives, and also my legs. In Zhao Yan's heart, was he willing to trade anything to realize his ambitions? Thinking of this, Nianyu's eyes, then as now, were filled with a burning hatred. But Zhao Yi accidentally caught this look in her eyes. This made him feel as if he were going mad, wanted to find the answer, wondering to himself, she hates me, but what is the reason? In that matter of blood-dyed flowers she just mentioned, she truly has too many secrets. No matter how many secrets you have, just wait until I sit on the highest throne. Nianyu, you will definitely have to submit at my feet, and for this entire life, you will only be able to look at me. It wasn't until that evening, after everything had temporarily quieted down, that a maidservant secretly led her to the eldest princess in the night. Miss Yu, the eldest princess invites you inside. Nianyu wondered in her heart and asked, why is godmother looking for me so late? Has something happened? But Jitao suddenly became mysterious, cryptically revealing, there will be a good show today. The eldest princess wants to invite Miss Yu to watch it with her. Concubine Du stealthily entered the Grand Princess's bedchamber. While searching, she wondered to herself, I clearly put it here myself, so why can't I find it now? Just then, a torch appeared. The Grand Princess walked over, threw the doll pierced with needles onto the ground, and asked, are you looking for this? Hearing this, Concubine Du was startled and spun around. She saw the Grand Princess approaching with Nianyu and her maids. Terrified, Concubine Du hurriedly knelt and begged, Your Highness the Princess, please spare my life. This humble servant doesn't know what this is. This humble servant was just momentarily overcome with greed, wanting the wealth of the princess's residence. Nianyu frowned and thought to herself, does this concubine do really think she can fool everyone just by playing dumb? Using dark arts to harm the Grand Princess and the unborn child in her womb. How could I possibly let this slide? The Grand Princess sat down and asked her. Concubine Du says she doesn't know. This princess has a way to make you know. Bring him in. As soon as she finished speaking, her subordinate immediately threw Concubine Du's son inside. The Grand Princess continued to question, Concubine Du, this princess will ask you one more time. What was your intention in sneaking into the Grand Princess's residence in the middle of the night? The moment Concubine Du saw her son, she cried out in alarm. She hurriedly shielded her son from the guard's sword and begged, don't. Your Highness the Princess, please spare his life. I'll talk. I'll confess everything. She kowtowed hastily and said, it was this humble servant who was blinded by greed, plotting to harm the Grand Princess, and the little highness was all this humble servant's fault. Lear is innocent. Hearing this, the Grand Princess angrily threw a teacup to the ground and asked, he's innocent? Then is the unborn child in this princess's womb not innocent? Hearing this, Concubine Du was terrified. Even after being hit on the forehead by the teacup, she could only kneel on the ground and beg. Just then, Xie Yunshin walked in and asked, what is all this commotion in the middle of the night? Seeing this, Nianyu frowned and thought to herself, the attitude of Prime Minister Xie towards the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess stood up, threw the doll on the ground, and asked, "Concubine Du, will you speak, or shall this princess speak for you?" Then, she immediately walked out with Nian Yu and her servant. Her servant looked back and saw Xie Yinqin angrily kick Concubine Du to the ground. She asked worriedly, "Princess, are we just leaving like this? Will the master cover for Concubine Du?" The Grand Princess replied, "He won't. Between the position of Prime Minister and a concubine, he will definitely choose to keep his title as Prime Minister." Hearing her words, Nian Yu thought to herself, has the Grand Princess also experienced a choice like this? I kept thinking it was an eternal pursuit, but in the end, it couldn't stand against the harsh reality. The Grand Princess is like this, and wasn't I the same in my past life? The next day, Nian Yu rode out on her horse. Nan Gongqi, who was also passing by on the road, saw her and thought to himself, it's her. He threw a stone towards Nian Yu and wondered, I've been observing her for so long, and she still hasn't noticed me. Nian Yu's horse was startled by the stone and reared up. Nian Yu quickly spun around and jumped to the ground. Watching the horse, she thought to herself, this is not good. If the horse injures a passerby, it'll be a disaster. She immediately pulled out the knife hidden at her leg and threw it at the horse. The horse was hit and immediately fell to the ground. She turned to see Nan Gongqi approaching on his horse and frowned. Nan Gongqi, why is he here? Second young master Nangong, if you want to kill Nian Yu, you don't have to be so roundabout, do you? She turned and said, the people of the Nangong family truly act with such arrogance. She thought to herself, they have no regard for human life at all. At this moment, Nan Gongqi dismounted and bowed. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to greet Miss Yu. I didn't expect to startle the horse. It was my Nan Gongqi's fault. Miss Yu's horse is dead. Why don't you let my horse take you? It's simply a way for me to atone for my mistake. Miss Yu, please. He held out his hand. Seeing this, she thought to herself, is he suggesting we ride the same horse? The people of the Nangong family are not only arrogant, but also incredibly thick-skinned. Seeing Nian Yu not moving forward, Nangongqi continued to ask, could it be that Miss Yu is afraid I'll eat you, and that's why you don't dare to get on the horse? Nian Yu said angrily. Just then, someone called her Miss Yu. Hearing this, Nian Yu was startled and surprised. It seems that every time I'm in trouble, he appears. She turned and bowed. Nian Yu pays her respects to the Lord Privy Commissioner. Chu Qing then rode his horse towards her and asked, Miss Yu, do you need help? Nian Yu approached Chu Qing, who was on his horse, and said, Lord Privy Commissioner, your arrival is most timely. Just now, second young master Nangong injured Nian Yu's horse. That horse belongs to Grand Princess Wu, and Nian Yu doesn't know how to explain this. Hearing this, Chu Qing turned his cold gaze to Nangongqi and asked unhurriedly, second young master Nangong, is what Miss Yu said the truth? Questioned by him, Nangongqi hurriedly stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed. His attitude was respectful, yet somewhat awkward. It was just a misunderstanding. It was I, Nangong, who was reckless just now. I'll give this horse of mine to Miss Yu. I hope Miss Yu will not blame me. With that, he personally led his beloved horse before her. Nian Yu smiled gently, her hand lightly taking the reins. Her eyes shone like the moon in the night sky as she replied softly, then Nian Yu will not refuse. As she finished speaking, her figure moved slightly, and she leaped onto the horse's back in an incredibly fluid motion, her long hair flying in the wind. Her gaze, carrying a hint of arrogance, looked down at Nangongqi from above. Second young master Nangong, men and women should keep their distance. Nian Yu cannot take you with me. I'll have to trouble you to make your own way back slowly. After speaking, she turned her head to look at Chu Qing and said gently, Lord Privy Commissioner, let's go. Chu Qing nodded slightly, his deep gaze on her, and replied in a steady voice, all right. Then the two of them rode off together, leaving Nangongqi alone on the road without a horse. On the way back, as the spring breeze brushed through her hair, Nian Yu squinted, turned her head, and asked softly, Lord Privy Commissioner, are you secretly slacking off? Chu Qing smiled. Miss Yu has a noble status. Escorting Miss Yu is also the duty of the Imperial Guard. Hearing that, Nian Yu thought to herself, the duty of the Imperial Guard? But he's clearly the only one with me. While lost in thought, her gaze unconsciously drifted down to the street and suddenly paused. Her heart skipped a beat as she spotted a familiar figure. A memory suddenly flooded back. In her past life, her senior brother had run to her to show off the medicinal herb he had found. Junior sister, look, I waited at the cliff for a whole day and finally picked this blood orchid. Remembering this, she pursed her lips, her gentle gaze fixed on that figure as she thought, whether in the past life or this one. Senior brother Xiao, Ran has always been obsessed with pharmacology. Noticing her gaze lingering on that man for too long, Chu Qing followed her line of sight and asked in a deep voice, do you know that person? Startled by his question, Nian Yu flusteredly retracted her gaze, her voice a little awkward. I know of him. It's just that I know him, but he doesn't know me. With that, she spurred her horse and said, let's go. I have to attend the Empress Dowager's banquet tonight. I need to go back and prepare. Hearing this, Chu Qing reminded her, an invitation to a banquet for no reason means you should be careful. She replied, I know. Then she returned. That evening in the magnificent palace, warm yellow light shone everywhere as Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, and Nianyu entered the grand hall. Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, bowed and paid his respects. Yi pays his respects to the Empress Dowager, Imperial Aunt. Nianyu also bowed. Nianyu pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager smiled kindly and said, "Come, have a seat." Zhao Yi immediately took her hand and said, "Naturally, come sit next to me." As soon as she sat down, Nianyu frowned slightly, catching a faint fragrance wafting through the air. It was Tianxiang flower. Her gaze unconsciously swept towards Chang Hongyuan as she pondered, "Is she dissatisfied with me? Is it because I'm between her and Prince Mu? In that case, the fragrance on her is prepared for Prince Mu." Wait, that's not right. While she was still considering, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, had already picked up his wine cup to drink. Nianyu was startled and quickly reminded him, "Your Highness Prince Mu, drinking is not good for you." Hearing this, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, smiled freely and said, "Lil Yuer, there's no fun without wine." Sitting at a nearby table, Chang Hongyuan smiled sweetly and slowly began to introduce the wine at the banquet. "Your Highness Prince Mu, this mellow wine is brewed by our southern kingdom. 100 types of flowers create its special flavor." Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, asked with interest, "Brewed from 100 types of flowers? I've never had it before." Chang Hongyuan smiled smugly. Hearing this, Nianyu grew more worried. The Tianxiang flower is useless on women, but it can infatuate men. If catalyzed by wine, it will cause an even greater loss of focus. Chang Hanyuan wants to use this to usurp Prince Mu's position. Southern Yu is truly skilled at scheming. Just as Nianyu was about to speak up and stop him, Prince M, an assailant, suddenly rushed out from the crowd, brandishing a knife and shouting, "You, surnamed Chang, surrender your life." The assassin moved like lightning, rushing straight towards the Empress Dowager, causing her to turn pale with fright. Prince Li, Zhao Yin, reacted extremely quickly, leaping forward and striking the man away with his palm. He then quickly supported the Empress Dowager and asked worriedly, "Mother Empress, are you all right?" The Empress Dowager trembled, leaning on her son's shoulder, her terrified gaze on the assassin as she asked in confusion, "We have no grudge or enmity. Why do you want to kill me?" At this moment, Prince Yuhan stepped forward coldly and said in a stern voice, "Is there even a need to ask?" This incident is inextricably linked to the previous assassination attempt outside the city gates. It is naturally closely related to Wuwen and the Dongli Kingdom. Hearing this, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, immediately pointed at Prince Yuhan and shouted, "Prince Yuhan, you must have evidence for your words. No one from Northern Qi will allow you to make baseless accusations." Hearing Prince Mu, Zhao Yi shout, Prince Yuhan snorted coldly. At this moment, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, frowned and turned to look at the assassin. His sharp, cold voice cut through the air, which was already as tense as a drawn bowstring. "Who on earth are you? Why did you try to assassinate the Empress Dowager?" The woman's eyes were bloodshot, her hair disheveled. Her eyes, filled with hatred, stared fixedly at the Empress Dowager as she ground her teeth and said maniacally, "Yu Chang, I only regret that the arrow on the city gate didn't kill you. If the late emperor hadn't wrongly accused my father back then, how could my entire Liang family have been beheaded?" Her words were like a clap of thunder, causing the entire grand hall to fall silent in an instant. Empress Dowager Chang was slightly startled, her hands trembling. Her face turned pale as she asked, You are Liang Huan's daughter? The case back then was indeed an injustice to your father, but the late emperor later corrected the wrongful verdict for him." But the woman let out a cold laugh, her eyes like daggers. Every word she uttered was filled with despair and resentment. "Can correcting the verdict bring back my father's life, my Liang family, and my newborn little brother? Can their lives be returned?" The Empress Dowager frowned slightly, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh. She patted her forehead wearily and ordered this matter, "Escort her down for now to be dealt with. I will explain to His Majesty and ask him to spare her." The Empress Dowager's words surprised Nianyu. Her brows furrowed slightly as she wondered, who is Liang Huan? How could Empress Dowager Chang release someone who wanted to kill her so easily? She still felt it wouldn't be that simple. Just as the guard stepped forward to apprehend the female assassin, she seemed to go berserk. She suddenly sprang up and lunged straight for the dagger that had fallen on the ground, to everyone's astonishment. She picked up the dagger, raised her head to look at the Empress Dowager, and laughed wildly. "Yu Chang, my Liang family does not accept the late emperor's corrective verdict, and I don't need your charity." After speaking, without a moment's hesitation, she raised the dagger and stabbed it straight into her chest. Fresh blood spurted out. "Father, mother, your unfilial daughter couldn't avenge you all." Her last words still lingering on her lips, her body went limp and collapsed. Her eyes remained wide open, as if wanting to devour every everyone present in the grand hall. The air instantly plunged into a deathly silence. Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, waved his hand decisively and said, "Hand the assassin's body over to the Lord of the Secret Service." He thought to himself, although this matter is a bit inexplicable, at least the Empress Dowager no longer suspects the Dongli Kingdom. Chang Honyuan took a step forward, bowed gracefully to Prince Mu, her red lips curving into a slight smile. "Your Highness Prince Mu." Honyuan apologizes on behalf of King Yuhan for the offense. Zhao Yi wearily rubbed his forehead, his face already slightly flushed from the wine and the lingering fragrance in the air. He waved his hand dismissively. "All right, let's drink. Little Yuer, I'll have a drink." Chang Honyuan deftly picked up the wine cup, her sparkling eyes looking towards Nianyu, her tone full of challenge, yet maintaining a gentle demeanor. "What's wrong? Is Lady Yu not allowing His Highness Prince Mu to drink?" "This is this princess's wine of apology. Lady Yu, please let Honyuan have her wish." The two of them locked eyes, as if invisible sparks were flying between them in the air. One was cold, the other deceptively sweet. Nianyu's lips curved into a slight smile, a faint yet razor-sharp smile. "Very well, I'll trouble Princess Honyuan to stay with His Highness Prince Mu for a moment. Nianyu has something to discuss with Princess Ruyan." With that, she smiled gently and stood up. She walked away at a leisurely pace, but her heart was cold. Let her have her way. In her dreams, the most urgent matter was to find the antidote for the Hua Tianxiang. As soon as Nianyu stepped out of the Empress Dowager's palace, her heart was burning with anxiety. Not daring to delay for even a moment, she immediately ran straight towards the east courtyard. She recalled it. The last time Prince Mu brought her to the embassy, she remembered seeing Shui Juqiao near the east courtyard. In her past life, her master had once said that all things in the world are mutually generating and overcoming. Hua Tianxiang is an aphrodisiac for man, and Shui Juqiao is its nemesis. The hazy moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint light into the quiet night. After searching in the dark for a long while, Nianyu stopped by an old tree. She let out a quiet sigh of relief, the corners of her lips lifting into a joyful smile. "Found it." She bent down, about to reach out and pick it, when a clear but questioning voice sounded from behind. "Who's over there?" Nianyu froze, turning her head to see a familiar figure. The person who had just appeared was none other than Princess Yuan Ruyan. She approached with an elegant gait, her eyes glancing sideways at Nianyu before asking, "Lady Yu, why is it you? Weren't you in the south courtyard with His Highness Prince Mu?" Nianyu frowned slightly, quickly stood up to curtsy, and called out, "Princess Ruyan." Princess Ruyan asked her what was the matter. Nianyu hesitated for a moment, then tilted her head to look at her and asked softly. Nianyu takes the liberty of asking, "What are Princess Ruyan's feelings towards His Highness Prince Mu?" Yuan Ruyan was stunned. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Nianyu thought to herself, in her past life, Yuan Ruyan was willing to sacrifice her life for Prince Mu. Perhaps she truly loved him? Hearing Nianyu's question, under the moonlight, her face showed a hint of shyness, but she still answered calmly, "I'm not afraid of Lady Yu's ridicule. Ruyan has admired His Highness Prince Mu for many years. I came to Northern Qi this time in hopes of having a chance to be by His Highness's side." Hearing this, Nianyu said, "If that's the case, then please follow me, Princess Ruyan. Something has happened to His Highness Prince Mu." Princess Ruyan was startled upon hearing this and asked what. Without wasting any time, Nianyu led Ruyan back to the Empress Dowager's palace. Along the way, she kept searching, asking around as she went. Seeing a few eunuchs sweeping near the corridor, she went up and asked, "Did any of you see where His Highness Prince Mu went just now?" A eunuch shook his head and replied, "I didn't notice." Seeing this, Yuan Ruyan anxiously tugged on Nianyu's sleeve, her voice urgent. "Lady Yu." Nianyu glanced into the distance, her gaze darkening as she calculated in her mind. "Chang Honyuan has gone to great lengths today to get involved with Prince Mu. If she knew I was looking for people, she would definitely take him to a place ordinary people wouldn't expect." She immediately turned and ran out of the palace, telling Princess Ruyan, "I think I know where they went." Meanwhile, inside a remote woodshed behind the palace, Prince Mu, Zhao Yi, was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall. His face was flushed red, his eyes were hazy, and his voice was slurred. "This prince seems to be drunk." Chang Honyuan gracefully approached, smiling gently and saying, "Your Highness is indeed drunk. But rest assured, Your Highness, Honyuan has a sobering remedy. It's just a pity that if it weren't for that Nianyu, we could have found a place with better scenery than this." Hearing Nianyu's name, Zhao Yi immediately turned his head and called out in a daze, "Nianyu, little Yuer." Chang Honyuan smiled sweetly, bringing the wine cup to Prince Mu Zhao Yi's lips, and said, "Your Highness, Yuer won't let you drink. Honyuan will drink with you." Just as she finished speaking, Prince Mu suddenly grabbed her hand, pinning her to the ground. Chang Honyuan let out a small cry. A glint of triumph flashed in her eyes, and she bit her lip, feigning shyness as she asked, "Your Highness Prince Mu, what are you doing? You're hurting me." But when she saw that Zhao Yi remained dazed and made no further move, suspicion began to grow in her heart. Could it be that the drug I used today wasn't strong enough? In that case, I'll add more. Just as she took out more of the drug, the room's door suddenly burst open. Nianyu and Yu and Rian rushed in together. Hearing the noise, Zhao Yi dazedly turned his head. His eyes lit up when he saw the familiar figure. He called out, Chang Honyuan was startled, her face turning pale. Damn it, why is she here? I can't let them ruin my good plan. It can't be ruined. Honyuan immediately pretended to moan, Your Highness. Nianyu strode forward and coldly covered her mouth. She leaned down and whispered mockingly, Princess Honyuan, if you scream like that, you'll attract everyone here. You'll be the one to suffer. Princess Rian, please take care of His Highness Prince Mu. Rian immediately stepped forward to support Zhao Yi, saying softly, Your Highness, come with me. Chang Honyuan, her mouth covered by Nianyu, had her eyes wide with anger and panic. Her body struggled continuously, tried to escape from that slender but iron-like hand. Unfortunately, her strength was no match for Nianyu's determination at this moment. Nianyu bent down low, leaning close to Chang Hongyuan's ear, her cold breath fanning her earlobe. Her voice was gentle to a chilling degree, although the scent of Hua Tianxiang is very faint. Do you think the Imperial physicians can't detect it? Using Hua Tianxiang to stimulate Prince Mu, Nianyu's eyes curved, as if she was enjoying her opponent's struggle, as her hand slowly released her mouth. Chang Honyuan immediately shot up, clutching her chest and panting, hastily denying loudly. Hua Tianxiang, I don't know what you're talking about. Nianyu smiled coldly, looking at her with mockery. If Princess Honyuan doesn't know, then feel free to scream. There are quite a few men at the embassy, and even more men have been drinking today. This woodshed is too small. I wonder what would happen if those men accidentally smelled the fragrance on you. After all, not everyone has the self-control of His Highness Prince Mu. After speaking, Nianyu bent down and picked up the small vial that had fallen from Chang Hongyuan's sleeve during the struggle. Chang Honyuan immediately panicked and rushed forward to snatch it back, her voice breaking with fear. Give that back to me. Her mind raced frantically. If Nianyu handed this thing to Emperor Yuanda and Empress Yuan, then she would be dead for sure. But Nianyu had already gently opened the vial's lid and, without hesitation, poured all of it onto Chang Honyuan. The sweet fragrance instantly spread, many times more potent. Nianyu took half a step back and said with a faint smile, since the princess likes this thing so much, you should use a little more. I just advise you not to run around outside. If any trouble arises, don't blame the Northern Qi Embassy for not having guards. With that, she turned, flicked her sleeve, and left with Yu and Rian, helping Prince Mu. She left Chang Honyuan sitting on the ground, so angry she was grinding her teeth. Her face was flushed with a mix of fury and fear as she seethed. Nianyu and Princess Rian helped Prince Mu into a room. She turned to Princess Rian and said, help me take care of him for a bit. I'm going to prepare the medicine. Yu and Rian immediately replied, all right. But before she could move, Prince Mu's warm hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. His drowsy eyes opened to look at her earnestly. His voice was weak, but full of worry. You should leave here quickly. Nianyu froze, looking at the man before her in a momentary daze. Rian lowered her head, hiding the emotion in her eyes, and said gently, Lady Yu, you take care of His Highness Prince Mu. She thought to herself, it seems His Highness has Lady Yu in his heart. That's why he would rather endure this than harm her. Nianyu glanced at her, the corners of her lips curling into a faint smile. She asked, Shang Hongyan schemed to make the deed irreversible to obtain the position of princess consort. Princess Rian, don't you want that? You could take this opportunity. Rian let out a soft laugh, her voice calm yet tinged with bitterness. Miss you, you're joking. His Highness Prince Mu loves someone else, not Rian. She thought to herself, if I were in his heart, what would sacrificing myself today matter? But seeing her quiet demeanor, Nianyu said no more, simply turning to leave. Princess, wait a moment. I'll be right back. Before long, she returned with a bucket of hot water mixed with medicine, from which wisps of white steam curled up. The faint, fragrant scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. She said, Princess, you can bring His Highness Prince Mu in now. Rian immediately helped Zhao Yi up, supported him into the small bathing chamber behind them, then turned and asked, what should I do next? As soon as she finished speaking, Prince Mu, as if hearing Nianyu's voice, immediately turned and ran towards her. In a hoarse voice, he said, Nianyu smiled gently and ordered, go in. Zhao Yi, like an obedient child, meekly grunted in agreement and stepped into the bathtub. As he soaked in the medicinal water, Nianyu stood outside and explained, after soaking in this water for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, His Highness Prince Mu won't feel so uncomfortable anymore. Seeing him get into the tub, Yu and Ruyan immediately turned her head away in embarrassment and said, Miss you look just like a professional physician right now. Nianyu lowered her head, her gaze wavering slightly. Professional? They are both patients, but why is it that when I face Chu Qing, my heart is in turmoil? At the same time, late at night, on a rooftop, Chu Qing landed softly in front of her room door. He knocked lightly, but from within, There was absolutely no sound in response. His eyes darkened, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. It's so late. Why isn't she at the princess's residence? At that moment, in the bathing chamber, hazy steam filled the small room, the scent of medicinal herbs mingling with a delicate fragrance that lingered in the air. Nianyu bent down, carefully pouring more medicine into the hot water, her movements gentle and precise. After soaking in this medicine for a while, His Highness Prince Mu will have passed today's crisis without any danger. After speaking, she quietly tidied up her tools. Her movements were poised and elegant, as if she were all too familiar with such tasks. When everything was in order, Nianyu turned and glanced at Zhao Yi, who was drowsing in the tub. She then said softly to Yuan Ruyan, "When His Highness Prince Mu wakes up, he probably won't want to see anyone." The reminder was gentle, but full of meaning. She thought to herself, after all, Prince Mu has the pride of a prince in his very bones. He wouldn't let anyone see him in such an unsightly state. If he wakes up and sees someone beside him, I'm afraid the consequences won't be what Yuan Ruyan wants to see. Hearing her reminder, Yuan Ruyan smiled, curtsied, and said, "Thank you for your guidance. Miss you." In her heart, another layer of thought couldn't help but surface. This Miss You may look delicate, but yesterday she was able to handle everything so calmly. Does His Highness Prince Mu like someone like Nianyu? Nianyu was unaware that she had become the subject of someone else's thoughts. After giving her instructions, she quietly left the room, her mind not entirely at ease. She lowered her head, pondering, was that female assassin really someone named Liang Huanji? This assassination, as she was lost in speculation, a faint sound suddenly came from ahead. Then, a familiar voice rang out, low but clear, "As expected, you're here." Nianyu looked up. For a moment, she was surprised. "Lord Secret Envoy, were you looking for me?" Chu Qing stood there, his eyes as deep as a lake at night, and nodded slightly. Without waiting for her to react, his long arm wrapped around her waist in a decisive yet natural motion. Before Nianyu could speak, she was lifted into his arms and soared into the night, across the rooftops with a lightness skill as gentle as the wind. Seeing that she didn't react, Chu Qing lowered his head to glance at her, the corners of his lips curling that you're not as guarded as you used to be. Hearing this, Nianyu's face grew slightly warm. In front of Chu Qing, her vigilance seemed to have weakened. Could it be because we've been through life and death together that I've subconsciously started to trust him? She looked down and took a deep breath. Softly, she replied, "The noble and aloof Lord Secret Envoy, who shuns female company, is carrying a woman in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid of being seen and having people speculate?" Chu Qing chuckled softly, releasing his hand from her waist and asking in return, "Speculate about what?" Nianyu answered quickly, "That the Lord Secret Envoy has a woman in his heart, of course." As soon as the words left her mouth, she froze, her cheeks burning as she cried out internally, "What am I saying? What's this about a woman in his heart?" Hearing this, Chu Qing smiled, his eyes seeming to hold a layer of profound meaning. A woman in his heart? He looked at her and thought to himself, if it's her, then there's nothing wrong with that. Nianyu hurriedly averted her gaze, pretending to be serious as she changed the subject. "Lord Secret Envoy, why were you looking for Nianyu in the middle of the night?" He replied, "The matter of Empress Dowager Chang's assassination. You were a witness. Can you tell me more?" Nianyu immediately nodded. "All right. That day at the banquet, I went to the Chung Pavilion with His Highness Prince Mu. The two of them sat on the rooftop talking about the assassination. After listening, Chu Qing frowned and asked, "Liang Huanji?" Nianyu looked at him inquiringly. "Lord Secret Envoy, do you know about the wrongful case of the Liang family when the late emperor was still alive?" "I do. I've seen in the archives. It was the only case the late emperor misjudged in his entire life. The dozen or so members of the Liang family were all beheaded. It was incredibly tragic. Afterward, the Liang family was exonerated. The late emperor never wanted to mention the Liang family's case again." Hearing this, things became clearer in Nianyu's mind. No wonder Empress Dowager Chang went to such lengths to invite me to the banquet with Prince Mu. She needed a witness. I'm afraid this assassination was single-handedly orchestrated by her. What a good plan. She then said, a matter the late emperor didn't want to mention. "It seems this assassination will be covered up." He smiled and said, "You're quite clever." Hearing this, Nianyu thought to herself, I made that judgment based on my knowledge of Empress Dowager Chang's true face from my past life. But what about him? Does he have other evidence? Chu Qing called out to her. Nianyu's heart skipped a beat. Her hand tightened slightly on the hem of her skirt as she wondered, why did Chu Qing suddenly call me by such an intimate name? Could it be? No, I'm overthinking it. She put on a distant expression and asked, "Does the Lord's secret envoy have any other instructions?" Chu Qing looked at her for a moment, then shook his head. "Nothing. I understand everything now. It's late. Let me take you back to the princess's residence." Nianyu stood up and curtsied that I wouldn't dare trouble the Lord's secret envoy. Nianyu can return on her own. With that, she immediately used her lightness skill to jump to the ground and left. The next morning, in Nianyu's bedchamber, her handmaiden was pinning a hairpin into her hair and praised, "Miss, you're getting more and more beautiful every day." Nianyu looked down at the outfit she was wearing and asked, "Why was I suddenly told to change into court attire? Is my foster mother going to the palace?" The handmaiden replied, "Yes." I heard that Empress Dowager Chong was assassinated yesterday, so the eldest princess is going to the palace to pay her respects. Nianyu smiled and thought, going to the palace to pay respects is good too. She immediately went outside and said, let's go to my foster mother's place. She thought to herself, while I'm at it, I can also go see my good older sister, Nian, who just entered the palace a few days ago. Nianyu entered the palace. When Auntie Chin saw her, she immediately asked, Miss Yu. Nianyu curtsied and said, Auntie Chin. Auntie Chin smiled and asked, is Miss Yu here to visit Her Majesty the Empress, or to visit the eldest miss? Miss Yu, please. Her Majesty was just mentioning this morning that the eldest Miss Nian has been recuperating in the Westwu Palace these past few days. Yet Miss Yu hasn't shown any concern for her older sister. Isn't this a case of speak of the devil, and he shall appear? As expected, Miss Yu still cares a great deal for the eldest Miss Nian. Nianyu said, I've troubled Her Majesty to be concerned. Since childhood, my older sister was the only one who treated Yuer well. So of course, Yuer will always remember it. In her heart, Auntie Chin smiled and replied, to know gratitude and repay it. Miss Yu has a pure heart. Her Majesty the Empress likes people like that the most. At this moment, a miserable cry came from within the residence. Let me out. Nianyu was startled. Auntie Chin is taking me to the Beast Garden. Could it be? Auntie Chin opened the gate to the Beast Garden and said, Miss Yu, this Beast Garden is a forbidden area. The gate cannot be opened casually. Only for a distinguished guest is an exception made. Please, Miss Yu. At this moment, a scream rang out. Let me out. Mother, save me. Your Majesty, this sinner was wrong. Nianyu, you won't die a good death. Nianyu stepped inside, and smelling an unpleasant odor, she covered her nose and wondered, why does it smell like a rotting corpse in here? Auntie Chun, who was with her, said Her Majesty was worried that the eldest Miss Nian would be lonely here by herself, so she arranged for an acquaintance to accompany her inside the tent. Hearing Auntie Chin's voice, Nian Ilan immediately asked, Auntie Chun, is that you? Auntie Chun, I beg you, please help me plead with Her Majesty the Empress. I truly know I was wrong. At this moment, her entire body was covered in wounds. She reached a hand out of the tent, and upon touching someone's leg, she thought joyfully, someone's here, someone really came. Nianyu lifted the curtain and looked inside. The moment she saw her, she asked in shock, Nianyu. Nian looked at Nianyu, waves of panic rising in her heart. In her current state, if Nianyu wanted to do anything, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist. It was better to be soft first. Thinking this, she immediately changed her attitude. Her eyes welled with tears. Her lips trembled. She hurriedly tugged lightly on Nianyu's skirt, her voice soft and pleading, like a gentle older sister who had made a mistake. Yuer, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was possessed. I shouldn't have been provoked by Fong He. I truly regret it. I shouldn't have treated you like that. You'll forgive me, won't you? As soon as she finished speaking, a flicker of unease appeared in Nianlan's eyes. She cautiously watched Nianyu's reaction, as if a single trace of coldness from the other would extinguish her last hope. But Nianyu only sneered inwardly and thought to herself, how is this scene so similar to my past life? A memory from her past life immediately surfaced in her mind. The same face, the same eyes. But back then, Nianlan had her arms crossed, looking down on her arrogantly. She said with a smile that was not a smile, Little sister Yuer, we are sisters. You're my only younger sister. Today, I've come to see you off for the last time. The words from years ago cut into her mind like a knife, and Nian Yu suddenly bent down. Her slender fingers lifted Nian Ilan's chin, her eyes flashing with a fierce and cold light. Older sister, how could you ever be wrong? Yuer will always remember what you did to me, and I wouldn't dare forget your kindness. Nian Ilan trembled all over. Biting her pale lips, she tried to cling to a sliver of hope. Then, can we just pretend none of this ever happened? Go talk to Mother, tell her to find a way to get me out. She'll definitely have a way. Just then, Attendant Chin's cold voice came from the side. Could it be that the eldest Miss Nian feels Her Majesty, the Empress's hospitality, is not to your liking? Nian Ilan immediately waved her hands in a panic. She bowed her head low and said incessantly, no, for Her Majesty the Empress to have the Imperial physician treat Ilan's wounds is already a great kindness. Ilan wouldn't dare. Attendant Chun glanced over, her voice sharp. All right, Miss Yu. The eldest Miss Nian will be cared for by the Imperial physicians here. Please don't make things difficult for this servant. You should leave now. Nian Yu stood up, gently smoothed the folds of her dress, and looked down at Nian Ilan with a gentle smile. Older sister, rest assured, the benevolent Empress will take good care of you. After speaking, she turned and walked away. From behind came Nian Ilan's desperate cries. Yuer, don't go. Save me. But Nian Yu didn't look back, only thinking coldly to herself. Nian Ilan, everything you owe me, you will pay it all back, bit by bit. Leaving the thatched hut, She leisurely asked Attendant Shun, "Attendant, there won't be any large beasts here, will there?" "My sister might be." Attendant Shin replied, "The menagerie is, by nature, a place for keeping wild beasts. Although it has been cleaned, we cannot guarantee that no fish has slipped through the net." From behind, Nienalon heard this and immediately trembled, her pale lips muttering, "Wild beasts. A fish slipped through the net." She said in fear, "No, I don't want to die. I must live, I must survive, and leave this menagerie." Nienyu turned her head and thought to herself, how will Nam Kung Noyet react when she finds out her precious daughter is in such a miserable state? Perhaps it's time to return to the Nien residence. At the Nien residence, a maid was being carried out by others. Two sweeping, maids were gossiping. "How many times has this been in the last few days?" The last one, who was beaten with 30 heavy planks for speaking too loudly, already died. This time, the other one quickly pulled her sleeve and warned in a low voice, "Keep your voice down. The madam has been in a bad mood lately. I just saw Missy go in. I hope nothing happens." Nienyu entered Nam Kung Noyet's room. At that moment, she was angrily smashing a cup, shouting, "Get out. All of you, get out from me." A porcelain cup came flying, but Nienyu tilted her head and dodged it with great ease, as if it was beneath her notice. Seeing this, Nam Kung Noyet crossed her arms and sneered coldly. "Nienyu, why weren't you smashed to death?" Nienyu bowed her head and smiled. "Madam, please calm down. Yua has something to say." She thought to herself, "I've endured this kind of bullying for many years, but now I don't want to endure it anymore." Nam Kung Noyet shot a venomous glare at her, grinding her teeth as she cursed. "What else do you have to say? If it weren't for you, how come Elon have ended up like this? No one knows what her situation in the palace is now." Nienyu said, "What Yua wants to say is related to older sister. Today, Yua went to the palace with the grand princess and met older sister." Hearing Nienyu mention seeing Nienalon in the palace, Nam Kung Noyet reacted as if pricked by a needle. She ran over and asked, "How is she?" Nienyu replied gently, her expression as calm as if she were recounting a trivial matter. "Older sister is locked in the menagerie, together with Fong He." "What?" Nam Kung Noyet almost screamed, stumbling forward and nearly falling. Her eyes were wide with disbelief at what she had just heard. She muttered as if she had lost her soul, her face growing paler and paler, her lips trembling as she shook her head repeatedly. So doesn't that mean Elon has to stay with that corpse? Why must she endure so much torture?" Nienyu lowered her head. The corners of her lips curled up slightly in a barely perceptible cold smile, but her tone remained as gentle as ever. "Madam, older sister is blessed by the heavens. Nothing will happen to her." As soon as she finished speaking, Nam Kung Noyet's eyes widened as she stared at her. Her fury erupted like a tidal wave. "Nienyu, do you really think that just because you have Grand Princess Chinga's backing, I wouldn't dare do anything to you?" Nienyu calmly performed a curtsy, her head bowed low but her demeanor showing not a trace of fear. "You wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous." Nam Kung Noyet clenched her teeth, her vicious, hateful eyes turning away as she ground her teeth, and said, "You're just like that bitch of a mother of yours." Nienyu was slightly stunned, a tremor running through her as she quietly asked, "My mother?" Nam Kung Noyet waved her hand dismissively, her hateful gaze sweeping over her. "Get out. I don't want to see you ever again." Nienyu curtsied again, her voice soft but full of mockery. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, madam. I heard the pavilion that father is renovating for me is almost complete. Yua will be returning to the residence soon. So please take care of your health, madam." Nam Kung Noyet roared. "Nienyu, you just wait." She simply turned and left gracefully, not looking back. Just as she stepped out the door, Nienyu spotted the third concubine hiding behind a nearby bush. "Third concubine, is she worried about me?" She approached the tree she was hiding behind and asked, "Third concubine, I heard the lotus flowers at Xingfang Courtyard are in full bloom. I wonder if Nienyu might be fortunate enough to go see them?" She immediately replied, "All right, I'll go with you to Xingfang Courtyard to see the lotuses." A serving girl brought tea for the two of them. Nienyu looked around and asked, "Has the tea not arrived after so long?" The third concubine replied, "I made a fool of myself in front of the second Mississippi. My beauty has faded now. My maternal family has no power. I don't have the financial resources of the second concubine, nor am I as beautiful and young as the fourth concubine, and I have no children. For the master to let me live out the rest of my life peacefully in this Xingfang courtyard is already more than I could ask for." Nienyu thought to herself, "In my memory, the third concubine was always quiet, but she was the only one who treated me well." She then asked the third concubine, "Were you close with my birth mother?" If the third concubine held the same taboos as others in the Nien residence, then Nienyu wouldn't ask any further. As soon as she heard her, the third concubine was so startled she spilled her teacup. After a moment, she said, "Second miss, please don't blame me. I was just agitated from remembering an old acquaintance. It's just the two of us here. dear. There's nothing to be afraid of. When I entered the residence, your mother was still the madam of the Nien residence. Hearing this, Nienyu was stunned. The madam you speak of was the official madam? The third concubine replied, yes, the official madam. She was kind and humble, but for a long time, she couldn't conceive. And so, Nienyu continued, my mother couldn't conceive, and concubines entered the residence one by one. That Nam Kung Noyet is the eldest daughter of the Nam Kung family. She has always been arrogant and proud. How could she have been willing to be a mere concubine? At this point, the third concubine wiped her tears. Second miss, the madam doesn't want to see you probably because of your birth mother. I was like a sister to your mother for over 10 years. I always saw you suffering, but never dared to help, and my heart is filled with guilt. Second miss, Nam Kung Noyet is vicious and ruthless. She is capable of anything. When your mother passed away, you were still in swaddling clothes. That night, the madam had people take you away. Your mother, Just then, someone appeared. She brought a letter to Nienyu. This servant apologizes for disturbing you, my mistresses. Just now, someone delivered an urgent letter and insisted it must be given to the second Mississippi. Nienyu took it and asked, an urgent letter? Immediately after reading it, she changed her clothes, mounted a horse, and rode out of the city. She frowned. A plague never happened in my past life. Nienyu galloped like the wind towards the city gate, kicking up a cloud of dust. Her heart burned with anxiety. Ahead, high on the city walls, soldiers in gleaming armor were patrolling strictly. One of them shouted loudly, by His Majesty's order, the city gates are to be sealed. The entire city is under martial law. In the distance, and near the city wall, Chang Hongyan stood by a second-floor window, a teacup in her hand. Her leisurely gaze followed Nianyu's figure as it disappeared into the twilight, the corner of her lips curling up in a casual yet sinister smile. Excellent. She really left. A heavy weight seemed to lift from Chang Hongyan's heart. She thought to herself, the plot against Prince Mu at the stall that day was unsuccessful. I was always worried, Nien, you would report me to the Empress. Now, this is perfect. She turned and asked Jun Shang, what did you write? To make Nienyu rush to the Shunshi camp in such a hurry? The man beside her placed his teacup on the table, his deep eyes not even bothering to look up. You don't need to know. The cold sentence made Chang Hongyan flinch slightly. She quickly bowed her head. Yes, Hongyan deserves death. Hongyan shouldn't have asked. She turned away and thought to herself, the city gates are closed today. Nienyu, going to the Shunshi camp at a time like this. Will you ever be able to return? At this moment at the Shunshi camp, the atmosphere was tense to the point of suffocation, with the groans of wounded soldiers everywhere. The sound of hurried footsteps, the clatter of stretchers and medical tools. Nienyu hurried over, thinking to herself, I must thank Chu Qing for bringing me to the Shunshi camp and even preparing a military medic's uniform for me. Otherwise, with how heavily guarded the Shunshi camp is, if I had barged in, I would have surely attracted attention, and Chu Qing would never have let me in. She approached a medic beside her and asked in a low voice, I'm late today. Do you know how many infected people are in the quarantine area? Where's the Lord's secret envoy? That person turned and shook their head grimly. In just one night, there are already several hundred infected, and another half will be added soon. The first infected person appeared yesterday. The Lord personally came to see, and although he hasn't fallen ill, he has been in contact with the patients. We don't know if. Hearing that, Nienyu froze. Her gaze, heavy with worry, turned towards the barracks. She turned back, seeing that inside the canvas tents, the sick were all being treated by medics. She observed the patient's symptoms for a while and was startled. This is wrong. This isn't a plague. This is... She shouted in alarm, quickly moved the critical patients with symptoms of vomiting outside, put them in a different tent. Also, stop spraying the disinfectant immediately. Everyone was stunned. A medic asked doubtfully, but if we stop spraying the medicine, won't the number of infected increase even faster? She said in alarm, if you don't want to die quickly, then do as I say. The physician was still saying, but just then, the cloth curtain was lifted and Chu Qing walked in. His aura was incredibly powerful. As soon as everyone in the camp saw him, they immediately called out, my lord. Chu Qing pulled her aside and said, you come with me. He pulled her to the edge of a nearby forest, and as soon as they stopped, asked in a stern voice, why are you here? Nienyu lowered her voice and replied, I don't understand what your lordship means. He immediately grabbed her hand and said, Nienyu, did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you disguised your voice as a man's? Do you know what this place is? Do you not want to live anymore? After hearing this, she fell silent for a moment, then lowered her head and said, who doesn't want to live? My lord, don't forget that Nienyu owes you a life. This life will not be given up so easily. So please, my lord, stay with Nienyu and live. A good life. Besides, Nienyu has already been in contact with the infected. If your lordship were to take me out, you wouldn't be at ease, would you? I just want to ask your lordship one question. Do you trust Nienyu? Chu Qing looked deep in her eyes and asked, what do you want to do? She turned her head to look towards the camp and said, here, they only listen to the orders of the Lord Privy Commissioner. Nienyu begs your lordship to immediately order a halt to the spraying of disinfectant. Hearing this, he asked why. She frowned, because this is not a plague, but a poison 100 times more terrifying than a plague. At this rate, the Divine Strategy Camp will be completely defeated before the day after tomorrow. Completely. He was startled upon hearing this and asked what. She explained to him, the disinfectant being used today will only accelerate the spread of the poison. I will formulate a new disinfectant. It's just that the antidote is a bit troublesome. Some of the medicinal ingredients can be found on the mountain behind us, but the blood orchid is extremely rare. I'm afraid, she thought to herself. I remember that day, senior brother picked a blood orchid. But just then, Xiaoyan approached. He was tall, with a handsome face that carried a sense of calm and composure. His dark green robes swayed gently with each step. He stopped in front of them and spoke in a deep, warm voice. Is this the blood orchid the young lady was talking about? As soon as Nianyu saw him, she was astonished and called out, senior brother. Hearing this, Chu Qing couldn't help but glance at her and think to himself, senior brother? She calls this man senior brother? Xiao Yan stepped forward, bowed in salute, his voice deep and humble. This humble one, Xiao Yan, pays his respects to the Lord Privy Commissioner. Chu Qing observed him, unable to stop himself from thinking. Isn't this the man she met on the road who made Nianyu dazed? He said, it seems the guards of my divine strategy camp have been derelict in their duties today to allow you all to enter. Hearing this, Nianyu let out a small cough, as if wanting to explain, but Xiao Yan quickly spoke up, "My lord, please do not blame them." This humble one entered with the imperial physicians of the divine strategy camp. With a plague, everyone is in danger. A little negligence is understandable. But this humble one came here with the same intention as this young lady, willing to contribute my medical skills to help your lordship. Chu Qing frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping past Nianyu before settling on Xiao Yan as he thought. From the looks of it, Nianyu knows Xiao Yan, but this Xiao Yan doesn't know Nianyu. He then asked, the divine strategy camp is now a plague zone. Why would young master Xiao risk his life to enter? Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. He chuckled, a light but somewhat helpless smile to earn merit. If I can save the divine strategy camp, that would be a great achievement. Hearing this, Nianyu frowned and thought to herself, he's lying. Senior brother only wants to save people in his heart. He has no desire to earn merit. She spoke up, young master Xiao and Nianyu will be the same. Once we've entered the plague zone, we cannot leave until the epidemic is under control. Besides, Nianyu needs the blood orchid in his hand. I wonder if he would be willing to prepare the antidote with Nianyu. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two of them. You trust him quite a bit, don't you? Nianyu was startled by this and said, Lord Privy Commissioner. Xiao Yan also spoke up. Lord Privy Commissioner, please rest assured. This humble one will definitely use all my strength. This humble one is risking my life, but I also want to survive to return to the woman I love. Hearing this, Chu Qing nodded, his voice no longer as sharp as before that, if that's the case, then I'll have to trouble young Master Xiao. Nianyu, however, was stunned, her heart filled with questions. Since when did senior brother have someone he loves? Doesn't he love medicine? Xiao Yan gently handed the blood orchid to her, his eyes serious, and oh more idle talk. Please tell me the specific condition of the patients. Patience. Then, the two of them quickly left. Chu Qing watched their departing figures, thinking to himself, I hope they can create the antidote in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid some people won't be able to sit still. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Several high-ranking ministers were simultaneously presenting memorials. Plagues have always been not only a taboo for the common people, but also a taboo for the nation. The divine strategy camp must be burned. Immediately, a minister retorted, the divine strategy camp is extremely important. It is a foundation that cannot be burned. Other ministers spoke up. We implore your majesty to make a decision quickly. Burn the divine strategy camp as soon as possible, or there will be dire consequences. The Grand General also called out, your majesty. At this moment, the other ministers knelt in unison and said, we implore your majesty to decide. The emperor, furious, slammed his hand on the table and scolded, enough. All of you withdraw. The Grand General will stay. Hearing this, the ministers slowly departed. Now, only the Emperor and the Grand General remained in the Great Hall. The Emperor sighed, walked over to the Grand General, and said in a deep, sorrowful voice, Chu Pai, the Chu family has been loyal and righteous for 3 generations. You and Chu Qing have dedicated yourselves to Northern Qi. We are sorry to the Chu family. Sorry to Ziran. Grand General, for the greater good, we have no choice but to sacrifice Ziran and the divine strategy camp. The Grand General was stunned upon hearing this. He clenched his fists, his whole body trembling, and said, Your Majesty, can this subject ask for a little more time? He frowned and thought to himself, things have come to this. If anything happens, I must fight for a chance of survival for Qing. The Emperor granted the Grand General's request, patted his shoulder, and replied, all right. The order will be issued early tomorrow morning. Chu Pai heard this, saluted, and replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. Could the situation be turned around tonight? That night, Chu Qing stood silently at the edge of the forest, his tall figure was silent under the faint moonlight. He waited, his gaze fixed on the deep forest, where the dense darkness seemed to swallow everything. Time passed slowly, until a soft rustling sound came from ahead. A dark figure gradually emerged. Chu Qing immediately recognized the person, unable to contain his worry. He strode quickly towards her, sighing in relief and thinking to himself, she's finally back. He stepped forward to wipe the dirt from her face and asked, why are you so disheveled? When Yin Yu saw him reach out to wipe the dirt from her face, she was startled and recoiled. She said shyly, fortunately, there were enough herbs in the forest. The medicine I've gathered is enough for this infectious disease, but there are so many people in the Divine Strategy Camp. I'm afraid I'll still have to trouble the Lord Privy Commissioner to send a few people into the forest to gather more based on these samples. Chu Qing immediately replied, all right. He reached out, took the medicine basket from her shoulder, and said, you've worked hard last night. Yin Yu blushed as she watched him leave. After entering the camp, she asked, what's the situation now? Chu Qing replied, young master, Xiao has been busy all night. Although the rate of the disease's spread has slowed, the number of infected people is still continuing to increase. Just then, one of his subordinates rushed in frantically and said, my lord, something bad has happened. The emperor has ordered the Divine Strategy Camp to be burned down. The Grand General has led the Imperial Guard and set up Camp 5 Li from here. I'm afraid they could set the fire at any moment. Nian Yu was shocked to hear this. Burn down the Divine Strategy Camp. Chu Qing turned to his subordinate and said, I know. You may withdraw. His subordinate immediately saluted and replied yes. He thought to himself, my lord values relationships and righteousness. He can't just watch the Divine Strategy Camp be destroyed. But even without burning it, with this infectious disease, can the Divine Strategy Camp be saved? Nian Yu heard this and frowned, saying, plagues have always been disasters. For the emperor to make this decision, upon reflection, it was unavoidable. She thought to herself, Emperor Yinda sending the Grand General here was likely in hopes that an opportunity to turn the tide would appear. It's just that, as if understanding what she was thinking, Chu Qing said, the Divine Strategy Camp cannot be destroyed, and I, even more so, cannot die. Nian Yu was startled and astonished to hear this. That's right, Chu Qing must not die. He commands the entire Imperial Guard and holds military and political power in Northern Qi. In the current court of Northern Qi, Chu Qing is a point of balance. If he were to die, the political situation in Northern Qi would undergo an immense change. I'm afraid that right now, countless eyes are on the Divine Strategy Camp, targeting Chu Qing's position. He turned to her and shared his speculation. If this plague is truly, as you say, a disease caused by an external poison, then this outbreak was not an accident. After hearing him, she immediately replied, correct. It wasn't an accident, but a deliberate plot. It's a scheme targeting you. Someone wants to stir up the political situation in the court of Northern Qi. Chu Qing smiled. You are merely a 15-year-old child, yet this body seems to hide the soul of a worldly wise politician. In the court at this time, if you were a man and had embarked on the path of an official, as long as the court stands, you would surely become the one person below 10,000. Nian Yu smiled upon hearing this and thought to herself, even if I was the Red Feather War God in my past life, holding great power, so what if I reached the position he speaks of? In hindsight, I was still part of someone else's ambitious plan. The end result was still being cast aside after I had outlived my usefulness. She turned, picked up the medicine basket, and said, what time is it for your lordship to still be in the mood for jokes? When the great fire from outside spreads in here, we will have to die together. You should think about how to deal with this. I'm going to find the army medics to decoct the medicine. Chu Qing silently watched her leave. Inside the bathing room, a servant was pouring water into a tub. Chu Qing appeared and asked, what are you doing? The other person replied, just now the military doctor ordered that everyone in the camp must bathe in this water. Herbs have been added to this water, said to help eliminate toxins. I understand. You may leave. Then he walked over and took off his clothes, entering the bathroom to soak. After a while, Nian Yu walked to the folding screen and said, Lord Secret Envoy, seeing the folding screen, she thought to herself, it seems I've come at a bad time. Nevertheless, she carried the medicine bottle and went behind the folding screen. At this moment, Su Qing was leaning against the bathtub, asleep. Nian Yu approached and asked, Lord Secret Envoy, are you asleep? Seeing Su Qing didn't answer, Nian Yu wondered to herself, he's really asleep. Realizing Su Qing was pretending to be asleep, Nian Yu reached out to touch his mask, pretending she was about to take it off. She thought smugly, the great Lord Secret Envoy also pretends to be asleep sometimes. Since that's the case, she moved closer and asked him, aren't you afraid of others seeing your real face, Lord Secret Envoy? Seeing him open his eyes, she was surprised. I thought pretending I was going to take off his mask would make him angry. He took off his own mask and asked her, haven't you already seen it before? Nian Yu immediately replied, but last time was an accident. She was startled and surprised. Why would he let me take off his mask again? Is it because he trusts me? She moved forward to wipe his face and asked, is your skin this good because you wear a mask every day? She broke into a sweat and thought to herself, I suddenly feel it make a lot of sense for Su Qing to wear a mask. A face this handsome would affect other people's mood during a fight. Meanwhile, Su Qing looked at her, sizing her up. So this Nianyu also has a side that fawns over handsome men? After wiping his face, she turned and said, I've heard that on this red feather continent, the looks of the Western Liang imperial family are considered the finest in the world. The descendants of the Yin clan are all born incredibly handsome. I wonder if your lordship's face can compare to the men of the Yin family of Western Liang. She thought to herself, thinking back, in my past life I was the war god of Red Feather, but I never met the emperor of Western Liang. Even the legendary crown prince Yin Si, the most handsome crown prince in the history of Western Liang, I have only heard of. Su Qing was startled by her words. He picked up his mask and asked, what use are good looks to a man? She was surprised to hear that, then quickly turned around with an awkward laugh. Nianyu has misspoken. What men value is indeed not their looks. She thought to herself, I heard that before Su Qing wore a mask, the first prince once declared he wanted to take Su Qing as a consort. This must have been a great humiliation for him. I boasted about understanding matters between men and women, yet facing this face, I also feel flustered. She poured the medicine from the bottle onto a cloth to wipe his face and said, this is a medicinal liquid mixed with the extract from the root of a blood orchid. Lord Secret Envoy, although you are not heavily infected, you have been here for a long time, so you must be careful. As she wiped, she thought to herself, applying medicine to such a beauty is truly sweet torture. Suddenly, he reached out, grabbed her wrist, and said, let me apply it myself. Seeing this, she was surprised and stepped back, wondering, does he not like others touching his face so casually? But I just wiped it so casually a moment ago. At this moment, Su Qing spoke up and asked, what do you think about this poisoning incident? Nianyu immediately replied, rest assured, your lordship, I can cure this poison. It just needs time to take effect. I'm afraid your lordship will have to find a way to make outsiders believe that this plague can no longer cause any major disaster. He turned his head, smiled, and said there's no need. If they want to burn down the Divine Strategy Camp, then let them burn it all down this time. I'd like to see how those people will suffer if I were to die. Right after that, he stood up, startling Nianyu. She quickly turned her head away, her face blushing, and said, it seems the stagnant pond of this heavenly prefecture is about to have big waves. She thought to herself, how could the wolf-hearted Prince Li and his mother pass up this opportunity once their ambitions are exposed? Thinking of this, she asked him, what are you preparing to do, your lordship? He asked her in return, do you understand the golden cicada sheds its shell, miss you? Hearing this, she pondered, he wants to move everyone from the Divine Strategy Camp, leaving behind an empty place for people to burn? At that time, everyone will think that Su Qing and everyone in the Divine Strategy Camp are all dead. At that point, I'm afraid the poisoner will no longer be able to sit still. She approached and asked, Lord Secret Envoy, do you know why this poison resembles a plague? He turned his head and asked back why. Because this is not an ordinary poison, but a goo poison that is nurtured with human blood. At this moment, inside the Grand General's tent near the Divine Strategy Camp, a flickering lamp illuminated his tense face. The Vice Minister of Revenue hurried in. His voice was full of anxiety. Grand General, it is already late, and His Majesty has ordered the source of the plague to be burned. Your humble servant is worried that things will change sooner or later. I also asked the Grand General to consider the bigger picture and quickly give the order to burn the camp. As soon as the Vice Minister finished speaking, the atmosphere in the tent suddenly became heavy. Just then, a loud noise was heard. The tent flap was thrown open, and the Grand General's wife rushed in. Her face was pale, but her eyes were resolute. She strode quickly towards her husband, her voice cold. Let's see who dares. To everyone's astonishment, the lady drew a dagger and held it to her own neck, her eyes glistening with tears, but full of determination. As you pay. If you dare to give the order to set the fire, I will die in front of you. The Grand General stepped forward in alarm. He tried to remain calm, but couldn't hide his anxiety. "My lady, don't be rash. Why must you do this?" The lady did not back down, taking slow but firm steps forward. "General, you know how important Ran is to me. He cannot die. Even if I die, he must not die." Her words were like a clap of thunder, causing the air in the tent to freeze. The Vice Minister of Revenue spoke up impatiently. "Grand General." The Grand General stood between two pressures, his conflicted eyes looking at his wife, then turning to the Vice Minister, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his heart torn. Just as the tension in the tent reached its peak, a panicked shout came from outside. "The Divine Strategy Camp is on fire." The Vice Minister of Revenue was startled and immediately ran outside, flinging open the curtain. Before his eyes was a raging sea of fire. The blazing red flames engulfed the camp. The Grand General was horrified, his face pale as a sheet. What? At the same time, outside the fire, Prince Mu Zhao galloped his horse like a madman towards the blaze, the flames reflecting in his eyes. His face was full of anxiety and fury. Yuer and Ran are both inside the fire. He spurred his horse hard, and it shot forward with flying hooves, passing through layers of soldiers and smoke. I can't let them die here. At the palace, in the Empress's chambers, the bad news arrived like a storm. A teacup fell to the ground and shattered, the crisp sound incomparable to the shock in the Empress's heart. Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with bewilderment. What did you say? The Grand General knelt, his voice choked, reporting to Your Majesty the Empress. The fire has completely incinerated the Divine Strategy Camp. Not even the bones of the soldiers remain. His Highness Prince Mu has also likely perished in that fire. Your Majesty the Emperor, Your Majesty the Empress, your servant has failed in his duty, failed to protect His Highness Prince Mu. Please, Your Majesty the Empress, pronounce my sentence. The Empress trembled all over. Her face was ashen, devoid of blood. Her voice choked. Pronounce your sentence? Ear died in the fire. Even if I take your head, can it bring my son back to life? Tears streamed down her beautiful but grief-stricken face as she wept. A heart-wrenching cry echoed in the vast chamber. Why, just a few days ago he was perfectly fine. How could he be dead? That heart-wrenching sound of pain pierced through the thick walls, reaching even the Empress Dowager's palace. She was chanting Buddhist scriptures, but the tragic cry made her pause. Her hand, counting prayer beads, stopped in midair. She frowned and asked, "That is the voice of Empress Yuan. What could make the Empress of a nation so grief-stricken?" At this moment, Prince Li, Zhao Yan, approached and asked Mother Empress, "What is this?" The Empress Dowager, helped up by Prince Li, Zhao Yan, said whatever it is, as long as it causes her pain, is a good thing for me. Pay no mind. Yenner, you have always been clever. You should know what your Mother Empress is thinking. For all these years, you and I have been silent for too long. Now the time is right. Your Mother Empress wants you to take over Su Qing's position as the secret envoy. After hearing this, Prince Li, Zhao Yan, said, Mother Empress, your son knows about the secret envoy's duties, but His Majesty will not grant this power to me. She replied, he shouldn't even think about refusing. I have ways to force him. Yenner, it will be dawn soon. Perhaps His Majesty is mourning the soldiers of the Divine Strategy Camp. In just a few days, at your Mother Empress's banquet, make the Emperor decide on this matter. At the same time, not far from the Divine Strategy Camp, Prince Mu Zhao Yi's shouts were heard. It hurts. It hurts. Yuer, be a little gentler. After finishing bandaging Prince Mu Zhao Yi, Nianyu said with a frown, Your Highness Prince Mu, you think you have 9 lives, don't you? How dare you rush into such a big fire? Prince Mu Zhao Yi replied, Yuer, I just wanted to save you. She thought to herself, having a friend who disregarded his own safety to save me like this. I am of course very moved, but he is a prince. The things he has to bear are not like those of ordinary people. For both public and private reasons, I don't want him to get hurt because of me. Seeing her frown, Prince Mu Zhao Yi quickly said, Don't be angry anymore, Yuer. Look, aren't we both still alive? Just then, Su Qing appeared. Grabbing Su Qing's arm, Prince Mu Zhao Yi said in surprise, Ziran, you're also okay. That's great. Su Qing spoke up. You're injured. The military doctor said you shouldn't move around recklessly. Hearing this, Nianyu thought to herself, Prince Mu injured his leg, not his arm. She turned to look at Su Qing standing beside them. At this moment, Prince Mu Zhao Yi reached out, pulled her hand, and said, I want to do it, but my leg can't move. Seeing this, Nianyu sighed and helped him lift his leg. Prince Mu Zhao Yi continued, You're so kind. Whoever marries, you'll be the luckiest man in the world. Prince Mu thought to himself, in a few more months, Yuer will turn 15. It will be a good time to discuss marriage. Suddenly, Prince Mu Zhao Yi said, No man in this world is worthy of my cousin Yuer. Hearing this, Chu Qing was very confused. Prince Mu Zhao Yi continued to voice his idea. Little Yuer, how about you don't get married? You can move into my residence later. I will take care of you for the rest of your life, ensuring you live well and no one will dare to bully you. Chu Qing and Nianyu were both startled upon hearing this. Alarmed, hearing the words, get married, Nianyu recalled her previous life. Get married? In my past life, all I wanted was to be with Zhao Yan forever. But in the end, I died a tragic death. In this life, I only want revenge. So she immediately said, Your Highness Prince Mu, please don't joke anymore. Yuer and Prince Mu's residence are not a suitable match. Yuer will have someone to take care of her. I dare not trouble Your Highness Prince Mu. After hearing this, Prince Mu said, So you actually realized I was joking. After finishing bandaging Prince Mu Zhao Yi, Nianyu waved her hand. Your Highness, please rest. I'm going out for a walk. With that, she immediately lifted the tent flap and went outside. Chu Qing also stood up at once and said, Rest well, brother. I'm going out too. At this moment, Prince Mu Zhao Yi thought about what Nianyu had just said. We'll have someone to take care of her. Who could it be? The person she likes? Speaking of which, since when did Yuer and Ziran become so close? Outside the tent, Chu Qing said to her, Just as you said, if this incident at the Divine Strategy Camp was caused by Gu poison, then the Southern Yu Kingdom cannot escape involvement. She thought to herself, if Southern Yu is indeed involved in destroying the Divine Strategy Camp, besides Chu Qing, the Zhao family will not only suffer severe damage, but it will also cause turmoil in the imperial court. That person's actions are likely to pave the way for someone. Chong Linggu, the new monarch of Southern Yu. But how should I tell Chu Qing? She turned and said to him, Chief Privy Counselor, before Nien, you came to the Divine Strategy Camp. I received this. She handed her letter to him. He took it and asked, Is this the reason you came here? I did not write this letter. She replied, I knew at the moment I met you, Counselor. She thought to herself, someone knew that using Chu Qing's name could draw me into the situation. They want me to die along with the others. Who is this person? She spoke up and asked, Counselor, do you still remember encountering a group of assassins back at the menagerie? She gritted her teeth and thought, if all of this is a conspiracy by Southern Yu, then the conditions and motive are already very clear. Hearing her mention it, Chu Qing touched his face and said the assassin had escaped S.O. That's how it is. Using the plague as a pretext to eliminate me and the Divine Strategy Camp. It's to throw the court into chaos. And by eliminating you, no one in the world will be left to tell others about the Empress's assassination at the menagerie. Southern Yu can then safely stand behind everything. Good for Southern Yu with 100 schemes. A pity they are bound to be disappointed. He clenched the letter in his hand. After he finished speaking, Nian Yu smiled and asked, Counselor, didn't you proactively burn the Divine Strategy Camp precisely to expose the person behind the scenes? Just disappointment. How should we repay them? Chief Privy Counselor, after this golden cicada sheds its shell play, can you let Nian Yu make a move? Hearing this, he smiled and asked, What do you want to do? She replied, Reciprocate the courtesy, of course. She thought to herself, in my past life, Zhao Yin exposed my identity, fabricating 72 crimes. That man was also in the crowd, screaming for my death. He hoped I would die. Reborn this time, he is still eager to kill me. She looked up at the sky and said, Chief Privy Counselor, I'm afraid the state of the world is about to change. However, this time, the ones changing it will be us. This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wish you all a day full of energy.